All right, y'all ready? This is our first episode of how to be successful. Hopefully, I learned something. Today's episode is actually going to be on how not to be successful, or all the things that we've tried that didn't work with being successful. And I have my co-host for today. I'm going to bring them on in just a second. You probably know him as King Phillip. Welcome, Phillip.
Hey, thank you for the introduction, Jeff. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm ready. I'm excited to learn something.
Yeah, I thought that maybe we could do something where we talk about, maybe things we've seen seen other people do or read something, watch a video about how to be successful and how to be better at life, and hopefully we're going to save some people some time, and that's important, right?
If we could pull it off, yeah, sure. I'm up for it. And I see you have a big timer behind your head. You want to explain what
Yes.
that's for?
So what the idea is that we're going to have a 2-hour show. And if people want to extend the show past 2 hours, we have this 15-minute timer back here that's going to burn down. And if someone can subscribe, we're going to reset the timer. We're going to go for 4 hours. That's our max. So that's our goal right there for the timer.
And we're at 7.99. I had broken 800 the other day, and I guess I lost a few subs. So we're back to 7.99. So maybe we can break 800 again today, and stay there.
There
So
you go.
when are you gonna start the timer toward the end?
Yes, right at the 2-hour mark, we're going to start the timer. But right about 10 minutes before, we're going to start doing our shutdowns. Like, hey, we're getting ready to shut down. Any last words thing, and if you guys want, we can have a subathon and continue this show, and then that will kind of give people 10 minutes to figure out if they want to stay, like the topic, add to the topic, join the show, because it is an open panel. We want to hear what your guys' stories are for tip success and what you've learned, because I'm pretty sure there's a whole world out there of different points of views.
Okay.
And welcome, we have Mike in the chat. Shout out to Mike.
Yeah.
Thank you
Hey,
for being here.
Mike.
One of
So
our
we're gonna talk
successful.
for a little while, and then we're gonna open the panel. Just let me know when a good time to open the panel is, and I'll
Oh,
drop the link.
to me, I say you can open the panel whenever. It's just the guests have to be respectful. Like, for example, at least have one story to contribute to the show and one question. That's all we ask for, so that you are contributing to the show, and we can't wait to hear you guys' stories and points of views. Um, the thing is what I was thinking about. You can't really have a channel for success without first understanding that before success becomes failure, right? You have to fail and understand your failures before we move forward in some ways successfully. Yes, you can blindly say you don't fail. You know what I mean? But are you just building a castle on sand? What's your thoughts on that, Jeff?
I think failure is good. I build it into my all of my effort. There's a concept I use called freedom to fail, where first of all, my approach is very experimental, so I'm always trying things that are not guaranteed to work in the first place. And so there's always a risk of failure with almost anything I do. And then I try to learn, I try to use that failure to learn what to do better next time, learn what not to do next time, etc. So I don't necessarily try to avoid or fear failure. I kind of embrace the possibility that I'm going to fail, and then I use that as data to learn and refine my process.
Dude, I'm a yellow belly coward when it comes to failure. I don't want to fail at all. I want to be perfect.
Are
I
you a
don't want so.
perfectionist?
Well, what I like to do is train in the dark. You know what I mean? And then when I just like, hey, I've done my research, I've done all this stuff, and when it's time to succeed, I'm ready. It's like I hate people. I hate showing my failures. So it's like one of those things.
That never works for. Are you a planner? Like you could
I don't want to say I'm a
pre-
planner, but yes, I
prepare
will.
ahead of time?
Yeah, because I don't want to say I'm a planner, because one of the things I've learned is if you don't set a plan, then you never fail. Right? All the guys who had plans now need a plan B, need a plan C. It's like, well, why do we need a plan? I'll never fail. But no, you should have a plan. Life is better with a plan, better with discipline, better with all the things that are structure. It's so weird how people are so successful when we have structure. It's so weird. You think that we're not, but I swear we are, guys. I swear we are.
Every part of me is resisting what you're saying because I'm not a planner.
Well,
But
this is
I'm
the
also
thing.
not successful. So maybe that is. Maybe what not to do is don't have a plan, don't have any kind of structure, and that will guarantee that you're not successful. So maybe what you're saying is right, and that I'm just resisting it, even though it could be the missing ingredient.
But at the same time, Jeff, this is from my experience, my point of view. The way you become successful is different. Like, for example, I'm a worker. I have not figured out how to become an independent business owner and entrepreneur, right? So there are people out there who are obviously different than I do and are successful in different ways. And we want to hear how you did it and what were your challenges if you're in the chat. So, but right today is about stories. Stories of failure, and I'm looking for stories that were like that that you notice were affecting people, that you changed, that were now you have a successful relationship. Like for example, you were doing something in the past that wasn't successful, and now those people are now in your future. Everybody's happy. Everybody has smiles. Before, no one was happy. Everyone was miserable. So, like for example, my first story is humble. Being humble and understanding that not everybody is as smart as I am. Not as everybody knows exactly what I'm looking for, my goals or my standards. Not everybody, no one knows my goals and standards unless I tell them. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy because I work in an industry where quality control is a must, and some of these guys just they don't have the quality control standards that we want. And ask them to come back over and over again. You can't do it. You can't be frustrated and do it. And you gotta be kind. And it's just like, bro, you're asking for the same task 6 times. So you can imagine how frustrating it is, how much
Yeah.
and how nice. Like, I don't want to be nice doing this. You know what I mean? So it takes a little bit of humbleness, and through this humbleness, I've gone from a guy picking up trash to now the guy who might be driving a sports car in the future. You know what I mean?
Because you were able to cultivate that humility in yourself. And it sounds like it's tied to patience too, because I would
Yes.
definitely be frustrated at having to tell somebody 6 times the same thing.
Yeah, being humble takes patience. That's for sure, Jeff. Thank you for noticing that. So, and then like, I have plenty of stories, and the best way of putting it is someone says, you got to eat your humble pie. If I was ever going to get a tattoo, it was going to be a tattoo of humble pie, like a slice. I don't know what's inside humble pie. Like, what would be the feeling of a humble pie? But it's like, you got to sit there, and when someone's saying something you don't like, just get that pie out, take that big slice, and just start freaking nailing it. Just sit there and just eat your pie with your
But what
head
if they're
down,
wrong?
even if they're wrong. It's
No.
okay. Okay, this is the best example of why you have to be wrong in this situation. Say we're in a boat, right? We're in a boat in the middle of the ocean, Jeff. I agreed to be on this boat. I am not the captain, and there's a storm, and I don't think we're gonna survive. But the captain's like, dude, if you do this, we'll make it. And I don't believe it, right? Am I gonna jump off into the storm, or am I gonna go like, you know what, dude? All right, you're the captain. You obviously have the experience. You've done this before, bro. I'm gonna grab that rigging. I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna tie that sail down. If we make it, bro, thank God. I signed up to be that guy to listen to the captain. That's what got me successful. Understanding that I got on that boat and that's my captain.
That's if he knows what he's doing. But if he
You,
doesn't, I'm not going to just blindly let him lead and listen to him.
but you have to
I
assume.
might push him off the boat myself.
And if all the results are saying that he has this to be successful, you know what I mean? Like the company put him there in a position. He has the record. Maybe you haven't seen it, but the company's put him there in a position for a reason.
That don't mean they know. That doesn't mean the company
So
knew what it was doing or that that person knows. I've had more bad supervisors than not. I have too much ego to be humble. And if I recognize that somebody doesn't know what they're doing, they're not going to have the trust they need to lead me.
that's where
And I can't fake that.
I used to be like you, Jeff, and now I've learned to just sit there and eat my humble pie. So this will be interesting. If you want to try it and see where it goes, let me know. But to me,
Give me like a small scenario or a small step I could take to like a baby step somewhere.
you're in one of your D. You go to a class. You go get hired by Walmart, and they sit you in front of that computer, and here comes the DEI section, and you just go click, 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 click. You don't raise your hand, and go, "Excuse me, what is this?
I'm not racist. How dare you?
Why am I in a room full of white people? Why are there no black people?" So,
Where y'all got y'all's black people? I'm in the wrong
so,
room.
so Jeff, in that situation, just sit there, put your head down, and click, 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 click until it says thank you. You've completed your
I don't.
test, and then go
Since
out
I
there.
was this high, kindergarten, I don't know how to do that. I
Okay.
was that kid.
Hey, when I was at this high, I didn't know how to walk either, but eventually I trained myself. People
You're
taught me
talking
how to
about
walk, and now I'm running.
conformity.
Now I'm running, Forrest.
No. Okay, well, okay, but you're right. If I were able to do
Yes.
that, it would get me closer to that sports car because it would at least get me the job, and I would help me probably maintain the job too, as long as I keep my head down and keep my mouth shut. But the price you pay internally for doing that and integrity is too. I don't know how to not pay that price.
Easy. You just pick your favorite flavor, imaginary pie.
No, because when I'm trying to sleep at night, I'm gonna be tossing and turning. I'm not gonna have a good night's
But
sleep
then
if I do
but
that.
then when you wake up and you have that hot shower and that food, and then you wake up and you got your little masa miata.
I've seen too many people sell out that way and become, to me, lesser versions of who they could be. Like
You
they
know,
started out as really good people with a lot of integrity, and then they just become these
you say
corporate sellouts.
you say that, Jeff, but it brings me here today, hanging out with you. Do I look like I sold out? Am I completely sold
Are
out?
you're having to eat pie to be here?
Yes, because I'd rather be playing. No, I'd rather be playing video games. This is for you, brother. This is
Well, this
your
yeah, but
channel,
this.
your subscriptions, your donations, your stream. This is all for
Why are you
you
doing
asked for
this?
this. Why? Because I need another hobby.
Oh, some a project.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm trying. And this will help grow my channel too. Because I would eventually like
Here,
to get
let
out
me
of
drop your
gaming.
channel.
Oh, thanks, thanks. Oh, and by the way, Jeff has tips. If you guys want a tip, Jeff has that ability. Find out what that is from him. I don't know if it's
I
Cash
do.
App
We have
or
membership, super
Ko-Fi.
chats, and I just turned. If you're on Twitter, I just turned. I didn't know Twitter has tips, so I just turned those on. So you're able to send tips through Twitter now as well.
And then a shout out to Not Laws, shout out to Chuck in Tennessee, and Ninja Kitty Bonks. Shout out to you guys. Thanks for being here today. We appreciate you. Soon, Jeff will be dropping the link so you guys can join and
Oh
share
yeah,
your
you want me to
stories.
drop it now?
You can drop it whenever. You're the host.
There you
I'm
go.
the guest.
Well,
But Jeff,
you are the co-host.
I am. So I did my first story, which was humbleness. Do you have one you'd like to share of things that didn't work for you, and that you think that if you improve on, that you might be successful?
I have plenty from living up here, but before I say that, I want to make the point, but that I have been successful for most of my life until I moved up here, and then every time I try to be successful up here, I fail to achieve it. And so it's for different reasons. Like whatever was working in my past is not working up here. So the things I would tell someone to do to be successful would work unless you're in an environment like this where everything's upside down backwards and it doesn't work. So keeping jobs, I think that's the biggest challenge up here is keeping jobs. And it's kind of like what you're saying. One thing that helped me be successful before moving here was being good at my job. And here, being good at your job is almost a liability. It threatens people. It intimidates them. It makes them uncomfortable. And here, the focus is not on how well you do the job. It's on how you make the people around you feel. They don't care if you're doing a good job, but you're making the people uncomfortable. They're going to care about that more than the quality of the work you're doing. And so that's a different type. It takes a different type of strategy to be successful in those environments. And so what I continue to do is rely on my skill, thinking that that's going to be enough to get me through. And I don't do the social stuff that you need to maintain the right relationships to keep your job. So I guess in any other environment, I would say be good at your job and keep your skill set up to be successful. But here, I would say not don't do that, but that alone is not going to be enough. And so there's some other element that I'm failing to pick up on or failing to incorporate that is causing me to not be successful here. And it involves how the people around you feel about you, which I never feel like I'm in control of. Like adults are responsible for their own feeling. I don't cause feelings in somebody else. They cause the feelings in them. And so I don't know what to do about something that I don't think I'm even in control of. I'm in control of how well I do a job. I'm not in control of how somebody feels about me.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I see that happen a lot actually on the panelverse sometimes. You know, with the trolls and everything, thinking that they can control other people's emotions and whatnot.
They try. And a
They,
lot of
yeah,
times they
yeah,
do. And
yeah.
and they're intentionally setting out to like evoke a certain emotion in people. And but in my case, I'm not intentionally trying to like when I walk into a workplace, my goal is for everybody to get along and work harmoniously as a team toward whatever goal we're there to work. Oh, that's another thing that I do, thinking it's going to help me be successful, but it always ends up the opposite. When I'm in a workplace, I think that everybody is there as part of this larger team, and we're all working on this common goal to provide a quality service, help customers, whatever. That is never the case in the workplace. There's so many competing agendas and little power games and stuff like that. So what I think is a cohesive team is actually this field of competition that I'm not aware of, and it throws me off because wouldn't we be better as a corporation if we were all aligned on whatever goal we're supposed to be working towards? But that's not how these workplaces operate, and so it's more like enter organizational competition more than it is unity directed at a larger goal. And so I
Yeah,
go in with one mindset, but that's not the right mindset to be successful. You have to do, you have to play Secret Survivor, and you have to do competition and power games and office politics and all that other stuff.
yeah, I definitely know what you mean because, like, working for one of the larger construction companies, they say that we all have one goal and we all work towards something. But there's like division in the company where you know you don't belong here, you don't belong here. What are you doing over there? If like it's so weird. It's so weird. We're so separate, but they all say we all strive towards the same thing, and that's just to fill the guys who are the shareholders' pockets and the bonuses for everybody. So we have some new friends in the chat, Plasma and WASF. Thank you for joining, and Dominic.
And
Thank you.
Dom, hey
Yep,
Dom,
yep, 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 yep. Is the
hey
link in the
Dom.
chat, Jeff? So another. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if anybody wants to come up and join the conversation, the link should be pinned at the
Yeah,
top.
and the timer's for the very end of the show, guys. When we're gonna do a subathon in
Yeah,
order to.
subathon. So tell
Yeah.
your friends.
Yep, yep, yep. So my next one was not fighting unnecessary wars that aren't mine. If you ever done that, it's such a waste of time on the internet. It's such a waste of time in your own personal family life. Like, for example, of uncles. If you have a fight with your uncle, why does that you stop you from seeing your grandpa? You know what
Like if they're all hanging out at the same family event or something.
Yeah, exactly. If my uncle's at my family event, and I have 15 other family members there, why am I not going to go to that family event for that one person? That, like, stuff like that. Like, oh my gosh, or political stuff. It's like, why am I not going to hang out with a friend because he's a Democrat? You know what I mean? It's like, why am I fighting that war? You know what I mean? That's such a waste of time. When if you guys both like Warhammer, let's go freaking play some Warhammer. If you both like video games, let's go play some video games. It's really sad how much people waste time in these little arguments and these little debates of I think if that's what you want and that makes you happy, awesome. But I really think to be successful, those people don't focus on these little battles.
Why do you think they do that?
They just haven't been taught not to. You have to be taught these things, Jeff.
But without being taught not to, there's some motivation.
That's what society teaches us. I would think that's like TV shows, dramas, and TV shows. There's a drama every day in a TV show. I would say maybe people have bad parents, so the parents are literally fighting every day. So they're just replicating what they see. I would say it's all been about environment. Also, Twitter space. I don't see much positive. I heard Twitter is a whole bunch of people arguing. Reddit. There's so much people arguing. There's a whole bunch of
YouTube, there's
platforms.
a whole bunch of people arguing.
That's what I mean. I think the world actually, the news also puts it up that people left and right are fighting. People, all these fights are just presented to us, and it's almost a norm. That's a great question, Jeff. I didn't think about that. Why people do it? I just understand that. I think that people are successful. You shouldn't do it. That's a great question of why people do it. Wow. 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 We also have. Looks like Bex is in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm thinking about that one.
What are you thinking about?
Um,
Fast. Oh.
like if I do it and the value of not doing it, etc. I think I do it defensively. I don't think I start pointless fights. But if somebody's starting one with me, I'm gonna continue it. I'm not gonna back down.
Oh. And then and if there is a fight and you don't know what to do, just don't participate. Just don't. There's something more in life to do. I swear you can have it. You have a hobby. You can go do some crunches. You can do some push-ups. Don't participate. Like for example, I hate to put this as an example, but there was a show I used to watch. Right, and it was an open panel show, and one of the guests, I guess, was considered a troll, and they got called out, and so they went to another show. That guest that was considered a troll went to another show, and I guess did a porn bomb.
Oh,
Right. And so, like, I don't support porn bombing,
I
and I
don't
don't
either.
support people who try to cancel other YouTube channels. So if you have that guest on your channel, I won't be in your chat.
I don't let porn
That's
bombers up.
like I saw it, like I didn't see it happen, but I know it happened, and I know it happened. And it's just like I don't support that canceling other channels. And if you support that, that makes you happy. That's awesome. But I'm not going to participate in it. I'm just going
So
to walk
you have
away.
certain lines that
Yes, draw
that
your
you.
lines. Yep, draw your lines and don't fight other people's wars. Fight your own wars. That's all you have time for. If you have a war, end it fast. Find peace. Humble yourself. Find peace. Like for example, I have a coworker. He's fighting with his 16-year-old daughter, and I'm like, dude, I know you're smart, and I know we're smart. I know we're smarter than her, but she thinks that she's smarter than you. This is where you have to go. Hey, bro, listen to her. I know, and just see what her point of view is because I think that's all she wants to be heard. Because obviously yelling at her is not working. She ran away. Saying that you're smarter than her isn't working. So maybe just say, hey, what are you doing? I want to listen. Like what do you do in that situation, Jeff?
What's the fight about? Do you
I
know?
don't know. Boyfriend,
Oh, like he
16-year-old with
doesn't
boyfriend.
approve of whoever she's dating.
It's more than that, but it's just like sometimes you gotta just not fight. Sometimes don't fight. It's totally not worth it, guys.
Maybe that's the key is determining when it's worth it and when it's not, and what your
If you
goals
can.
are. Like, what are you hoping to accomplish, and is the fight going to get you there or not?
Yeah, yeah, great way of putting it, Jeff. Thank you for understanding. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is anybody trying to join or no? I mean, is it? I haven't seen the link, but yeah.
Oh, it's
Uh,
up there. It should be
cool.
pinned. Let me know
It
if you
is
don't see it.
nice, nice, nice.
Pop it
And
again.
then I have a friend. I have a friend, and arms are always open, and and always willing to break bread. But he's not listening to any advice, and he's on his own trip, going his own way, and we and it's hurting him. It's hurting him, but you know what? If it makes him happy, it makes him happy. But I'm like, bro, I gotta stop that one and just move on. I gotta stop that war, stop that crusade of like, hey man, you all right? And then let him do his thing because I tried.
All you can do is give people information. You can't really. This whole giving advice thing, you can't force them to take it or do what you think they should. You can just communicate your opinion to them.
And I spent a year. That's a long time. I should have stopped at 2 weeks, but I spent a year, over a
Yeah, oh
year.
yeah. I only try once or twice, and then if they want to keep doing whatever, they're an adult. I can't. I've said my piece. I have to detach at that point and let them do their thing. If it bothers me enough, I can always limit the amount of time I spend with. Like I've done that with friends that turned to heavy drugs. I had to like limit my contact with them until they got off the drugs, and then we could resume our friendship.
That's a great line right there. If you have friends doing heavy drugs, I think from everybody's personal experience, put that line on the ground. That is an epic fail, right? If you have friends doing heavy drugs,
Because one tip for success is the like be mindful of the people you surround yourself with. They say you're the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if that's who you're spending your time with, if that's one of your 5 people, that's probably not going to contribute to success as much as if it were somebody not doing the drugs and living some kind of healthier life. So just being aware of who you choose to have in your life long term and who you spend your time with, put your effort on, etc., can make the
Now,
difference between success and failure.
is there like an allusion to that? Because like for example, I tried putting myself like into like watching like Jordan Peterson, so I was putting myself into like groups like that, like group chat rooms like that, but it wasn't rubbing it off at all.
Oh,
Because it was like I don't think there was actually a connection to Jordan
that's
Peterson.
what I was going to ask. Is
You know what I
we're
mean? It was just like I was like a wallflower in a room. You know, have you ever heard that description? You just in the room and you're like a painting. You're not actually participating in the room. You're just part of you're part of just
I
the
think
scenery.
it's the people that you're actually interacting with. So the 5 people in your life, like over the course of a week or two, that you actually interact with the most and have some kind of relationship with and connection with. Not necessarily the people that you just put your physical body around.
I think that's a good one right there. Is I failed at connecting with people very young, and I think people should connect with people at least once to 5 times a week. You should be connecting with people. That's healthy, right? Like, except yeah, yeah.
I think so. Depending on the people, like I don't think you can ever put too much effort into connecting. But it's also hard because connecting is it depends. It's a combination of both people. So you can do your part perfectly, but that doesn't guarantee a connection if the other person doesn't know how to connect on their end. So you can only do so much with each person to connect, and then it requires some kind of reciprocal effort that has to come from them. And so I guess just finding the people that have that reciprocity or that mutuality to it. One thing that I look for is something coming back from the people I'm investing in. It's like Joe and his stocks. I invest in people. And am I getting a return on that investment, or is it one way? Is it me always doing the work, always making the contact, always putting in the energy and the effort? And if it is, those are the ones I tend to deprioritize. And I look for the ones that I get something back. There's kind of this mutuality. Do they listen to me as much as I listen to them? Are they there for me as much as I'm there for them? Do they initiate activities as much as I initiate back? And so it's more balanced. And those are the ones that are kind of like let me know to continue investing in. But if it gets too one-sided or too lopsided, like the seesaw, it's too much like this, then I gradually start to pull back from those and not put as much energy into them. If that connection's not coming back from them.
Hmm. Hmm. I've learned to be like that, but I was also resentful because I was expecting people to reciprocate and they weren't. So I was resenting when they weren't. And now I've learned that like more of a parent kind of point of view, like kids don't really reciprocate how much love the parents put into them. You know what I mean? Like I was a little shit. Yeah, I mean, I really don't reciprocate how much patience my dad put into me, how much love my mom put into me, and how much love my whole family's put into me. I'm very bad at reciprocating that, and I wish I'm better at that. And that's where I'm like, well, it's like you gotta be that person that puts more into it without expecting or without wanting that reciprocation back or needing that reciprocation back, or you're gonna end up in me personally, it was feeling negative or depressed.
Are
So, what do you
are
think about
there?
that?
Yeah, that's a good example. It becomes more of that parental role instead of a equal, like a relationship among equals. Are there people that you do reciprocate with, or you are able to have that give and take with?
Yeah, it used to be my bosses, but now my bosses are now my coworkers.
Does
You know what
that
I mean?
because you moved up?
Well, because I just consider that's how I treat them now. I just reciprocate with them instead of just being like sitting there and like taking it, just waiting for approval in a way, because they're my bosses. I'm curious on how they're doing, checking in on them because like how often does someone go, "Hey, boss, how are you doing?" More people are like, "Hey, the boss is here. Let me go hide." Fuck, the boss is here. Fuck, I wonder what he's gonna ask me. Are we
So it
ask me
feels more
this?
like equal, like a
Yeah,
a
yeah,
level. Management
recip-
style.
yes, reciprocating that. Like everything's good, boss. But I don't know. Reciprocating, for example, like I always get my family's gifts, and I don't know if I even received like the amount of gifts I've given out, like like a monetary. Like I spend thousands of dollars on Christmas. I don't think I've ever gotten $1,000 in Christmas presents back. And these are
That's
people
a
who
good
make more.
example.
Man, people
Other,
make more. These people make more than I do, Jeff. Because I appreciate, like, dude. Without these people, I could have been in jail, homeless, and without them doing that extra step when I needed to, they really saved me. So I reciprocate that tenfold.
are you okay with that? Like,
Yeah, I can't wait to do it
yeah,
again.
as
I
long
look
as there's no
forward.
resentment, especially around the holidays. That's kind of the time to be generous,
Yeah, no resentment, no resentment.
gracious.
But it's just like it's obvious. It's obvious. It's like it, it's just funny, less funny. So
Jeff.
so yeah.
Well,
What do you?
like even this show, like wanting to do this was a way of reciprocating
Yes.
to this channel. Like whatever instead of just being a passive audience member or chat participant, it's a way of like
Well,
putting more into the channel so that it's more
well,
like
what
we're
I'm
more
trying.
on equal footing now, I guess.
No, I'm really trying to show Jeff that I'm trying to be a friend, not just somebody who shows up with ideas. I listened to what you said. You literally said you're looking for somebody who follows through and not just an idea person. You
Yeah,
literally those were your words, not my words.
yeah, the
What does a friend
dreamers
do?
versus the doers.
They listen to what their friends' concerns are, and if they can help, they help. That. I don't know how more simple is that, right? So, listen. Just to me, listening to others has really been one of my other failures. I wasn't listening to the other people. I was just more listening to like what they said and how I would react to it instead of what they said and what options I could create in a benefit way. I was just more looking like being a smart. I used to be a really bad smart ass, and that's where my smart ass mentality transferred a lot out. It was just like inner and outer smart ass. I was like, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So, so now I'm not now I'm not so much a smart ass, more of just a helping ass. I don't know. So you have more stories, Jeff, of how epic fail, your epic fails.
um, don't be male, don't be white, don't be autistic. If you have any kind of like ethnicity or cultural thing in your background that you could play up, if you're white, do it. If you have any kind of alternative gender, sexuality, or anything, do it. That's why we have all these straight queer people now, and all these white indigenous people. So don't be whatever the current target is. Try to minimize the amount of target like that you bring to a situation, because in this politically charged environment that we're in, there's all kind of stuff people are going to try to make a target of that has nothing to do with you as a person. So the more you could avoid those.
I thought this newer administration was kind of ending that. I thought we were. I thought
Well,
that was all part
it
of it.
hadn't started yet, so we'll see.
Hasn't started yet. I thought it
Yeah,
started yesterday.
I think January 5th, somewhere around there.
Did you see what Trump said to Trudeau about Canada, and his people took him seriously and not as a troll?
Oh, like he wanted to annex Canada. He offered, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
want him.
and
That means we get not laws.
we have some new friends who joined in the chat. We have Silky Ken 24 and Chopper Jeff. Welcome, 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 welcome. Remember to drop that link. Maybe someone's got some stories they want to share.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. So this is like I said. These stories relate to everything, guys. It can be friends, family, economy, work, success, anything you can think of. But one thing I've learned is driving fast ain't worth it. I don't know if you got a car, Jeff, but I drive every day, and you'd be surprised how many people. Like I drive slow now. I drive like Mr. Magoo in the slow lane. And, you used to tell me people fly past me, and then when the traffic comes up, I'm in the slow lane, just like, oh, there goes that person. There goes that person. There goes that. Oh, there goes that person. It's like, guys, slow down on the road. Trust me, you'll save all. You'll have less stress, what I think will benefit your life, and you'll learn not to be in the rat race. While everybody's racing around, you're cruising, enjoying the show. You'll get to see a lot more of the scenery, and Trust me, guys. The driving slow is totally nice. It's totally nice. So I used to race around and waste and
Because
just
you just want
be.
to get there.
I wanted to get there. I don't know why I was racing there. Like I realized in the morning, like why am I racing to get to work? Why am I doing 80 to get to work? That makes no sense to me. Why am I in a hurry to get to work? So give yourself enough time
Because it's
to.
boring sitting in a car. Do it like the
Is it
journey's
because
boring.
right now, like if I have a morning show, I have a morning show I'm listening to, like absorbing the morning show instead of like, is this opening in the traffic over here? You know what I mean? I'm absorbing a morning show. Like I'm absorbing so much more life other than just focusing on the whole driving aspect of racing and fitting and picking good lines and why is this person driving slow in the fast lane? I'm in the slow lane. He ain't. I ain't even concerned about that. You know how many times I used to get pissed off at people who don't know basic road rules. So it saves you a bunch of frustration too. Yeah, for the people who don't know road rules, those people
It,
don't even apply
that's part of
anymore.
defensive driving is compensating for everybody else's lack of skill.
Yeah, and that's kind of my defensive way too, because like if you hit me, how the hell did you hit me? I'm in the slow lane road rage, slow lane road rage. No, because I'm watching Jeff's channel and trying to type in his chat all messed up while driving.
Oh yeah,
So
maybe that's a good tip for success. Not not to do. Don't listen to our show while you're driving.
yes, yes, don't listen to our show. That might be a good tip for success. Yes, yes. So
Well, we do want to hear your stories. If anybody else wants to join the panel, or just share them in the chat. What are all the things that you've learned not to do to be successful? What didn't work for you? What are some mistakes you've made? Some strategies that did not take you where you were trying to go? Let us know.
and how kind of make them
We want to learn
relatable
from your failures.
for the obviously in the kids in school. Do it. Complete school. It's worth it. You meet all kinds of good people. You fill your brain full of different educations and stuff like that. You'd be surprised at the basics, bro. People don't know the basics. You'll be surprised.
Stay in school.
Take multiple
Actually, for
showers a
me,
day.
not going to school actually helped me be more successful because
You really
that's how
think
I got
so?
put in that special school that was perfect for me. But it would not have happened if I had decided to stop going to school.
That's gonna be funny because everything I'm just like, nope, nope, it didn't work.
Because sometimes I want to say follow your heart, like know who you are and follow who you are. Don't follow what other people that are not you are telling you to do. But then a lot of times that does not lead to success. That the people that are not you are telling you to do these things for a reason. And I think the key is knowing when to follow yourself. And maybe that's that humility part, knowing when to not follow yourself and let somebody else guide you.
Right.
And I don't know that I've learned that yet, so that might be
I
part of
did
why
that.
I'm not successful.
I did that for religion, Jeff. I went the lazy way. I couldn't figure it out personally, and so I started watching all the debates on YouTube, running that, and I watched that for a couple years. But what I've noticed is I think people have been talking about this for the past couple thousand years about religion. And one thing I've noticed is that the most of the major atheists, these guys are educated. These guys are PhDs, educated guys, right? Like this is way beyond my scope. These guys are they have the backing, they have the credit, they have the credentials, have converted. And I was like, well, that's weird. After debating for years, they all convert. And then the people who die right before their death, like literally moments before their death, a lot of people convert. I'm like, whoa, I don't want to be that person that dies right before they convert. I don't want to be someone so smart that they argue for the rest of their lives, and then at the last 10 years they convert. These people are way smarter than I am. All have the credentials. Why am I arguing against them? They've studied history. They've studied religion.
That
And the
doesn't mean
guys
you
who have
can't have opinions.
well, no, but I'm not going to discredit what their knowledge. Like this is amazing, and the guys who have studied the history on religion and can back it through like historical study, they can sit down and school you in it. It's pretty incredible. And so I was like, I give up. I give up. I'm gonna humble myself on this one. You guys, I I I look up to all you guys, and you're all.
So you just started believing because you trust their knowledge.
I trust that they really took this way more seriously than I did.
I trust my own intelligence more than somebody else's.
And my intelligence, you know where it ended up with me, is fighting for like 25, 30 years, bro, against the system because it's so bad. It's so bad. Wouldn't your wouldn't like smart
Compared to
people?
what other systems?
Well, if you create your own, like
Well,
for
then
example, if you
do
create
it.
your own government, would your government be as corrupt as this one?
It would probably be similar to this one because I think this is a pretty good form of government that we have. If I were to create my own form of government, I would draw a lot on what we already have here.
I
So
would,
I
but
don't even know how different it would look.
I know I would audit a lot more than our government does because our spending is ridiculous. I know
You,
that.
you know, when I started my business, I got a business coach. And he started telling me, "I'll like do this and do it this way and do it." And I'm like, "That's not how I want to do my business. That's not me. That's not going to work for me." And he's like, "Well, if you want to be successful, this is the steps you should take." And so we would fight constantly of him telling me the like best practices or the tried and true ways, and me resisting because I knew it was not me. It didn't fit with my personality. It didn't fit with my vision for the kind of clients I wanted, the kind of message I wanted my business to and we wrestled and wrestled and wrestled the whole time. And every now and then I would give in and do it his way, and sometimes it would work. And every now and then I would ignore him and do it my way, and sometimes that would work better. So it's finding that balance between what you know for yourself and what the experts are trying to tell you, because sometimes they're going to be right and you're going to be wrong. But sometimes you're going to be right and they're going to be wrong. And you have to test it on a case by case basis every time. I don't think there's a way to determine once and for all when to defer to an expert and when to be true to yourself. I think it's a constant learning process.
What's strange to me is how the world doesn't think like that. I think a lot of the world is black and white. They don't like the blend.
Well, a lot of people want a recipe. Like, if you're trying to do this one thing, then here's what you do. Here's the steps, and this will take you to your goal. But I know, being being me and being as different as I am for whatever reasons, um, those steps are not always going to work for me. They're not always going to be steps I'm going to be able to execute in the same way that you're telling all these other people. Or they're not the way I have to get to the goal a different way, and your steps are not going to be what takes me there because I have a different process than what you've learned these steps from. So it's a constantly having to adjust your process with what everybody else is telling you the best method is. And I think you just have to keep doing that. I don't think there's a final answer to it where you just figure it out. Let me see. You got,
Yeah, get well, Moose. Get well. And
was
stay
this
infectious.
recent? What? Oh my God.
Dude, these electric vehicles are dangerous, Jeff. Like, the bicycle accidents are much worse because people are going much faster in a heavier vehicle. So the bicycle accidents are much worse with electric bikes.
I've
And
heard
then,
that with motorcycles too, that there's a higher accident rate.
yeah, and then yeah, with the hoverboards. So that's a whole new genre opened up.
Hoverboards.
You know the wheelies, like the ones with the wheels on the side, and you stand in the middle, and the wheels are on the side.
Oh, the little Segway, like their little skateboard things that people, okay. But they don't
Yeah, but
actually hover, huh?
no, but they're called hoverboards, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like segways without the handle part.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
see.
yeah. So I think those are called hoverboards. So that's a whole new like genre that just opened up to people getting in accidents. So so don't ride electric stuff. There you go, guys. Epic fails. Moose epic failed. Electric bike with electric scooter failed.
Walk.
Then you get a fire. Yeah, yeah. No, like you'd be surprised. Like for example, tips for success. You want, if you can afford it, get yourself a family lawyer and talk to your family lawyer. Set up your freaking family trust. Set up your family wills. Set up your life insurance. Set up everything. This is what rich families do. A lot of poor people don't understand this kind of stuff. I've seen way too many families die because their families had no wills. And the court system screwed them over when it came to property, taxes, money. It was the hardest thing for them to access all that stuff.
Yeah.
So if you get yourself a family lawyer as
And
soon
you're
as
never too
possible.
young. It can happen at any time. Don't. That's what happened with Mike and I. We were young, and we figured that's not something we had to worry about then. We could worry about it later, and there was no later. You're never too young. Like, don't wait on stuff like that. Do it
Rich
now.
families, rich families have trust set up for kids as soon as they're born. There's a trust. As soon as they're 18, all this stuff's already all set up. It's pretty amazing what rich families do. So if you
Because
can
they're
afford it,
successful.
yes, and they're and
That's what we need. Is we need rich people on here telling us how they did it.
another thing you can do once you're rich is you can live off the interest on your bank accounts. You
Yeah,
don't,
the passive
yeah,
income.
yeah. That's what my grandmother did. Yeah, she lived off the interest of her bank accounts. It was like 30 grand a month. She's just like, what is in your bank accounts? You got that kind of interest.
She's putting her money to
What?
work.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, yeah. There you go, guys.
Zat, what
Yeah.
up?
Hey,
What up?
brother.
What's happening, Philip?
Hey, brother. How you doing? What do you think about our show? You think it's something Jeff and I can do?
Is it a success?
Yeah, why
We're,
not?
there's not a lot
Thank you,
of
bro.
tension like we thought, so that's a good sign. Are you successful, Zat?
Hell no. I'm
Oh,
the biggest
why not?
example.
That's what we want to learn. Why not?
Self-defeating. I'm self-defeating.
In what way?
Well, every time that I had an opportunity in front of me to, like pursue a career or something, I always found a way to fuck it up. Even with my relationships with women, like I had a girl that was probably going to marry me at one point, and I fucked that up, and it was just like, it's just
Did you know you were fucking it up at the time?
no, I said this weird fucking statement that like I didn't even mean, and she took it serious, and that was the end of it. Like, and I don't know. It's
Well,
hard to
Yeah.
explain.
I
Tell
don't
your
know if that's
girlfriend.
completely 100% you fucking it up, but like sabotage though, if you have a pattern of self sabotage, that's probably not going to contribute to success.
Well, I think I'm afraid of success in a way. I'm afraid of.
Yes, me. Yes, I think. Yes, you break. Now we're going deep. We're peeling back those layers. I
Oh,
think
you're a
that is
great
a
guest,
thing
brother.
because I think I have that too. Fear of success, or I can't see myself as success. It doesn't feel like me to be
Mm,
successful.
yeah.
You don't wear the successful jacket.
Yeah, no, I don't. Like internally,
What happens if we got it custom made by Armani?
So, Lonnie,
Then you buy one nice successful
I'm
jacket.
not successful enough to have it custom made. I could get it custom made by Goodwill, maybe.
We could have it in humble blue, humble red. I don't know.
Like in there are internal like you have to be able to at least like internalize the possibility of success for yourself in order to have it. I think, and if you can't do that, that's gonna kind of get in the way too, and the self sabotage thing. I fuck
mm,
things up all the time myself, not intending to. I just do. I don't know why, but it's just like with your girlfriend. It's not always me. It's a combination of me and the other people. Because if you put with a different crowd of people, it would go down differently. So, but I don't know how to avoid that.
all I know is I've made so many mistakes, and they've all led down the same path, which is this path of fucking utter failure.
Is there a pattern that you notice to the mistakes?
No,
Yes.
no, no pattern really. I mean, other than me just being kind of anti-authoritarian. Other than that, I don't know if there's a pattern.
I don't
So
necessarily consider that a mistake, but is it like stuff like saying or doing the wrong things at the wrong time?
Not really. It's well, one example was there was this girl that worked with me, and she was hitting on me, and I said, okay, well, let's go out sometime. And then she goes around telling everybody that I was the one pursuing her. And I was just like, stop talking about it, like, shut up. What is your fucking problem? And, and then I got fired because I was the aggressive one. She went crying to the employers that I
You
was.
made the women feel bad.
Yeah,
let her
right.
cry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that, things like that.
And I don't know how, like, how do you not make those mistakes? Because you don't even see them coming until they've already happened.
Well, here's one thing I should have done, which is never get involved with anyone you work with, right?
Or don't work with women.
Right.
That might be a good tip.
Yeah. You never. What's that one? You never shit where you eat. Yeah. You don't. You
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
date. You don't date where you work. I know. Dude, the company I work for, there are a lot of like good-looking women, and it's just like so tempting because they get. We have these company parties, and there's drinking, and these girls sometimes need ride homes, and they're very, very flirty. They want like they're just like set up because it's like an industry thing. They want to know some guy who's in the industry they feel comfortable with. It's like a layup, and it's just like no, you can't do that. No, this ain't the 1950s. You can't do that.
Hmm.
So, and then the company doesn't like that. Corporate companies don't like that. If your family's in the same region, they'll try to get you guys separated. But
Really?
anyways, yeah, we had it where there was like a area manager had a brother that was working underneath him, and you can't have siblings working underneath you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Even
it's a
if they're
corporate
really
thing.
good at the job.
Even if they're really good at the job, it's sad. I think it's nepotism.
To me, the company would suffer. They're,
Yep, the company did.
oh.
We lost a good guy, and they're a good team. It's weird. Corporate companies make the weirdest decisions, bro. So,
Speaking of
but
weird decisions, what is written on your TV? What?
so that is subscribe to reset the timer. It's called a subathon. After 2 hours, what we're going to do is we're going to start rolling up the show because that's our limit is 2 hours. And if people want us to continue, we'll have to get somebody to subscribe, and that will they have 15 minutes to subscribe, and we'll reset the timer if they do, and we'll go on for another 15 minutes. It gets people
Oh,
to
okay.
subscribe after we hit our limit.
I get you.
So
Yeah, I
we could
appreciate that, man.
theoretically be here all night if people keep subbing.
I want to do a 4 hour limit. I want to play my video games.
Like the 2 hours and then 2 extra hours. So that would be
Yes.
four
Yeah, 4 hour
subs.
show. Yeah, 4 hour show.
I
Well,
kid.
whoever.
I'm
Yeah.
open to keeping it going longer if you need to drop off. I
There
at
you
least
go.
want to break 800. Um,
So you gotta be open minded to everything, guys. Right. So what helped me get past some of this stuff is recognizing what's it called? It's a damn. This damn like what the girls do. The Sagittarius
astrology,
horoscopes. Astrology.
horoscopes.
Thank you. Yeah, understanding astrology really helps you understand certain things in certain situations. Like for example, Jeff, do you remember in the very beginning of December? The very beginning of December, you were like, dude, I got this feeling something's changed. Trump won the election, something's changed. It's actually known that from November to December, it's called Sagittarius fire. It's when most Sagittarius have more energy, just a head up, and are more creative.
Hmm.
And there are certain seasons where we grow, and there are certain seasons where we fight. So you'll notice maybe in certain times, like from February to this month, you just fight, and it happens every year, or it happens every 4 years.
Are you a Sagittarius?
I am a Sagittarius,
Happy
and so I had.
birthday.
Yeah,
Thank
happy
you,
birthday.
thank you.
Mine's on the cusp of Scorpio and Sagittarius, but I identify now in my later life as a Sagittarius. I was a Scorpio when I was younger, but now I'm not. You know.
I like it. I like it. Looks like we got somebody new. Welcome,
They had
Helena.
a portal that just opened up. Vinny was talking about it on one of our streams. Hey,
So,
Elena, another Scorpio.
one of the things that didn't help me be successful was not being open-minded to stuff like astrology. I think having an understanding of other things will help you unlock more of your personality and understanding of who you are. So,
I feel like I know who I am.
so as for me, Jeff. Remember, this is stuff for people like me, and then that's why you're here for people like you, and that's why maybe Zat's here for people like him. So we all have different points of views of how to be, how we weren't successful, how to be successful. Because, and I think it takes a group. Also, I think it takes a group to be successful. What if
Well, talk to me
no one else
about that.
recognizes
In
it?
what way can a group help you become successful? Because I like that idea.
Well, what is success if there's no one else to recognize it? So you have to be in a group in some way, right?
Um, yeah, I guess unless you're just like you
Because I
have
can
your own
call anything
standards for.
success. Yeah, if you create your own standards of success, you might end up as a failure. I'm just saying. Hey, that was close. I'm like, what is that? Is that a tire? What is that? No, I don't know what the. Like, you know what I mean? Like other points, like that's not a fucking tire, bro. But you're calling it a tire. Like, if you create your own standards of success with no one else to, I think you're setting. Like, I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Because
I think.
I am successful on my own terms. I'm just not successful by society's definition. But everything I've set out to do, I've accomplished my personal goals. I've done what I wanted to do with this channel. Other people would say it's not successful because I'm not doing all the stuff that makes the channel successful, but it's successful based on my goals for the channel and my measures of success. So, yeah, maybe there's something to what you're saying, but as long as I'm satisfied with wherever I'm trying to be successful at, that's all that counts for me. And if other people, if if they don't recognize it, or it doesn't mean anything to them. That doesn't change how it feels to me.
Well, not
Also,
everybody can be a millionaire, star on TV and, like a movie star. Not everybody can be that person, like the definition of success. Everyone is on a different ladder, a different scale of success, you know, and you climb to the height that you can, you know.
Yeah, I
right, like,
guess. Yeah, everybody could try though. They could if they could. They have the opportunity to attempt it, and then wherever they
Mm,
land up is up to them.
mm. And natural ability. I mean, if you're just not funny, you're not going to be a fucking comedian. If
Yeah,
if
that's
you're not
true.
interested, if you faint at the sight of blood, you're not going to be a surgeon. Like, but there are some people who they are drawn to that shit because that's just who they are. You know.
yeah, Chuck, you know what I should do is run an electric tiki torch company. Get rid of these old ones that make fire. Who needs fire? I'll make electric tiki torches. They're making fun of me in the chat.
That's what somebody needs to do is innovate fire, invent some new type of fire. It's been around. It's been the same fire our entire human history. When do we get
Whoa.
new fire?
All right. So, what do you guys think about this? Like, incinerators produce greater amount of energy. I know they take energy. They also produce energy, and other countries use incinerators to power them. And we have a lot of trash. Like we have plenty of trash. We have enough trash to burn incinerators for years, 100 years at least. Why don't we use incinerators?
Because it would ruin the atmosphere with plastics.
No, because we know how to filter.
They
They
have
they
those
said
little
Carbon.
trash cans now that you drop them in and it like compacts them. They're solar powered or something. Maybe they could invent some that it just incinerates the trash the minute you drop it in. It can zap it or something. It seems like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
technology would be there.
I read an article recently that said, "Why don't we send all of our trash into the sun?" And it's a great idea, but the problem is it's just too goddamn expensive to do it, and nobody would have that kind of money. But
Elon.
We'll just make
Elon,
Elon responsible. Every time you send a rocket up, you gotta take up 2 tons.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they say there's a trash island that's twice the size of Texas,
Oh yeah,
just
yeah.
floating around the guy. You know how big Texas is? Do you understand?
Yeah, Texas is incredible, dude. It'd be fun to see Texas. Like how much open land is in Texas. If we got a,
you could die out there and nobody would ever find you because there's just so much distance between points, you know.
I don't know. I've never been there. It'd be so cool. But dang. You know, it's okay. So this is what I was thinking about right here. This is a perfect time to promote your channel, Jeff. I figure for once we go for an hour, we do the 1 hour promotion for Jeff, and then we go for another hour. Like, all right, guys, like, share, and subscribe. This is your time. Jeff has ability to get tips. If you guys can, $1 really helps. You'd be surprised how much that'll make a channel and somebody will smile. So, Jeff really shows his appreciation when you guys drop those donos. Let's go. Um,
Yeah, what he said,
so.
everything he said.
And welcome to new friends in the chat. Welcome, Christine. Welcome, welcome,
Yeah,
welcome, welcome.
Christine, welcome. Mainly the subscribe. That's really the only numbers I look at because that's how I know the community's growing. It gives me a benchmark of how much we're growing.
I got a $5 dono towards my new computer yesterday, so that's
Oh,
the first
just
step
from
in the
doing a
journey of
stream?
1,000 miles. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was one of my friends that from online that did it, but it's the
That's
first
rad, dude.
step. I only have
Congratulations.
$1,095 to go. So
What'd you use? Like PayPal, Cash App?
Cash App, yeah.
Oh, that's right. You have your Cash App right there in your stream name. Good
Oh,
idea, dude.
there it is. There it is.
So, and what's that website, Jeff? That's in your screen name.
The Ko-Fi?
I know it says Sat.
Oh, that's my personal website.
Oh,
If
Saturn.
people want individual one-on-one coaching, that's the
Saturn's Grove.
LLC I started last year. And there's my Cash App. I put it in the chat. You have to add the two at the end, otherwise it'll go to a different Gen X Jeff. And Zad, if you want to drop yours, and Philip, if you have one, you want to put it in.
All right.
No, I'm good. Thank you. If you, I do gaming. If you guys are interested in some gaming, I do epic fails.
Gaming fails.
Gaming. No, I'm just a gamer. All gamers have their moments where they fail, right?
But you do. I like your gaming channel is a little different than just people that game with a video playing on the screen.
You know, that's another one of the things I failed at the very beginning of YouTube. All right, so I understand that people like gaming. I just don't understand what kind of gaming people like. People like tension, like flow state. You know, flow state understands the YouTube game. You cannot deny that, right? Right?
I
Like
don't know. He
neither.
keeps losing his channels.
Well,
Yeah.
he just understand the limits of YouTube. He understands what that. So
He
he says
understands
create
what the
tension.
people want, or at least a certain segment of
How
people.
to create tension. So I figure out I'm figuring out how to create tension as a gamer, and I just clicked the other day. So expect more gaming from me soon and more tension gaming. I'm trying to figure out how to create more tension in a conversation. And that's one of the things I was about to bring up is like listening to people I don't like so much. Not necessarily that I don't like, but like being controversial. Like, oh, this, like I don't like the way this guy's doing it, but it works, right? But figure out how works for me. Figure out how I can do good tension and not necessarily bad tension. So, like what is good tension in your guys' opinion? Because I think I can use that to potential, and not using tension is, I think, a tool that's wasted on entertainment.
Do you mean you purposely listen to people that you have a hard time listening to?
I've learned to do that. It's one of the things of being humble is listening to people I don't like to listen to.
That's hard. That is a skill. That's
Well, it's
I have to
funny because
admire you for that.
I had people come up on my panel at first, and I didn't care for them. I thought, oh boy, what have I attracted? And then it turns out, and then it turns
No, I
out in the
understand.
end that I like them after a while. Like you just had to get to know them to fit in with them. To get an interaction going.
Yeah. So I've missed a lot of connections by writing people off too early. Um, let's talk about that then. Like how to make YouTube successful. What
Well,
is
I'm trying to.
success on YouTube? How do channels become successful?
Success on YouTube is when you're like PewDiePie and you make $6 million a year.
I know his name, but I know nothing about it. What was his like? What does he do? And
It
that
just
other one,
it's
that Mr.
debuted.
Beast guy.
Oh yeah, Mr. Beast. He's a different animal, but no pun intended, right?
Well,
What?
I think a lot of these YouTubers, some of the big ones that we're talking about, are old school, and they were able they able to grow up with a whole bunch of people, and they were kind of kids. They entertained to a whole bunch of kids. So I think a lot of the subscribers are just old school. I've been
Oh, like
subscribed
the
to
TikTok
PewDiePie.
crowd.
No, like old school original YouTube. Like PewDiePie's been around for
What
20
is he known
years.
for? Like,
Gaming,
what's his brand?
and then
Just gaming?
the
He would
reaction channel.
review games. He would review games,
That's
basically.
it.
That's what
That's
I mean,
it.
bro. And who watches games? Kids.
I
So a
could
lot of these
review shit.
like who drinks these kids energy drinks? Like who eats Lunchables and Feastables? Kids. So these
What's
big
a
entertainment
Beastable?
channels. What's
Oh,
a Feastable? Those chocolates that Mr. Beast made.
oh my God.
And
See,
you know
I'm
what I mean? Like,
cringing. I don't want to be any of this. I'm just
that's what I mean.
cringing
It's
at the
I
idea
don't want
of.
to. Yeah, and I don't want to be a big channel with a whole bunch of kids watching me. So I don't mind being a small channel with a whole bunch of adults watching me and hanging out. It's just how do you create tension? Good tension is, I think, one is interacting with the chat, being 100% like for example, we just had a friend stop by who said hi to you earlier. It was Helena said hi a couple times, and then liked the show, so we appreciate that. Plasma Void's here, and Not Laws always dropping the great comments. I don't get really like I was thinking about the tension in an alien submarine is intense. What about
That's the video game
tension?
we have going.
Bro, can you imagine the tension in Titan? The Ocean Gate submarine? You just sit there, all you hear is you're like boom, and it's gone.
That's
bro.
another video game?
That's
No,
real
that
life.
was
That happened a
those-
year
those-
ago.
The
Ocean Gate
CEO and
submarine.
his kid, they went in the fucking.
Oh, the one. Yeah.
That was tension. So, and then like for example, if I really wanted to play YouTube hard, it's real easy, guys. For example, you follow all the big YouTubers, what their topics are, and you just create your own idea of their topic. It's just it's robot stuff, dude. It sucks.
I guess
So
I'm
if you want
just
to be
not
successful on
motivated to do
YouTube,
that.
you gotta become a robot.
I'm
and
trying to
just
do
follow.
something more authentic here.
Let me get something to drink real quick. Talk about
Never
this.
get into a submarine that is controlled by a PlayStation controller.
The PlayStation controller survived, bro.
I don't even know if I would know what a PlayStation controller looks like if I saw it.
Oh, you'd know if you were in a submarine and they were using it to maneuver. You'd be
I
like,
probably
wait a
wouldn't
minute.
go in a submarine to begin
Yeah,
with.
well, I like submarines, but like
This
I
is
like
a
the World War
PlayStation
II
controller,
one.
Jeff.
Yeah, that's what
PlayStation
it is.
controller. So it has these little knobs that they used to move up and down, forward and left.
It looks
right, and
complicated. Is the Xbox similar? I've used an Xbox
Yes.
controller.
It's
then even
similar,
more
totally.
complicated because it's offset.
It wasn't a
The
good
thumbsticks.
experience.
No, I'm joking. It's the same thing. It's that whole Navy, the Coast Guard. It was sad. How much resources it was sad.
Mm.
It was sad. Sad
They
day
don't.
in submarine history because I guess it was like it had like a perfect record before then. It had like a perfect record before then, dude. It tarnished.
No, I heard that people were concerned before the incident happened. Like they were like lucky to get away with their lives, kind of. That's how they felt.
Yeah.
The thing was creaking and cracking, and
So, no, how to create tension on YouTube? It's something I think we can train to do.
You have one thing you can is the right combination of people. If you bring the right 2 or 3 people onto your panel at the same time, the tension will create itself. All you have
And
to do
what
is
kind of-
sit back and harvest it.
What kind of people would you look for to create that tension?
Dramatic people, troll people, people with a lot of
Good,
controversy or that bring a lot of controversy. People that don't like each other. Just put 2 people on a panel that have antipathy toward each other, and
That
they're not
sounds
going to
like
be able to hold
negative
back.
tension. I'm trying to create good tension.
Oh, good tension. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
that-
still
that-
trying
that
to
sounds
figure
like
that out too. I think
That's like I got a
gaming,
million ways, bro.
like we did that Monopoly
Oh.
game that day with Joe, that was a way of creating good tension. So I think there's activities like board
What
gaming,
happens if-
video gaming. You could create panel activities that help generate some kind of creative tension.
No,
Maybe
what about,
doing
like, Cards
art.
Against Humanity. Is that like a game everybody
Yeah,
can play?
that would be a great way to do tension. They have it online
Yeah.
for free.
they do.
Sexual tension. This is the
Barney.
Hey,
Barney,
this is not
he outgrew
OnlyFans, not
us.
laws. This is not law. This is not OnlyFans. No, Barney will be back.
No, I don't
He'll
Are
be,
think he
you
will.
talking about midlife, bro? Logic?
Yeah, that
yes.
one.
Yeah.
When people say, remember where you came from, that's what they're talking
So
about.
no, creating tension, good tension, good tension. So things that didn't work. Yeah, it's just not
I mean,
listening when I need to
I
hear.
see good, what I consider good tension created sometimes when there's a topic that people have different opinions or viewpoints on that they're very passionate about. And we kind of have conversations where not everybody agrees and each person passionately argues for their side. I think sometimes those lead to some creative places that I would say generate good tension. So you
So
can do it with the right the right combination of people and topics
and passion,
and
passion. You said
passion.
passion. I think passion really
And
helps
the
create
right
tension, right?
topics will sometimes bring out that passion in people.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like that's funny. The WASF is a right wing YouTube makes more money. The left is too poor.
Well, they're not making it here. They must be on the
Yeah, we need more
Crucible. They're
right.
giving
We
it
need a
all to
right wing
Andrew
show. How
Wilson.
do you get a right wing show? We need some more traditional trad. We need a trad show. What is tradition? What is tradition, Jeff? Tell me what tradition is to you. I'm shaking. That's not tension.
There's
I'm
many
joking, but
traditions.
yeah, you can answer that if you want. What is tradition to you, Jeff?
I'd say there's many to choose from. So it depends. There's religious traditions. There's political traditions or ideological traditions. There's artistic traditions,
What's an American
cultural
tradition to you?
traditions. So you find the tradition. I think people are already in. It's like the water you swim in without realizing it. You're already part of a tradition, and you may not always be aware of it. So I think it's more about finding the tradition that you're already kind of naturally a part of. Some people consciously are aware of their traditions or choose them. Like you may be part of a church or a religious denomination. But especially in the secular world, you're probably part of some historical tradition that you may not be completely aware of. And it's just discovering what that is more than finding an existing tradition.
Well, it's like with religion, the Catholic religion, they have all these practices that stem from pagan practices. They just adopted them
Hmm.
and converted them to their system. And it's like, for example, Christmas in general, the whole idea of a Christmas wreath and the tree and everything, that's all druidic kind of stuff.
And
That's pagan.
Easter, the Easter bunny, that's
Yeah,
pagan. That's
Easter, right?
fertility.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, they're not. That's okay. Not laws. You gave me the key to success right there. Find a big corporation that wants to back me with their money.
Yeah, well, maybe Red Bull will get. Well, we can get you sponsored by Red Bull.
Who's Ripple? The wine?
No,
Red Bull.
Oh,
Red Bull.
Ripple.
Ripple. Yeah.
Are they right
For
wing?
intense,
Sponsored
intense
by
conversations
Ripple.
over here, Jeff. Yeah.
Drink Red Bull, you'll be more like Jeff. He's intense.
Yeah, we got intense conversations here, guys. World
Have you
leading.
seen his channel? They fight all the time. They're intense.
Arguing. Not just a fight. Passionate. This
Passionate and
passion.
intense.
Yeah, passionate.
Call a
intense
9, get a
flavor.
bottle of wine.
What flavor would Jeff be?
What flavors? I didn't even know they had flavors.
Dude,
Strawberry
Ripple's got some good
peach.
flavors. Like, oh, temptation. That's another one. Avoid temptation, guys. It's so easy to eat junk food. It's so easy to eat stuff we don't need. It's so easy. Temptation. Avoid
Yeah,
temptation.
that's what makes it good.
What, you got something against
Wow, I
cheese?
had no idea. Hang on, I'm looking at this Red Bull. I had no idea they had all these flavors.
They look
I
good,
don't enjoy
they?
Red Bull. Otherwise, I'd go out and get some. Oh, by the way, tomorrow I'm going to get fries. So,
Oh, yes.
watermelon, tropical fruit. Look at all the coconut sounds good. What is a June berry? Is that a real
That's
thing?
what I mean, dude.
What a June berry is? Let's look.
I don't know, but the cans, like, I really like Red Bull. Like, they did a good job. They got me on the advertising. The
I
cans
know we
look
used to
good.
mix them with our vodka in Vegas.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
cans look good.
Sea blue.
That's the thing. You mix it
It's
with
like
vodka.
The winter edition, iced vanilla berry. Wow, with
kinda
hints
looks like
of
the
notes
bowl
of eucalyptus.
pissing into the can, like you know it's coming right from the bowl.
Yeah, I had no idea they had any. I thought
Iced
I thought
vanilla
this was
berry.
Red Bull.
Yeah.
Wow.
They got Red Bull like 8.0 by now. Yeah, so no, but now I'm trying to learn how to keep it intense. It's like I don't really have converse with people much, but yeah, so like oh,
I don't
you know
know. To me,
what? And
you're
like you know what? One of the things this doesn't lead to this. Like I really avoided experiences, and it's really sad how much more life and how much more stories have I had if I just lived more experiences. If you have a chance to live an experiencing, I think you totally should do it.
yeah.
You know
It's
what I
I
mean?
do it for the memory. I'm like, this is a chance to create a memory. I'm not gonna
Exactly.
pass it up.
What
A
good are
memory.
memories though if when you die there's absolutely nothing and there's
Well, they're
no
not good after you die, but they help you all the way up to that point. They sure make life
That was a
yeah,
tense
more.
question, bro. That's
I'm sorry.
awesome. How dare you ask a dumb question like that? A memory is needed while you're living.
No, I
I mean,
just
they
wonder.
it's what gets me through. I'd have nothing without my memories.
I believe that there is something that has every memory of everything that has ever existed, but I don't know, if it's us necessarily. Like we may transfer what we've learned to some higher power that absorbs it all and takes it in.
If there's any doctors in the chat or watching this later, thank you for working on Alzheimer's stuff. Like that's pretty amazing if you can save someone's memories.
Mm,
Thank you for that. Thank you for that research. People really that's some of the stuff they need, and when it
Yeah, if there are
goes, it's
any
gonna hit.
medical researchers that hang out
Yeah,
here
thank
or
you,
watch this channel,
thank
we
you
sure
guys.
appreciate you.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what the purpose of memories are, but I do know it helps me make decisions. I think it helps. It makes. Yeah, I think it helps make decisions having a good memory or a decent memory.
mm.
So,
They
if
they
there's
help me know who I am too. I think I would have less of a sense of who I was if I didn't have my memories to go back and see the patterns and all the continuities across time.
Yeah. Well, that's why, like in the books Dune, the Bene Gesserit witches and Paul Atreides, he was so powerful because he had the sight of all the people that had been before him. He could see that
Oh,
history
like
and those.
everybody else's memory.
Yeah, he could see the patterns of the past, and from the patterns
Wow.
of the past, he could see the future. You know,
yes,
Which Dune movie is the best one to watch?
the new one, I suppose. The
I
new
might.
two of them.
that'd be
Okay.
fun.
Although
Yeah,
the
I haven't.
'84 one wasn't bad.
The David Lynch one.
Yeah, the
I
old
heard it
ones
was
were
horrible. He
fun.
even took his name off of it. It was so bad.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll do that. I'll watch Dune today. I've never seen it.
It's not something you just start. It's like, oh, you get ready. You're just gonna change your life.
Really? Well, it makes me want to watch even more. We can watch in Discord.
All of a sudden, Jeff's gonna really like blue-eyed people.
Yeah, the friend.
Your friend.
Is it going to be something that's creepy or disturbing?
A
No.
little bit, but not. There's one guy who's creepy, but he's meant to be creepy.
Okay.
But it's not a big deal.
All right.
Like, how would you compare it between like I heard it's like I don't know. It's like you can't compare it against Star Trek or Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like what?
It's its own thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but is it like the Jedi? Is it like Star Wars?
No.
Is that if you had to describe it that way? No. That's what
No.
I mean.
It's
No. It's like Dune was
here's
before.
how I describe Dune. Right. Like, let's say I was the guy on Netflix that writes the descriptions for the movie. I would say a 15-year-old tries drugs for the first time and becomes ruler of the known universe.
Oh, I like it already.
'Cause that's
Yeah, I
what
think
it
I'm going to
is.
watch Dune today.
That's a good way. Yeah. I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah. The thing
I
about the
tried to
books.
read the books when I was younger, and I could not get into them.
Yeah, the books are tough
I
because
did read Foundation though. I enjoyed
the
those.
books are very mental. Like you got to be
Oh.
in your mind
And the new
reading them.
foreign words. The names. You gotta learn a whole new language reading those books.
Is it like similar to Tolkien?
Yeah, a little, but it's different. It's like It's hard to explain, really. It's like
It's
Herbert,
huge,
the way
bro.
he wrote. He wrote with a lot of political and a lot of like metaphor, I guess. And Tolkien was different, like I don't know how to explain it really. I'm not that prolific on
Yeah, so
explaining this, but
if someone could come up and explain the difference of Dune, and it's definitely different.
I'm
It's
gonna check
awesome.
it
I
out.
know that. I don't regret. I don't. It's definitely awesome. I'm glad I
June
watched it.
2021.
yeah. In my
Okay.
opinion, one of the best Dune books was God Emperor of Dune, where it was just I don't know, it was just really good in my opinion, and it was really crazy science fiction, where this guy becomes a sandworm and he
Oh yeah, I
becomes
remember the book. I remember the cover.
yeah, you've seen the picture like of
Hmm.
the guy with the face on the worm's body. That was a good book. I'm gonna read that again soon, to be honest.
We could
I was just
cover it on
thinking.
the stream.
And one thing I still need to work on and tips for success, and is being healthy. I wish I really considered my health a little bit more,
Oh
because I
yeah.
would hate for there to be a zombie apocalypse and I get eaten by a zombie because I can't run because I'm out of breath.
But
I
if
felt
you're
like,
not
really,
healthy,
bro?
you wouldn't be as much of a target to eat.
That's what I
The
mean.
trick
If you,
is not to run.
it's not to run. It's just to walk real fast, just outside
No,
the
you
pace.
stand and fight if you can.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I'd be like, dude, I feel so dumb if there was like a world apocalypse and I couldn't get away because I was unhealthy. I'd be like, oh my gosh.
We, you're not that unhealthy, are you?
Well, I know I smoke a lot, Jeff, so there's no way I'm running a mile anytime
Oh,
soon.
I didn't know.
You
Yeah.
don't smoke as much as me, and I'm older than you, so I'm worse off, I suppose.
I just smoked and you didn't even realize it.
Yeah.
uh, so,
No, man, zombie apocalypse though, right? People are like, "Oh,
that would suck, wouldn't it, Rachel?
I would use a samurai sword and this and that," but there's things that people don't realize about a zombie apocalypse. The first off is that a samurai sword would become dull very quick. And when it comes to zombies, you don't want a sharp weapon. You want a dull weapon that you can smash their skull with, right? And the other thing is, they're like, oh, we would just get in the car, find a car and drive around. But gasoline, if you don't put a stabilizer in it after a certain period, it turns to varnish. So it would be useless. And you would not be able to use the vehicles because they would be full of varnish. These are things that people don't think about.
Gasoline turns to varnish. How long does that take?
So, like a Tesla would be good in a zombie apocalypse, is what you're saying?
If they still had a charging station that was receiving power, maybe, but
Yeah, there'll
where
be
would the
houses
power
that
be
have
coming
solar
from?
panel. There'll be houses with solar panels with backup batteries in them. They have batteries built into the homes that are on, off grid.
That's how it would have to be.
Yep, yep. But that's just funny to think about. So you've really been thinking about the zombie apocalypse. I was just thinking about maybe I should maybe stop smoking because I need to run a little bit more than I would normally.
No, I watched The Walking Dead, and I thought about, like I was thinking, what would I do? You know,
Okay, do you know what, dude? Someone pissed me off about The Walking Dead the other day. I saw a scene where they found a water truck, I guess. Like, oh, we found water. But it's like, if I remember correctly, water is gravity fed, right? Unless it's like uphill, then yeah, pumps. But if you're in an area that's a water tank, it's gravity fed. Just because you don't have water, the homes plumbing would still work. Like,
huh?
why would still work? Like, you still have fresh water. Like, I don't understand this whole like, we're out of water in the zombie apocalypse. Like, I think plumbing would still work. It's gravity fed. Well, at least in California, it's gravity fed. I
I
don't
don't
need
know.
power to water for water unless I have a pump. But anyways,
When I was at work, these guys, all the young kids that I worked with, they were like half my age, and they're all arguing about which one of them would be Rick Grimes, the leader in Walking Dead.
hmm
And I was just sitting there quiet. And then after they were done arguing over that, they looked at me and someone said, "Well, who's him?" And they all agreed that I would be Daryl.
I can see
And
that.
you can
Yeah.
I don't know him.
The guy that what's he famous for? I think he's like
crossbow.
died. Yeah, Crossbow. He's died a couple. He just like disappeared a couple times, made returns.
Hmm.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy. He's got the hair. He's got that one game, Death Stranding. Um, yeah, I
Oh
know
yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's funny. That's funny. You can relate.
No,
Yeah.
I am.
Do you
I like.
relate or no?
Oh yeah, I like being called that. Like, cause
You
I
like being
like that
called
character.
Daryl?
I like that character.
That used to be a nickname for people that were retarded back in like in school.
Yeah, my
Hey
brother
Daryl.
Daryl, and my other
Hey
brother
Daryl.
Daryl.
Oh, I remember them.
Yeah. Instead of calling him retarded, we called him Daryl's. It's just funny. They capitalized on that and made it cool. Good job. Good job. Good job. No, I was just thinking about something else that I failed at for a while. And it's just like you guys can think about anything. Like I said, it could be friends, family, school, work. It could be anything. You'd be surprised these other friends don't know about this stuff, guys. You'd be surprised.
This is
And
a
you,
I
channel for
always
people
thought
that know nothing about
yeah,
when
nothing.
I was a
exactly.
kid, I kind of thought that somehow I would stand out and I would be like famous in some minor way, you know.
Just
And
on your own.
yeah, like I thought that something would happen where I would get involved in the entertainment industry in some way, shape, or form, and it never really happened. I did a TV commercial once for like $90 with a bunch of other people, but it wasn't just me. It was like I was in a crowd.
What was the What was the product?
It was for a electronics store at the
Oh,
time, and
A
we
Radio
all
Shack?
no, but we all
Oh,
had to we had to stand outside of this fake window and pretend like we were yelling, "Let us in, let us in."
like a Black Friday crowd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
So,
that's pretty awesome. I'm surprised
But
that
I
didn't
always
take off.
thought I would be famous somehow in some way, and the only way that's come true is that I'm like a minor person on YouTube now.
Yeah, I think
People.
YouTube gives us all of that fame that
Some
we thought.
people know me, but not everybody. Like when I go to the grocery store, nobody's like, "Oh, it's you."
Yeah.
well,
I don't know if I want that day.
this
Yeah,
show's going to the moon, bro. Keep coming here, and you'll be famous one day soon.
we'll all be famous because we are the pioneers of the new era that is refusing television.
So, like, what is famous subjectively? Because, like, back in the day, like, if like if the next town over knew about your name, you were famous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how back, that's
Well,
famous
I was
everything.
never.
nowadays.
I was
It's like,
notorious in some
and then like
circles, but not
there's like
famous.
Michael Jordan status. You know what I mean? Kobe status,
Everything's
Michael
relative.
Jackson, um, Bart Simpson. You know what I mean? Like even dogs were more famous than people on TikTok and cats. Like it's like wow, what is famous, bro? What do you want to be, Zat? Do you want people to know you on TikTok? Do you want people to know
No, I
you?
want to be I want to be a bass player that is in a band and is competent enough to just pull that shit off and get paid for it maybe,
Oh,
like,
fun.
but that's never going to happen.
But you're working toward that, right? I
Oh,
mean,
I'm always working towards becoming a little bit better, but it's like, what does it matter because
it's
I'm
gonna
not the
happen
best.
if you go out and try to find a
Yeah,
band to
we'll have to pay
Yeah.
you for a bass
play it and
outro.
get paid.
Yeah. Here we. Yeah,
But
I'll
there's
leave
no
it here.
reason it couldn't happen.
No, there's no reason it couldn't happen, but it's just there's a lot of reasons why it won't.
Well,
Welcome a shift
but
happens when most
only
people.
if you don't pursue it. I guess is what
Oh
I'm
yeah.
saying.
No, I'm still 55 fucking years old and I'm still living the dream by trying to get better. So,
Um, Earlier, Jeff, you were talking about team versus independent kind of thing, like which is more successful. I think both are successful, but I think teams are better at finding helping out where we're flawed out. For example, like there's some people on the panel verse who are really great at connecting numbers. I don't even know how they do it, but they do it. Can you imagine having
There's
someone on your team that
Spurgs.
connect? Yeah, they're Spurs, and some people just look at the world differently. and have connections in different parts of the world. And I think that's what the teams are for, is just having more connections, the ability to get something done.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's what Joe and I are trying to do with the Nexus. Is find. It's like putting together a band or a
Yeah,
Dungeons
I
and
was
Dragons
just
party. Find the different people with the different skill sets that you don't have, and put them all together to create something that can do more than just one person.
I feed off of other people. That's where I get my energy from. And I take their energy and I build on it. And then I try to come up, with something even more energetic. And then they come up with something more energetic based on what I did. And we
Yeah, I
feed
like
off,
that.
we feed off each other's energy. That's what
Yeah,
it's like to be in a good band with people that, you really connect with, on some kind of level,
that's what
some
I'm looking for
psychological
here.
level.
But
Yeah,
it's what
yeah,
Philip
yeah.
said earlier. It's the people with the big ideas, but they don't ever put it into action, and that's why Philip took this step to launch this series that we're doing. It's a way to
And that's
Mhm.
translate at least some of the ideas into action.
that's where I fall
And
back again, being more open to things. You'd be surprised how many doors it opens up to, just opportunities. It just opens up more opportunities and options. I always think of worlds like creating more options for yourself. Like why be stuck in a corner when you can have a door to the left, a door to the right, an exit to exits everywhere.
Yeah,
You know what I
uh,
mean? So yeah, the more options, I think, the better.
yeah, I agree. Like creating options, I think that's a great goal and a great tip for success.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Because that's another thing. Sometimes I would get stuck in a corner and not realize there were options I had. Not realizing your options, I think, is
Yeah,
something that
or
we
how to
all
make
can
your own
work on.
options when there are none.
Yeah, thank you. That's really cool, dude.
that's like Captain Kirk. He refused to go along with the no-win scenario, the Kobayashi Maru test. So he altered the test and made it so that he won. Because it was a no-win situation, and he went into it knowing that it was a no-win. So he did something crazy to have it where he won. You know,
He hacked it.
he hacked it. Yeah,
Yeah, that
and
hacking your way to success. I think that might be one of the biggest tips of all.
to answer WASF's question, yeah, I was in a couple, but um, once again, none of that worked out because, like, in one of them, our drummer just died, had a heart attack.
So,
Oh,
can you, what? Your drummer
how
just died
old
and had
was
a
he?
heart attack. That was a curveball. That
He
got that
was
nice
he was
tension building, bro.
he was like 50 something, 50, not even 55. It was like
Oh,
52
was this
or
recent?
50. No, it was like about maybe 5, 6 years ago.
Oh,
But
Wow.
he just there was a history of heart problems in his family with the males, and they all died like by their 30s or something. And he went out to someone. It was July 4th, and someone left the front door open, and he went to close it, and they found him dead in the driveway.
wow.
Because of heart complications.
Yeah, he just had a heart attack and fucking said, "See you later."
Okay, there you go, Jeff. That's another reason why it's good to be part of a team. I've heard the horror stories of people dying alone.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Can you imagine not having someone there to make that phone call for emergency services?
Well,
Because
one woman I
you
knew,
can't do it. The guy died in his driveway. He had somebody there. He would have died in someone's arms.
she bled out internally and didn't know that she was bleeding internally and just died alone, in her bathroom or something.
Yeah, that's rough, bro. You really know how to build that negative tension.
Yeah, I've been accused of being the Lord of Doom and Darkness.
These wait. So wait, how are these stories of not success?
That-
So this is where we at. Like I said, we're doing what our goal is 2 hours, and obviously we're gonna have a subathon. Right now, I want to let you guys know about the next show. If Jeff, what do you think? Are we gonna have another show?
yeah, what was the topic for the next one?
The next one I had was books for success.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna be yeah. So
and
next Sunday,
Angeline said she had a bunch of stuff too.
she might. And anybody's welcome to join. It's an open panel. Think about we're gonna think about what books have changed our lives that maybe are change our habits to successful habits, or just change the way
Lord
we
of the
looked at life.
Rings.
Not right now. Spoiler alerts.
Come back next week
Yeah,
with with
yeah.
your book.
So the
Speaking of
next
the
show, guys,
subathon, I lost a sub. Does that mean we have to end 15 minutes earlier?
we might have to. I don't know. It's up to
Somebody
you on that one,
actually
Jeff.
unsubbed during the
Someone,
subathon.
I'm so.
This is not boding well.
Yeah,
Philip,
it happens.
you see the tapestry on the wall behind me? That is Lord of the Rings right
Yeah,
there.
you mentioned that. You mentioned Lord of the Rings. I don't know what part of Lord of the Rings. Would that be the Elfin Forest or something?
No, it's the White Tree of Gondor, like Aragorn, Viggo Mortensen. It's like his people's flag, kind of.
The
The White
humans,
What
Tree.
the white
wasn't there?
people,
Yeah, the men, the
white
men,
men.
the White Tree, the white men. Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, at the very end, at the very top of the castle, I think there was a white tree overlooking the. At the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is epic. It didn't really capture it's not really my hobby. Lord of the Rings is a hobby for people.
Hmm.
It's a lifestyle for some. Um,
It's true.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Some people
I
take it
believe
a
it's
little
very.
too far.
Yeah, but I think it's very cool. I'm surprised someone made over $1 billion with that idea. It's not just he turned it from something that's in someone's head to reality. That's pretty amazing. Lord of the Rings is pretty amazing.
Well, it's just amazing in the first place what you said that it was in someone's head. I mean, the shit that he wrote and the way it all fits together, he meticulously
he was
revised
exploring
it.
language. Yep.
Yeah, there are different languages for every race. It's crazy.
It was
Even
a
like
setting
when
for the Elven language.
Yeah, and
That's what I mean.
even when you hear the hobbits talking, you would not understand the hobbits today in our language because they're speaking Westron, which is the common speech, but it has nothing to do with our language. It would be closer to Old English, like.
You know what's
And Middle
strange?
Earth is our Earth.
Oh yeah,
It's the historic. It's a chronological middle. It's a historical middle. It's the Earth before the Earth we live on today, but it's the same Earth.
yeah. And you know how he uses the herb, Aragorn uses the herb Athelis. They call it King's Foil. There's a lot of speculation that might be basil, because it's when you crush it up, it smells good and wholesome. And it's like, a lot of people think that it's basil, and I believe that it is because I love basil. And I'm not a Mike Cerrone fan, but I do enjoy the smell of basil.
Yeah, I heard instead of tea leaves, Mike uses basil leaves.
I like basil.
Dude, isn't there a drink like that, like strawberry basil water or something like that? Like people do, there's like a water. I swear, it's like strawberry basil water, and it's pretty good.
Really? Well, I've heard of cucumber water where
I've
Oh
heard,
yeah,
soak
that's
yes,
good.
cucumbers
it's
in it.
weird. Is that make water fancy, or is just sloppy like
It
someone
just
dropped
adds,
fucking?
and I hate cucumbers, but it adds this little like slight little
I
hint of
Flavor.
hate it.
refreshingness to it.
I hate it. I like it.
I do. I hate the taste of cucumber. I'll vomit, but I love cucumber water. But basil
Didn't you
water
say?
sounds good if they can do the same thing with basil.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's just like
So
mint, like how mint adds just a little hint of refreshingness to whatever you put it in.
yeah, yeah. Water with just a hint of something is nice. That's why I'm a big fan of those Pellegrino drinks. I have a club soda with a hint of lemon
Oh
or a hint of
yeah,
orange. Yeah.
like Perrier.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So
Perrier.
yeah. So let me
Perrier for
see.
your derriere.
Well,
Now let me see. Now what more can I think of? Um, I would say find if you don't have a hobby, find a hobby. Really dedicate yourself towards something. I think it really helps.
hobbies are good. You can turn a
Hobbies
hobby
are
into
good.
success.
That's what I mean. If you don't have a hobby, I think it's one of the things I didn't really focus on creating a hobby for myself. Like I came home, and I knew I was coming home, but I didn't know what I was coming home to. And now I know. I was like, I come home, I have a hobby to do. I have a YouTube channel. Now I have a weekend channel or a weekend show. Maybe I can be doing with Jeff and hanging out with new friends there. So, hobbies create opportunities and options. So,
This channel started as a hobby. I didn't intend to monetize or anything. It was just a little amateur hobby channel.
hmm yeah. So not finding a hobby earlier is one of the ones I regret. Not regret, but I wish I was on. I feel like I could be more successful. I started
We
earlier.
could do. We should put that as a topic. Like turning hobbies to success. Because I had so many hobbies growing up, and I didn't manage to turn any of them into anything successful. So if you have hobbies, there's probably ways to take existing hobbies to the next level and turn them into success if you know how. I could never figure out how to do it.
Hobbies, and you think anything else that goes with hobbies, like hobbies and like, because like hobbies also reflect like example, a simple like discipline, like having something consistent in your life. Like a hobby, like like it's like watching games, like watching football. Is that a hobby? That's a hobby, right? Like watching football.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a hobby.
yeah. You
So
could do sports betting. You could do like a show where you comment. Like what do you call it? Sports commenting.
yeah, yeah. So okay,
Um,
all right.
you could
All right, I
analyze
wrote it down in
football
the book.
games.
I wrote down the book for the show. So I don't know what you guys do, but for me to keep notes, I found these really cool books. They're called moleskins. You can get them at like Barnes and Noble and all that kind of stuff. And these things will take a beating, and they last forever. And they come in different sizes. And this one's a good pocketbook. But yeah, these moleskin binders, man, are great for taking notes wherever you go. They take a beating.
I got the ghetto version of it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, dude, this one you can take to Warren back. That one you can take to Barnes and Noble and back. I'm sure.
This is from my new warrior train from the men's group I was in. They gave us this after we completed our trainings.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's another thing. I think constantly learning and training is a good thing. I wish I would be doing more of that. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where I think the hobby is, where I'm training my skills in this hobby. So,
Cause yeah, cause hobbies put you in touch with It's a way to network and connect with
hmm
other people.
hmm
That's a good point. It doesn't have to be something you do alone. There's networking and opportunity potential in hobbies.
Yep, yep. So, as I said, if you guys have any ideas for maybe show ideas that Jeff and I could go on, um, we would appreciate. Like I said, chat interaction is I think something that we really want to include in this show. I think it's important to hear your guys' ideas, your point of view, because I want to be open minded to everything right now. And I think it's the best, one of the first steps to success is being open minded. And like I said, it was one of my downfalls of like, oh, I've listened to so much more music now because before I was like, country music sucks. Well, I found a lot of country music I've liked lately. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's just yeah, be more
let's
open
talk
minded.
about that because if you are less open-minded than others, how do you start to open your mind? What are some ways to start opening your mind up?
To me, it starts saying yes to things. I would think instead of saying no.
Okay, that's part because I'm one of the I can be closed-minded about something. So even if I say yes to something, I have that initial resistance where I'm not enjoying it. I don't want to do it, even though I said yes to it. It's not. I'm convinced that it's not going to lead anywhere. It's not me. It's not resonating with me. So saying yes and then somehow sticking with it, even through that initial resistance and unpleasant, that's the hard part. Because I can say
Well,
yes to a bunch of things, but I'm going to pull out right away as soon as I
it's like
realize it's not what I thought.
Like before, I used to think country music was just a whole bunch of dudes and girls complaining about their past relationships and complaining about life. That's all you hear. Oh, she broke achy breaky heart. Like she broke my heart. He died. I died. I have a drinking problem. Or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like these are all negative things, right? But then I was open minded. All right, I start listening to different country music. All right, you can't deny this is a good freaking beat. All right, you're like, all right, this is a good freaking beat. All right, they're talking about like America right now. All right, all right. Like there's got to be one thing you can relate with. Find
So
one
how long
thing
did it
and
take?
open.
Like, how long did you have to expose yourself to it before you started being able to appreciate? How long does that take to start
Well, it also I think it also
noticing?
took with the, I also it also like I said just getting more into my hobby of gaming because when I was like streaming I had to find music to stream to, right? And I was like, well, I was listening to like rock and roll music, and I was like, all right, that's kind of not like Battlefield. It's like what's good Battlefield music? And then I realized like American country is not really that bad for Battlefield music. It's got like this ding, 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 ding. Like it's got this pace that's like kind of fun. It's kind of upbeat. It's kind of positive. Or like rock and roll, the genres were like going from new school, slow, positive, where all the country was like the same tempo. And I was like, well, country's working for me right now. So I just started playing country. And that's what it was I got into more of my hobby and finding something that make my hobby more enjoyable
So you
when I was
paired it
doing it.
with an existing hobby
Mhm.
or
Mhm.
activity.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Mhm. So like I said, I created I related to it and I opened my mind up to it and how it could make my life better. For hopefully for me and my show, like I said, it's just like the tempo, and some of the newer country is more modern, where the beats are a little heavier, more electronic. So I like that aspect. Like I said, I'm relating more to it and how it sounds to me. I'm just relating more to it now. So find a way to relate to it, I guess. And well, obviously, there's some things you just can't be open-minded to, like certain food types. If you're allergic to it, stay the fuck away from dairy. Don't be open-minded to brand new ice cream flavors if you're fucking allergic to dairy.
I like what's called. I think it's called dark country. It's like all.
Yes.
Yeah,
Is it
like
like Johnny Cash?
no, it's like well, kind of. It's like lyrics about outlaws and shit, and people that are gonna die in a gunfight, and it's just outlaw kind of lyrics.
Do people still have gunfights?
No, well, yeah, in Chicago, and
Yeah, dude. That's just ain't what you see in the country western movies. Ain't that type of gunfight, Jeff. It's with
yeah,
cars
yeah.
and AR-15s and these like crazy looking freaking Autobot machine guns. I laugh, bro, because it terrifies me what these guys are doing and what it could escalate to. Like one day, some guys had to roll down the Chicago Boulevard with a freaking tank. I'm not joking, Jeff. Like everybody's like, "Oh, I got a dub, I got this." Because the guy's like, "Oh, yeah, I got a freaking tank." Like, "Oh, you got a tank? Well, I got a tank." Like, "Oh my gosh, are you
Well, the way
freaking
things are
serious?"
going, it seems like people are more and more willing to embrace violence. To
Dude, I don't know what's going on, but I heard something that was crazy. It makes sense, but it's crazy. There was like, I don't know if it's AI, but there was a video of Trump saying if you steal from a store, a store, expect to get shot.
well, we have a
I saw the
justice
guy
system for that.
What do you think about that, Jeff? Because you were saying like, like you don't want to you don't want to impose self justice, but then he's like telling store owners like your property gets stolen. You have the right to defend your property, defense of property. What are your thoughts on that, Jeff?
My thoughts on it are we have a justice system for all that.
Well, okay. So I forgot to start the timer. We're starting a timer in 10 minutes, guys. Well, 13 minutes. What's going on is if you want us to continue the show and continue hanging out with us, we're gonna need at least one sub. We will
I
continue
think the
this.
opposite are happening. The numbers are dropping and the
Or
subs are
let's let
dropping.
Jeff just like, well, I'm gonna continue the show without the subathon, and then we don't need to do it, but we got the idea going. I could turn it on just for fun to see if it
Yeah,
works.
no, we definitely need to turn it on and get that set to motion.
Or I'm leaving in
Whether it
15 minutes. I'm leaving in 15 minutes. If someone doesn't sub, yeah. And Jeff has a tip, Cash App, and all this fun stuff that you guys can help out the channel. He appreciates it. He really appreciates it, guys. He puts a smile on his face.
I do this for you guys.
He
I'm
gets
here
French fries, and you know what
contributing my
happens.
time, hoping that other people get something out of it. So
Buy
it's
Jeff
not just
French
for me to come
fries,
and grift.
a super size me size, guys. Not
I
the
can't
normal
wait.
small.
I actually I was out today and I walked by the McDonald's. I passed by it and I looked at it. I'm like, tomorrow, baby. Can't wait. Tomorrow, I'm gonna
Are you,
be there.
Jeff is that kid in the Christmas story. the little Tommy, whatever, like whatever his name is, he walks by the store and he just looks inside, and everybody's eating the nice turkeys and McDonald's French fries.
Oh, I can't
And
wait.
come on, guys, get Jeff in that store. Get him those fresh, hot, extra crispy,
It's gonna be
golden
so hard to
fries.
sit through that thing tomorrow. It's like 3 or 4 hours long. I'm gonna be like, when is this gonna be over so I can go get my fries?
So there's our timer. Let's see if we can get a sub in 15 minutes. It's called Social Blade. I'm gonna turn that on right now. Let's see if
Okay. You turn it. You start it.
yeah, I'm gonna look at your Social Blade and see if we get one sub.
What's Social
Share.
Blade?
It tracks your social media.
Oh,
Socialblade.com. You can
YouTube,
share my screen
Twitch.
if you want.
Is it free?
Yes, you can share my screen if you want. I don't know how you do
Um,
that. Let me
okay.
see. I'll present. Present. Share screen. Social Blade is right there. Share.
Oh
So I'm
wow, look
sharing
at
Social
that.
Blade. So this will be. I'm gonna see if I find a Gen X Jeff. It might be.
I just pulled it up. Yeah, it's up there. 7.99. Does that mean somebody just subbed? But that doesn't count, right? Or does it?
Oh, I didn't. YouTube. I didn't find it. There it is. Gen X Jeff. You found yours before you found. Okay. Oh, there it is. All right.
See, it's showing 7.98 on my end, but it's showing 7.99 on this thing.
All right. So
So
I
I
got
don't think. I guess
7.99
it's not quite
also.
accurate.
And then.
What all can people find out? Let's see.
This is a good. If you want to know, if you follow analytics for YouTube, this is how you be successful on YouTube, guys. And this is how you drive yourself crazy with analytics on YouTube. If you're all about your analytics.
I'm ranked 921st, 567th out of how much? That seems kind of a C plus. Oh my god, I got a
Yeah.
C plus grade.
Mhm.
Wow, does it tell you how to get an A?
Your channel birthday wasn't too long ago, dude.
Oh, you know what though? I created the channel a long time ago during 2020 because I had these friends that wanted to do a
Oh,
podcast, and I said we
live.
could just host it on my channel, but I didn't actually start the outlier stuff until a year and a half ago. I just
Mine
did it on the
says
same channel that I had created for this one video.
mine says 799 live. That's what mine says.
If you go to my page, it shows
Oh, it went down.
798. Yeah,
It
we
went
lost
down.
a sub.
It just went down. I watched it go down.
The subathon's not supposed to work
I'm
that way,
sorry,
is it?
Jeff. Yeah, well, it's just it's a glitch. It's
Estimated monthly
someone's playing with this.
earnings.
I think someone's having fun playing with the number, dude.
How do I, let's see, the total grade. How do I get an A? It should at least tell you.
You see what I mean? This is gonna drive you crazy now. Don't erase this from your memory. Do
I
not
just
use
want to
social
know how
blade.
to get my A. I mean, I'll take a C plus. That's not bad for a channel under 1,000 subscribers.
So I think someone's playing with it, dude. Watching it going up and down. It's even
All right,
worse.
I tell you what, while the timer's running, I'm going to go grab another cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And
So
then
I'll,
I'm
I'll
going
share
to.
another story of no success.
Oh, somebody just subscribed.
Oh, Jack Laws, welcome, Plasma. How you guys doing?
Actually, it didn't go up, though. Does that mean
Hey,
somebody
hey,
unsubscribed at the same time he was.
I don't know, but see, we have a new friend with like an email.
But
This is
Jack's
new.
he's been part of this. Does he count?
It's C Lay
It's not showing
R
on my.
Shrub
Why isn't it refreshing? I see this is.
Emma Elliott official. Thank you for dropping that.
It didn't refresh on Social Blade either.
We'll get okay. All right, let me check it again. Let me check it again. I'll refresh it.
All right. Should we count? Do we count that one and go 15 minutes?
I can reset the timer. It's up to you guys. It's real easy. It's a media file because it was too big for me to email it to you.
Oh. I'm
It's,
I'm gonna go grab some more. I'll be right back, and then you can.
timer is reset. Another 15 minutes. But to me, it says it hasn't gone up. We're still at 798.
Yeah,
Drop
but I
live.
got a notification. He definitely subscribed.
Oh, okay. There you
So
go.
I'm gonna count it because it was a
All right, I
notification of
reset
a
the
sub.
timer. Thank you guys.
Maybe it just takes YouTube a while to refresh it on their end.
It does. It does.
All
Grab
right, I'll
your
be right
coffee.
back.
Is it coffee or water?
It's probably water by now. It
Oh,
started out
jeez.
as coffee. I'm gonna go
Sorry.
check.
Coffee turned. You have chemical. Okay. Special cups. Special cups. Yeah. So, what do you guys think about the show? Do you have any ideas about tips for success? For example, Jeff has come up with an idea. His was hobbies for success. We have another friend, Joy, who came up with one of those books for success. We're gonna go over books. Flow state. I think he talked about energy and vibes for success. What that means to you and stuff. If it's actually something that you understand, or if it's something to do with business, friends. And like I said, this is just about everything, like how to be successful with friends, how to be successful with family, business, everyday things, guys. And hopefully, this will save everybody just a little bit of time and share our knowledge, create friendships, not laws. I just searched my name into your YouTube, found a 17-year-old video of my guy ranting at me. And I haven't been in this game a while. Dude, I bet you've been arguing, no, debating with people on YouTube for some time. You've seen it. Wow. See, the thing about the debate thing is like that's another thing. If you guys really enjoy in debating with people, and that makes you laugh and that makes you happy to do it. But honestly, I think it's a waste of time. I don't really see anybody getting anywhere, getting moving on stances, moving direction at all. They just want to say their point of view and nothing changes. Go enjoy a hobby, unless that's your hobby. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, let's see. How's this subathon going? That's another tip for success. Beg. Beg
oh
for
yeah, like
subs. Beg for money. Beg for
yeah.
success. Beg your way to success. If you can't hack your way, beg your way.
I don't know. It went up. I got a 798. If from 798 to I don't know. We'll see what happens. I
Well, it it
refreshed it.
it, it started. It's so I broke 800 the other day when you were on, and then it dropped to 799. And today, when the show started, it was at 798, and it's still there.
Yeah, yeah, it's still at 798. Yep, yep, yep.
But I think it just takes a while for YouTube to update. So I'm gonna count Jack's sub and go 15 more minutes at least.
Yeah, there it is right there. Either way, we're having fun. I
Yeah.
appreciate you
Yeah, I thought
considering
we
my
would fight way more than we did. Like we need to find a way to
fight more.
bring
Okay.
more. Yeah, bring more
Oh,
tension into it.
okay. Fight more. Fight more.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, so here we go. Like, okay, this is definitely a tip for success, and I fail at. Do you think you can pass a vibe check?
What
Because
is a vibe check?
successful people pass vibe checks.
I don't
It's
even
when
know what
you
that is, so probably not.
eh, really you got okay. YouTube it. YouTube short vibe check. It's when like you like okay, someone goes into GameStop, right, and they bring in like what would you bring into GameStop? No, they go to a pawn store, and they bring in a mystery box. You know what a pawn store is, right? A pawn shop.
Yeah.
So they go into a pawn shop and it says, "Here, I got this mystery box. How about 500 bucks for it?" The guy's like, first of all, bro, yes, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll take the bet. That's a vibe check pass. The other one will be like, bro, get out of here. You're wasting my time. There's different ways to
Is it
interact.
like seeing how much somebody can trust you just on
See
first
how much
impression?
somebody can go with the bit, with a harmless bit, a bit that doesn't hurt anybody. You know what I mean? Like see how far someone can go with a bit. Go playing with it, playing the
I don't
game.
even know when someone's doing a bit half the time.
Like for example, here's a good one. This this person, I wish we probably could watch it because it's a YouTube short. Most YouTube shorts are they don't they don't go into that copyright thing, so they're less than 60 seconds. You know what I mean? So the copyright thing doesn't even pop up. But it was this lady was interviewing these guys in their 20s, early 20s, about do you think guys could get pregnant, right? And we have this one dude and this really tall dude, and they're just standing there and they look at each other. He's like, "Yeah, I'm pregnant." And the lady's like,
Oh, that was okay. That was a
"You know what I
bit.
mean? That's a vibe check." He's like, "Yeah, I'm pregnant," and they had a good 60-second YouTube short of those guys saying, "Yes, I'm pregnant." The chick laughs. He's like, "Why are you laughing?" And he looks over. He's like, "Yeah, this is the guy who got me pregnant." The guy's like, "Yeah. As soon as I heard it, I didn't want to be a deadbeat dad and leave, so I figured I'd stay." So these guys go on with this whole story for a 60-second story. That's not. We all know it's not real. It's a troll. That's a vibe check. They passed the vibe check. The lady was asking a trolling question. They returned to her a trolling answer. I think that's the best way I can explain it, Jeff.
I think I know. I think I kind of get it. It like knowing when something's a troll and when to play along.
Yes. Hey, Zentz. Welcome, brother.
Hey, Zintz. Oh, the memes. I was thinking about those the other day, and you know what I thought of
Yes.
is "Where's the Beef" a meme from the
The what?
'80s. Where's the beef? Remember that
Where's
commercial?
the beef?
Because I was so into "Where's the Beef," I went around saying that about everything, every chance I could, like for like a year. Where, like, so if that's a meme, that was one of the memes from my generation. They were trying to explain memes to me yesterday. I just wasn't
Yeah, I
getting it.
remember. I remember. I remember. Yeah. Yeah,
Family
always
Guy. All
take the
right, let's
mystery
see.
box. Yes, always take the mystery box. Yeah. That's the part of the game. Yeah, you play the game.
I
It's the
usually
same.
take the mystery box because I'm too curious. I have to know what's in it. I would never just say, "Oh no, I'm not going to take it," because I have to find out what's in it
We have
to
eight
know if
minute
I should have
guys.
taken it.
Text a friend. Hey, help me sub to this show so we can watch it for another 10 minutes. These guys being stupid. Great, intense conversation. Uh, so right now I'm just playing a game while hanging out. Sorry, Jeff.
A boat's a boat, but the mystery box can be anything. Yeah, I like that. It's the
Yeah.
not knowing, that
Yes.
the curiosity.
The curiosity.
But they say on Let's Make a Deal, let me think how it works. If he offers you, there's a probability to it, and I forgot the actual probability, but you should either always take the second deal or not ever take the second deal. I forgot which one. But it looks like it's 50-50 each time he says you could either take what I'm giving you or you could trade it for this other thing. And there's a right answer every time. I just don't remember which one. Might even be a boat. Always take it. Always trade in for the mystery. They do that on Survivor a lot, at the Survivor auctions, because they cover up the items. And then they'll pay for it, and Jeff Probst will say, or you could trade it in for this other thing. Oh, here's somebody with a ton of tips, I'm sure. Can you flash
Awesome.
your cam real quick so I can make sure
You can put
you're
the
not a
guest thingy.
troll?
I'll try to make up a new one for
Alrighty,
just for guests.
I got you.
What's up, man?
What's up? Hey, you're successful. You have any
Yeah.
tips? He's like,
Well,
yeah, I know I am.
if that's your profile picture, that's a one successful beard.
I appreciate it. So I just barely started listening to what you were talking about, and I was like, "Ooh, I know this one." So what you're talking about is the Monty Hall problem, and it was solved by Marilyn Vos Savant, who is the woman with the highest IQ ever recorded.
Right, supposedly.
Female with the highest IQ recorded, which is coincidentally it's 228 for those of you listening,
Jesus.
which is an ungodly
Technically, when you
fucking
get in
IQ.
those ranges, it's harder to measure. There's problems
Well, yeah.
with measuring it.
That's the thing, is like everything has a measurement problem once you get into it too far. Like I think for people to understand the world properly, you need to understand how horrible we are at measuring things. Like measuring things is not. So we can say, okay, well, I know how far a mile is, but we have no idea how far. We can't conceptualize how far 1 light year is. Like we can say, well, it's the distance that you travel in one light year. However long it takes you to get there in 1 year at light speed, that's 1 light year, right? You have no quantifiable idea how fucking far that is. Like you cannot conceptually understand how far that is. And so the measurement problem is across the board very difficult. But back to the Monty Hall problem. So you start with each problem, or each door represents 33%, or 1/3. You choose a door, and then Monty Hall, knowing which door that the car is not, or it is in, shows you another door with a goat. And he says, well, here's a goat. Do you want to switch your choice? Well, the problem that most people make is they say, well, okay, well, now it's only a 50-50 shot, so I might as well just stay with my own. But that's not how that fucking works. And the secret to this is the fact that Monty knows where the car is. So the statistical probability doesn't dissolve. It actually just moves over. So now you've got the door that you didn't choose now has 2/3 of a chance or a 66% chance of being right. So it is in your best interest to choose to switch doors.
So you
And
always trade
you
off.
always trade in that situation. But again, the key secret here is Monty knows which door the car is behind. If he didn't know, that slightly changes it quite a bit. But even so, even if he didn't know where it was, because here's the thing: is if he opens a door that he doesn't know where the car is, and it's the car, well, you just fucking won, right? So
Yeah.
it
Is he trying to not like for you not to win? Is he trying to?
yeah, that's that's the goal. The company doesn't want to shell out money for a car if they don't have to, right? But the whole point is that most people and a lot of mathematicians thought that Marilyn Vos Savant was wrong. And I mean, they lambasted her. And she still, to this day, 30 years later, receives apology letters from mathematicians at that time saying, you were right. We're sorry. We were wrong. Because it was borne out in computer models that she was right, 100% fucking right. So, yeah, that's the story behind the Monty Hall
Yeah,
problem.
I've seen it broken down before. I just didn't remember which decision was the right one to make.
Yeah. So yeah, you always switch doors. So what's the topic of the day? Success?
Yeah, what doesn't work? You probably don't have a problem with this, but times that you've tried to be successful and failed.
No. The times that I've tried to do something and failed was because I didn't have all the information at hand, and also my perception of the problem was wrong. So everybody exists within two worlds: perception and perspective. And if your perspective is not the right perception of reality, then you are going to be wrong. Your choice is going to be tainted by bias. It's going to be tainted by experience, which is also bias. I agree, but so the problem is always what is your perception versus your reality of it. Your perception versus perspective. So, for example, I didn't stop being a mechanic for 30 years, right? We like most of the listeners will know that I've been a mechanic up until about 2 years ago. And the reason why is because I was afraid to stop doing that, because it was a good job. I got paid very good money for it. I took a pay cut going to where I am now in the aerospace industry, but I was afraid to leave because of the unsurety of the other job. I didn't know if I could do it. I didn't know if I was smart enough to do it. I didn't know a lot of the information that I needed to know to be successful. Well, finally, I just was, I got to do something. I got to change. And the agreement that me and my wife had was that she would have to make as much as I was as a mechanic before I was to go to school and get a new job in the aerospace industry. And when that happened, I was faced with, well, I gotta own up, that's the deal that we made. And she'd been harassing me for a couple of years to just, just to do it. But I wasn't ready to put everything that we have, like our home and everything else, at risk. So she needed to make at least as much money as I did. So I started going to school and found that I had a pretty good knack for it. And I thought, okay, well, I might be able to be successful at this. And I kept challenging myself and doing the hardest work. Well, let me back up because I'm going a little bit too far forward. So I ended up graduating from school with honors, and I had the highest scores, and I also ended up breaking a couple of the comprehension records. So when I went in there for my comprehension test, I beat the score that lasted, I think it was like 10 or 15 years. But that's because
awesome,
I read
dude.
a lot.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. And I've always told everybody I'm not a smart guy. I just fucking read a lot. And I have a fairly decent memory. So anyways, when I got to my job, it kind of sucked because I didn't start off where I was supposed to be starting off, because I had to wait for clearances, because my job requires not just a security clearance, but also requires what's called a SAP clearance, which is a special access program clearance. And those two combined take about 8 to 10 months to get done. Even with prior military service, it still takes a long time. So in that time, I worked for the Joint Strike Fighter program, and I worked for the Boeing program, and then I went to what I currently work for, which I'm not going to discuss on here, but basically what I do is I specialize in ultrasound technology, and I test different aircraft components to make sure that they're airworthy. So it's pretty simple and straightforward explanation. But I'm not going to discuss what program I work for because it is a secure program. But what I ended up doing is getting in there and realizing that the amount of information that I had from school was very, very cursory. It was very broad. It wasn't very specific. And the materials I work with are pretty unique. And so ultrasound functions a little bit differently at those levels. And so I basically did the hardest shit I possibly could for like the first 8 months and just hammered down and I basically did the most difficult work I could possibly find. A, because no one was willing to voluntarily. And B, I knew if I could understand the hardest shit, I could understand the simplest shit. And I was right. And now I'm training people that started before me on materials and products and machines that I've learned. So I think one of the key factors of success is having all the information at your disposal. And if you don't have all the information at your disposal, plan for the worst possible outcome, which is I will never understand any of this. But then having
how do you know when you have the information? How do you know when your information is complete?
That's a valid question. I have to put into words how I know. Let's say I'm going into a situation. How many different alternative outcomes can I come up with? So if I'm having a conversation, I have a conversation tree in my head pretty much all the time. So I know how almost every conversation I'm going to have is going to go. But if I'm talking to someone who I have no idea what their political views are, I have no idea what their personal views are, I have no idea of how they live their life, what their belief systems are they Christian, are they Muslim, are they atheists, right? These are unknowns that I can't plan for if I don't know about them. So once I know generally what your political views are, what your religious views are, what your personal life views are, then I can start to formulate a conversation tree in my head. So applying that to this, if I go into my job and I walk in there and I immediately know that I don't know shit, right? Well, I have a very simple task ahead of me. I need to learn. And I need to learn everything, inside out. Like, what are the attenuative properties of this material? Well, I need to know that because that's kind of my job, right? Ultrasound technology works on a couple of different levels, but the most common things that we need to know is what are the attenuative properties and what is the acoustic impedance of that material. If I know those two things, I can pretty much figure anything out. So identifying what information you absolutely need to have to move forward is probably the criteria that I would use for that. And how confident are you that you know that material?
I always boil it down to if you can reflect onto something and really know that you did your best, that's how you know you got everything. Like, for example, that thumbnail I made for you, Jeff. I didn't do my best. I know I didn't do my best. I actually had one more version. I wanted to update it, but I was too late. But and it kind of kept me up at night. It didn't really keep me up at night, but I did think about it. So there is, I think people have the ability to know when they put all their effort into something and there's not much more they can do. That's how you know you got all the information that you could on that topic within the time frame you have. Because obviously we don't have all the time in the world to look for on something. We're all restricted to so much time. But if you honestly, after sitting down and reflecting, after doing the thing, you're like, all right, I did it. When you sit down and reflect one more time, and you feel like you did everything and you can move forward, I think you did your best.
I like it. I can't imagine what the improved version looks like. We were going to make one on stream, too.
Yeah, what it was is I was going to add our names right above our images so people could see our names and not just see just the tips. Because when you see a thumbnail, all you didn't know was going to be you and me. All you saw was these things.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, so I was going to add that.
I don't know, Jax. The website went down. It's giving me an error when I try to refresh it. Bad request.
Oh, let me check. Oh, I'm refreshing your YouTube page, and that's not showing anything. And
No,
so
I still have a C plus, but I bet if anybody could raise it, it would be Steve.
What?
Thank you, not loss. Thank you very much.
What am I raising?
There's this website called Social Blade that rates all of your YouTube statistics, and I
Oh,
have a grade of a C plus.
oh,
that's not a
not
trigger,
bad.
Jeff.
Actually, not a
No, I
D.
don't
So
think that's
sorry.
bad either for such a small channel.
Okay.
I'm pretty happy with a C plus. I'd like
So
to know how to
to
get an
bounce.
A, but they don't tell. See, that's a good example of not knowing what I need to know. I don't
Yeah.
know what information I'm lacking to get the A.
There is a little
Right.
bit of schooling, like tips and stuff associated with all the statistics on Social Blade. If you wanted to get in deeper and understand what they're tracking and how they track it, there is a like a they kind of describe how they do it and how they track it. And well, they do have like an area where they do kind of give you tips on how to grow your channel, but it's all basic stuff. It's all the same copy and paste stuff from
I
everybody
asked
else.
the AI a few times, and every time it gave me the answers, I was already doing everything the AI was recommending on my own. It wasn't telling me anything that I wasn't already trying.
So one thing before I forget, I want to bounce this back to you guys is that Jeff, you just answered a really great problem when it comes to to knowledge, and the measurement problem isn't the only problem. The other problem that I've found, when I started reading a lot, was the more knowledge you have, the more you realize you don't, and
Yeah.
that in itself is also another problem. Is as you're moving forward, you have to move forward in some kind of intellectual humility and realize that what knowledge does only decreases the probability of your failure. It doesn't increase it. So, and maybe I'm going a little bit too far there, but when I'm looking at something and I need to solve the problem and I try to get all of the information at hand, all I'm doing is reducing the amount of opportunities for failure. Right? There's always a pathway to succeed, and you might luck into it and you might stumble onto it and you're like, hey, I was successful, right? But you don't know how you actually got there. It was just absolutely pure dumb luck. But someone who is educated in what they're doing and they've read on it and they've studied it and they've gone through all these things, what you're doing is you're removing the obstacles out of your way that you can see, which means you're more likely to see how you got there and to be able to understand all of the complications that were involved in getting there. And so that's kind of how I think about it.
That's
If
what I
that
love
makes
about
sense.
knowledge.
Yeah,
That's what I love
that
about
that makes
knowledge.
sense. It's that intellectual humility. We opened the show talking about that, and
I'm far less confident about everything that I know now than I did 5 years ago when I started reading a lot.
you're
And
probably
that's the
better
weird
off
thing.
for that.
Oh, I definitely
But then I'm
am.
thinking of Dunning Kruger. Like, how do you know? Like, do people in that Dunning Kruger trough know that they're there? Is there a way to know when you're there, or is that the whole point of the Dunning Kruger? Is that
I will tell you my secret to that, which is the more confident I am, the less confident that I am that I'm right. So the more confidence that you have that you're right, you should probably that's probably an inverse curve to that,
oh
which
god,
is the more confident you are that you're right, the less confident that you should be that you
that's
are right.
humbling right there. Oh,
Yeah. So the more information. So like I'm a big, like everybody knows this that listens here. I'm a big anti-communist. Have been my whole life. Like the whole like I've got bookshelves full of anti-communist and Russian history and all this other literature and stuff like that. Even though I know a lot about it, and I read the Gulag Archipelago roughly about once every year, um, I'm still not confident I know everything because I read another book called Fatal Half Measures by Yevgeny Yevchenko, and that was an amazing book. And I learned things in that book I didn't learn in the other two books about Soviet history. And so each step that you take towards knowledge, hopefully you're smart enough to understand that there's still far more that you don't know. So I think that's the best way to get out of Dunning-Kruger effect is that if you're that confident, and I would call it more like the unread library effect or the illusion of explanatory depth, which is people who are overconfident about things that they don't have knowledge of. That's when you should be looking at yourself and being like, why am I so confident about this? Like I'm way too confident about this when I know for a
because
fact there's probably
usually
things I don't know.
experience bears it out.
I can relate with
Well,
that
that's the
totally.
whole thing is like that's how you break out of the Dunning-Kruger effect is by humility.
Yep.
understanding that you don't have all the answers.
But what if you have them 90% of the time or 80% of the time? And then how do you
Well,
identify the 20% of the time where you don't, but you think you do?
that's why you
Ooh.
always constantly and consistently move forward in humility.
That's, I'm hearing you. I'm processing it. I'm receiving it. It's hard emotionally. It's
I like the
hard.
questions,
I have
Jeff.
too
I
big.
really
I
like
have
'em.
too much of an ego.
So here's probably a pretty good example. Both of us are anti-woke, right? I don't know, Philip. I'm assuming you are as well because you're here. But let's just, for the sake of assuming, we're
Oh
all
no, I have
anti-woke.
my blue hair appointment on Friday.
Okay.
You might look good with blue hair.
People who are woke are not wrong about everything. And we need to
Correct.
understand that. And we need to come
Yeah.
to terms with the fact that sometimes they have a really good argument.
Yeah.
Other times it's an absolute shit fucking argument. And it's no different than anybody else. I mean, Christians have great arguments. There's a lot of great lessons in the Bible. But that doesn't mean they're right about everything, right? And so understanding that not everybody is right about every single thing, like, and that's why I say the pursuit isn't to be perfect in knowledge. It is to be perfect in your curiosity, meaning you're curious about everything. You're more than willing to change your mind about anything when a better alternative or a better explanation becomes relevant.
Yeah,
I think
that's what
that's
I
the
do.
most important thing. Yeah, because I'm sure there's plenty of things I've been
Except for the hippie vibe
extremely-
energy stuff, Jeff.
Huh?
I'm sure there's times I've been overly confident on here. And I'm sure if someone went back and they looked at all the videos, they could probably find a video and they could probably say, okay, he's really confident about this. I'm gonna research the shit out of this and prove him wrong. You probably will, because I was overly confident.
Well, that's usually the times that you and I argue, and then I have to explain how you're wrong and let you know that.
The times that you and I argue is usually it's because it's a communication or a language barrier. It's me not having the ability to explain myself in a way that will transmit that information to you effectively so that you can understand where I'm coming from.
There
That
have been
responsibility on
legitimate
me, not on
things
you.
that we've disagreed on before, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like free will. I don't believe in free will, and you
Oh
do.
yeah, see, you're wrong there. That's one. See how hard it is to be humble, because there's no way you're gonna convince me that there's no free
I know,
will.
right? So you're so the degree of confidence that you have in that should immediately tell you that you shouldn't be as confident.
Well, are you humble about that? Like, are you open to the possibility that you have free will, or are you just?
Oh,
as-
absolutely.
Can
No,
you-
So
absolutely.
you
I
are a
just
little
have
better
evidence
than I
that we
am
are.
on that. Then
I haven't heard this one yet. Can you help me? Like, why do you think we have free will? Help me.
I don't know if we have the time for that.
I know it's been.
But-
Well,
we've-
okay.
This
Jeff,
conversation has been done to death on this channel by so many
Yeah,
people.
I mean, I'm happy to have a conversation offline with you about it. But my point is this: is that when okay, so you asked me a question. Sorry, I had to back up there.
No.
I'm only as
I need to clarify
confident-
something real quick with Jeff.
Yeah.
So Jeff, when we get a donation, like what Not Lost did, and thank you, Not Lost, for the dono hype. Do I reset the timer for a donation after the 2-hour show?
I thought it was just for the subs to
Right, but
keep
what's up
to
to you
keep
on
it
that
as a
one?
subathon.
So it's up to you on that. I was like, do I reset the timer for?
You mean like if I don't get a sub, people could send a super chat and
Yeah,
keep
instead,
it going
'cause-
too? Yeah,
Right,
I'll go with that. I'll do
All
that.
right, so
So
should I
with
reset
subs
it?
or super chats, either one.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you for clarifying. There you go. Boom.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no to super chats.
There you go. That's what I was
So-
okay.
Here's a good example of where I'm overly confident, which is I am absolutely confident that fathers are important in the role of child rearing.
Yeah, but there are shitty fathers.
Well, I'm not talking about shitty fathers. I'm
So,
talking about
to me, it's
emotionally available,
over-
present fathers who play a positive role in their children's lives. Because even a negative father can be a positive role. Like, you can learn a lot from a parent who does a lot of fucking up. So it's not. It's not
I'd say
just all-
positive role
all good,
models, maybe
you know.
not just fathers.
I mean, obviously, if your parent is abusing you, that's not the situation that I'm talking about. Like, you shouldn't stay in an abusive relationship. That's ridiculous.
Did you get a sub,
But-
Jeff?
Huh?
Did you get a sub? Because I checked social blade.
Yeah,
It went up.
Zantz went under another account and gave me one. So
Do you want me to
so we
reset the
have
timer?
like, huh?
Do I reset the timer?
Um, yeah, because we got a sub from Zantz and we got the super chat from Not Lost. So
Kick ass, dude.
that's another half hour, but it started like 10 minutes ago. So
But on
I'm
the
having fun
subject
with
of
this. Yeah.
on the subject of free will, I'm as confident as I can be given what I've learned about it. If someone can come up with a better argument than what I've heard so far, I'm willing to change my mind. So I'm not so confident that I'm not unwilling to change my mind. Now, when it comes to fathers, though, I know that once someone presents information to me that would be counter to what I know and think right now, I would have a difficult time accepting it.
yeah, it would be it would be pretty hard to argue that positive male role models are not beneficial to children
Right.
or can harm
Yeah.
children.
Yeah, you'd have to, boy, that I would have to scrutinize that endlessly to make sure that the study or whatever it was accurate and applicable. So no, sociology and psychology still exist under free will, a lack of free will. Actually, more heavily than ever before. Anyways, people really want me to talk about free will, dude.
Well, y'all got
It's ridiculous, dude.
20 minutes to do it.
Yeah,
Unless I
right?
get a new subscriber.
That would be difficult to do. Because I don't know, man. It's just, I think that's really the key component of when you're talking about how confident are you in a topic or a subject, is your amount of confidence is completely proportional in the opposite direction of how confident you should be. So if you're overly confident, you should probably not be that confident, because I think that helps you break out of that Dunning-Kruger effect and the bias that is associated with all of them. But it also puts you in a place of humility where you're there and you're willing to learn and you're willing to take on new information, because you never know, the information that you take on from that person could actually end up proving your point even stronger further down the road. And that's happened a couple of times to me, where I listened to competing information and I strengthened my argument because of it. So,
I
but
mean,
I had
I'm
to believe
always
it. I had to
open
take it
to
in.
having my mind changed, but they have to make a pretty good argument for it.
Yeah. I'm
Shout
trying
out
to
to
think
Scooby-Doo.
of
Thanks.
anything I've changed your mind on, but I can't think of anything at the moment. I know there's something, because we talked about it in one of your shows
I'm
not
right.
too long
Because I'm
ago.
usually right. But like I said, I'm right because experience bears me out. I wish it were true, but every time I think something, that's usually what it turns out to be in reality. And so
Mm.
I have a hard time distrusting that when I have the kind of track record that bears it out as much as it does. Like I said, it's
Yeah,
about
but
80%. So there
is
are
that an
times when
actual?
I'm mistaken and I'm not right.
But are you incapable of seeing the opposite because of confirmation bias?
When it happens, I can see it. Like if I think something and it turns out not to be the case,
Yeah.
then I can recognize, okay, I was wrong about that thing. But
Are you?
the
I'm
ratio
making a joke here, but
that
are you
happens
100%
compared
confident
to
of
when
that?
it doesn't happen is very skewed. Because I'm good at pattern
Yeah.
recognition. That's what it is. I recognize patterns. And so what might be happening sometimes is something looks like a pattern, but there's a little slight difference to it that's not the pattern I think it is, and then I'll misread it as an existing pattern, and I'll go off of that. And so I won't catch that there's something slightly off about it that makes that I shouldn't read it as part of the pattern. But usually the patterns I notice are actual patterns that match up to past patterns. So every now and
Yeah.
then there'll be a pattern that looks similar to the past, but it's slightly different, and I won't always catch that.
Yeah, because I think a lot of times because the brain is a pattern recognizing machine. That's like
Yeah.
literally 90% of what our brain does and is responsible for, because that's an evolutionary trait. The more patterns we can see that keep us out of danger, the better.
Yeah.
Like, that's how we've existed as long as we have. and why we prospered as well as we have. But the I think the issue that comes to play here is when we look at a surface level pattern, but we miss the subsurface pattern.
Right. Yeah.
The underlying pattern that actually drives the pattern that we're actually seeing.
Like crying over spilt milk.
Say what?
Bad. Like crying over spilt milk.
How do you mean?
Like, for example, like you're not really mad that someone spilt the milk. You're more mad at there's a reason in the household you're mad. There's something wrong in the house. You're yelling at the kid where you could have like, you know what, like it was just spilt milk. You don't have to get that mad where you're like yelling at the kid, making the kid feel like he's it's just like, dude, you just spilled some milk.
As long as I have to clean it up, I don't care.
Yeah,
But milk is sticky.
Here's a good example.
Sticky, Jeff.
Here's a good example. So anytime somebody tries to sum up a solution with one solution, so you can if you look at the Trump election, you can say, well, this is the main reason why he won.
Okay.
I think there was a lot of fucking reasons why he won. But you can't just suss out one and be like, well,
and
this was
you have to be able to test and falsify too.
It's an
So I
aggregate.
use that as a criteria a lot.
Right, but
A lot of people
talking
make
about
claims or
aggregate.
assertions that you can't really test. So it's
claims are that
pointless
way.
to take them as dogma.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the second someone makes a truth claim, I've got my doorway in to disprove it. Because anybody that's that confident, if I took enough time and I studied enough, I could probably compete with that idea with an alternative of my own. Because it's not hard. Usually anytime somebody makes a truth claim, they are in that Dunning-Kruger effect area. And there's probably things that they're missing. And all you have to do is just ask questions.
I did that earlier.
That's the best thing. Yeah. I mean, that's all you got to do is just ask questions. Use the Socratic method, ask pertinent questions, ask open-ended questions, not closed questions. Closed. Don't ask yes or no questions if you can help it. Try and get them to explain why they think the way that they do, and then you can take each one of those and break those down as well and see where the truth is in their argument. I mean, that's the whole point of the epistemology movement, the street epistemology movement, is just getting down to why people think the way that they do. So
Is that frustrating for smart people? Like realizing you talk to somebody that you have to break down a conversation with, instead of actually getting to the conversation, you're more breaking down like, what is it people say, semantics?
yeah. Well, you're asking me like I'm a smart person. I don't know.
Oh.
Well,
But
I
and
am.
Jeff
I can
seem
answer
like
that
you're
one.
You and Jeff seem like you're having another level conversation than I have. Like I said, I brought up the spilt milk analogy, and you brought up the Donald Trump.
I mean, I do have
So
a problem.
I'm over here eating milk and cookies, and you're over here fighting politics.
I do have a problem talking to some people, but because it's like, how is this not like just like institutionally obvious to you that this is occurring?
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
It's frustrating, and I think everybody's ran into that problem. I've got a friend of mine who's insanely fucking. He's just really he's up there, and he says he likes me because I can keep up with his conversations. But he admitted to me once that talking to normal people was infuriating because he kept having to explain everything, and he never got to actually talk.
But
about
that's
what
not
he
a dialogue. That's not a conversation. If you're just explaining to other people, that's not a back
No.
and forth
This was
conversation.
specifically in the context of someone saying they knew as much as he did. Does that make sense? So, like, someone says, "Well, I know a lot about Greek history, whatever." Right? This dude's a Greek history buff, and so he's trying to have a conversation with these people, and they're just not understanding what he's talking about because they haven't done the actual intellectual work to understand it.
I personally don't get. I don't know what people know or don't know until I start talking to them. So I personally don't find myself getting frustrated like that. Plus, I'm half retarded myself, so there's plenty of things that I don't know that people have to explain to me. So I'm a little more patient and tolerant around that. It does not frustrate me as a smart person to talk to people.
I love it because I love teaching. Teaching is one of the things that I wanted to do when I was growing up. It just unfortunately did not pay very well. It paid shit, but I love teaching.
Jeff, this is a bad joke. Well, why don't you embrace and go full retard?
Why don't I brace what?
You know, you ever hear that joke from Tropic Thunder? Don't go full retard. Don't go full retard.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know it was from Tropic Thunder. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
love
I was
that
like,
movie.
why don't you just embrace and go full retard, Jeff?
I have no problem with that. Like,
Sometimes he does.
this,
No problem.
the problem with being half retarded is you can't go full retard because the intelligence gets in the way.
You're
It
just
keeps you from
constantly
going full
throttled.
but you can't go full intelligence either because the retardedness gets in the way.
You step
So
on
you're
your own
stuck
toes?
in this like middle zone.
Oh my gosh,
That must be tough. Okay,
that's
thanks.
funny.
Yeah,
Good
I would
job.
But
love
yeah.
to go full retard.
I think so. Going back to the topic of success, I think something that a lot of people do is they get trapped in the fear too quickly or too much, and they're afraid to move forward and they're afraid to take risks. And there's no simple way of getting around the fear of failure. That's just really not easy to get around. So the best advice I can give people is fear is natural, but acting on fear is not. So you've got to take some risks. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're just never going to be successful.
And
You
there's
gotta-
no reason to avoid failure. Failure has value.
Yeah. I mean, you obviously shouldn't be risking your savings account on some kind of business deal when it's going to exhaust all of your income. That's a bad deal that you should already avoid because it's not not worth risking your house and home for something that has a huge high probability of failure, right? I at least knew when I took on the job in the aerospace industry that within 3 to 4 years, I would be back up or above what I was making as a mechanic. So we knew that we just had to get through 2 to 3 years. So we got rid of a lot of our debt and blah, blah, blah. And so we kind of hedged our bets against it. So we did the best thing that we could do to reduce the amount of probability of failure. And we're doing okay. We're not like doing great right now, but we'll be doing a lot better here in about 2 or 3 years. So you just have to be smart about how you're making these risks. Fear is normal. Fear is something that's going to show you problems, but you have to be able to discern whether this is an actual problem or if this is just fear.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we
So-
had a guest earlier that I didn't even know dropped off. When did Zach drop off, dude?
Oh,
Anyways,
I'm
he
not
was talking
sure.
ab- Yeah, I was like, whoa, he's gone. He didn't even say bye.
Yeah, he
I
did.
must have been that stoned.
People
But,
do that here.
No, he was
That's
talking about he was actually setting himself up for he couldn't see himself being successful or something like that. Like he would set up like he would fail before becoming successful because he would somehow create this scenario in his head and create this fear in his head before he even got there. It was so strange. I understand what he was saying, but it was so strange how he was saying it and how you brought that up. It makes complete sense. Like a lot of people do that, and it's like we're trying to get people to stop doing that to save them time. To give them that tip, like, hey, if you can recognize that, do it as fast as possible and find a way up and out.
Yeah. Well, and there was a really great comment made a little while ago about, I would say about 6 or 7 minutes ago, and it was it was by Zentz, and he said the best question ever asked is one single word, and that's why. Like asking why is one of the most fundamental questions.
I was one of those kids.
I was working with an
Irritated everybody around
engineer,
me.
and because I didn't understand everything, I just kept asking why questions. And like 2 or 3 days in, she was just like, I love the fact that you're asking so many fucking questions because people don't care enough. They just want to know how to push the buttons.
Can I go deeper
know what
into
I
that?
Yeah.
I think why with intent, because I had why
Absolutely.
with a negative
Yeah.
intent. Like, why the?
Well,
fuck
how
are
do you
doing
know their
this?
intent?
Well, no, like me asking a
Oh.
negative. Like, why are you doing this in a way that's like, like, why the fuck are you doing this?
Yeah.
Like, why are you so dumb? Instead of, hey, why in a curiosity of learning.
So I can tell the difference when someone is asking me one of those two, and it's always, I don't understand this. Can you explain more? Is always going to be laden with intent. Like that's obvious because they want to know more. But if they're asking like, why are you doing it that way? Is the intent really honorable there? Probably not.
That's what I mean. I in
It
the
might be.
past, I was like showing and reflecting like why is that, like why are you doing this because you're dumb, but I really was like asking why they're doing it, and I just didn't know how to do it properly. It was It was just bad. It was showing bad, even though it had good intention. It was showing bad. It was weird.
Yeah.
I've learned just yeah, I've learned to change a little bit on that one.
I don't
Well,
even know how to do something until I know why I'm doing it. I have to know why. Once I understand why something is done a certain way, then I understand how to do it because it all makes sense why they're doing it that way. But if without the why, I can't learn how to do a thing. And I frustrate a lot of employers that way because they want me to
Um,
just do the steps. And I can't just
Yeah.
do the steps if I don't know why I'm doing the steps. But once I know why I'm doing them, then the steps automatically fall into place for me.
I think I know. I can't remember the exact name of it, but I'm just going to call it what I call it, which is that's what I call mechanical thinking. And the reason why I call it that was because I was a mechanic, and to be able to diagnose an engine or a check engine light, right? I had to know how that computer and that system functioned. I had to know, okay, well, what's the communication like between the computer and this component, and what are the criteria for it to be flagging this code, and blah 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 blah, and on and on and on down the road until I have a complete understanding of how this system operates, and then I can diagnose it all fucking day long.
Yeah.
And that's why I call it mechanical knowledge, is because you have to understand how all the gears work and how all the interplay between the gears work for you to understand why the machine's working.
hey,
And that's
congratulations,
exactly
Jeff.
the same way I function.
Yeah. If someone tells me to do something, I need to know why
How?
I'm being asked to do that. Otherwise, I can't do it. I can't, it's not going to
Yeah.
stick in my brain if I don't know why I'm doing it that way.
When did you recognize how you functioned? Important for people to like. I can
Oh,
imagine
that's a
like
good question.
I understand people do things and they don't know why they're doing it. You know what I mean? Like I've done that in the past, I think,
You
and to
mean almost like
recognize
free will
your
doesn't
function.
exist?
What?
Almost like free will
Stop.
doesn't exist?
Oh shit!
What's an
Oh shit!
ECM?
Engine control module.
Oh,
So like, when did you think you realize your mechanisms? And Jeff, do you recognize
When
your
did you become
mechanisms?
consciously aware of them?
I've always known myself. It's when they intersect with other people that I see them clearly. Like, because I have everything I do feels normal to me until I'm around somebody else that it clashes with or it's weird to, and they comment on it, and then I realize, oh, I'm doing it in a different way than this person's doing it, and then that's when I become aware of the contrast. So it has to contrast with something outside of myself before I notice it. Otherwise, it's just normal.
Shout out to Uncle Fatty for joining in the chat. Shout out.
Yeah. Hey, fatty.
And shout
So,
out to
so
Jeff.
I
He
guess
had
just interacting with enough people is how I learn it.
he got 800 subs. Like I reset the
Yeah, we broke
timer.
800 again. That happened
Awesome.
the other day, and then it dropped. So maybe this will hold this time. So I'll go for 15 more.
I can kind of speak on this topic a little bit. So when I was really young, I mean probably like 3 or 4, I remember very distinctly staring in the mirror and wondering where the voice was coming from in my head.
Oh shit!
Like, who is that talking
Oh
in my
shit!
head?
It
And
was
I
then
didn't know
deep.
this
moving
is where our first
forward,
show was gonna go.
so I was a very existential based child in my youth, and I just always asked questions in my mind like, why does this work, and why does this work, and why does this work? And I understood that the more I knew about something, the better I was at it. And so that's just kind of how I've always progressed through my entire life, was just that basic thing right there, is being curious about how the thing exists, and what is operating this thing. Does that make sense to everybody? Like, I
It
don't
makes
know if
sense
I'm
to me.
explaining that very well.
I don't know what
So
it's like to not have curiosity.
I don't know either, dude. That would be, I would die if I lost my sense of curiosity.
I mean, there are some things I don't care about. I have no curiosity about whatsoever, like sports and
Only C+ people
finance
today,
and
Steve.
stuff like that. But most things I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Jack Laws 2.0 has been had some good comments lately. Jeff, you should be highlighting more of his comments.
Yeah.
Too,
Yeah, just a tip today's show.
too
Steve, just
far,
a tip.
bro.
Not all of it. Yeah.
Just,
Happy holidays, Jess. Shout out to Jess. Thanks for joining us today. We have a whole bunch of friends in the chat. I'm really glad. Our first show has been pretty successful. I'm really happy we
yeah, it
decided to do this.
exceeded my expectations. That's for sure.
So,
It,
really fun day. Really fun day. So, really cool.
I never know what I never know. Like my too far is not other people's too far. So I never know. I'm a bad person to assess it by.
And then I'm kind of curious, Jeff. I don't know why this came to my head, but what does tips mean to you? Because to me, it was to ensure prompt service. That's what I was taught. You tip
Oh yeah,
somebody
I've heard that
when you
before.
walked into a hotel, so that guy grabbed your freaking bags, took it to your room, and did his thing. Not after he grabbed your bags. It was to make sure he grabbed your bags first. To make sure he grabbed you a cab first. You
But
went outside.
you don't
And
tip
you go,
him till
here's.
after he does that, though.
But no,
So,
you have to get him going. Like, hey, you're standing in a line full of people, right? Here's $20. Get me a cab
oh,
right
you hand.
now.
Oh, I see.
Right now, not. I'll give you $20 after the cab comes and I waited in line. You open the door for me. It was to ensure prompt service. TIPS. Now, what do you say? What's it to you, Jeff?
Not laws. You can get around the law and the housing code, I'm sure. So really, you're talking about the weird freak thing, and you just got to be okay with being a weird freak if that's the only thing stopping you. Otherwise, I'd say live in your treehouse. That sounds cool. I'd like a treehouse myself.
I'm digging Zent's comments. He's
Now,
got
I
some
heard
good-
this year
good
Americans saying Merry
statements.
Christmas, not Happy Holidays. America.
What was your question, Philip? I was.
What does tips mean to you? Does that mean money, or does that mean like I said, like to me it means to ensure prompt service.
I'd love for it to mean money. As far as in the context of the show, to me it was just like general sharing what worked and did not work for from an individual experiential basis.
I think I
And
was reincarnated, but I was an old rich man when I was about old life. I've been reincarnated as a poor Filipino. My old life was a rich old white man. Steve, what brought you up here today? I appreciate you joining. This has been a great
the Monty
chat.
Hall problem.
Oh,
Yeah, the
that's
Monty
right.
Monty
Yeah,
Hall
and
problem.
the Dunner-Kruger effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I saw the title of the show and I heard him talking about that. So, like, I don't get interested in like the everyday politics of YouTube channels and stuff like that. So I tend to shy away from that. And if there's too many people on, I shy away from that. It's not worth my time to just sit there and listen to people bicker about shit I don't care about.
I know that
So-
there's
I keep telling them that.
I know that there's a million other YouTube channels doing what we're doing right now, talking about success. Is this an overplayed topic, or do you think there's always an opportunity to speak about this? Because I think there's always a new angle, right?
I think self-improvement is the angle that I think most people should be going after, because success is going to be different and calculated different based on everybody who's trying it. You know, something that might work for someone might not work for someone else because they might not grasp what you're trying to do. But if you try to help people self-improve, their life's only going to get better. And people are at different stages of learning and self-improvement and self-awareness, that it's really kind of hard to tell people, you know, hey, here's how you succeed. But you can tell people how to become better people, or you can explain or try and give examples on how to be a better person. You can't tell someone how to be a better person, but you can help educate people on the behaviors that are common with successful human beings. You know, like being self-aware, not being a douchebag. The most successful people
That's so
I know.
subjective.
Well, here's the thing that's not subjective. And there's a lot of studies that were actually done on this. But people who are more willing to help others are more successful than almost everybody else.
Do you think so?
I might have
I
to
do,
disagree.
because success requires teamwork. No
Oh, so
matter
they
how
are
you break it
helping
down.
in some way, even though it's like
Right. It
it's
doesn't
like
have
a
to be
negative
beneficial.
team, but still, yeah, it's still somehow a beneficial team.
Right.
Like, oh my
So,
gosh,
So I
a
go to work.
parasite still grows somehow.
Yeah, exactly. So a good example I can give is, like, if there's somebody at work that doesn't understand a certain test that we're performing, I'm going to break it down for them. right? And I'm going to say, okay, well, this is what we're doing. This is why we're doing it, and this is how it's done. It doesn't hurt me at all to explain that to him. But what that does is it helps him understand and have more confidence in his life about what he's doing. Now, let's say that dude learns something that I don't know, and I ask him, hey, why are we doing this? How does this work? He's more likely to sacrifice his time to explain to me how that works. Now, what does that do? That elevates both of us. That's success, right? If you're measuring success on just your personal growth, I think you've got a very deeply flawed ideology. It's very selfish.
But what else are people supposed to go by but their own personal growth? Like that's the only experience they have to draw from.
Well, is your personal growth based off of what you do for yourself, or is it based off of what you do for others? I think that's the metric that I would use.
Well, Jeff, I use like for example my religion experience of having other people do their personal growth, their achievements help me decide what I did. You know what I mean? Like they did the extra 10 years in school of history, religious history. They did the 10 years of debating against thousands of people, different angles. I didn't do that, but they did that, and somehow they all ended up being Christian. So I was like, well, fuck. I haven't even done that homework yet. I haven't run a mile yet, and these guys have run 100 miles. Who am I going to tell them not to run, like how to run?
So we've got an atheist, a Christian, and a Satanist. That's fucking awesome.
Hey, Jesus loves you, brother.
I have no evidence of that. But yeah, I think it's just
Yes.
It's not even a personal
Yes.
opinion. It's there's literally, you can go out and you can read studies on this, and that is the most successful and the happiest people out there are people who help others. They either help others in their communities, they help others in their businesses or their works. Like the most successful businesses where the most amount of people are happiest are those where the boss actually gives a shit. He doesn't
I've
treat his
been
employees
over
like a
backwards
number.
helping people all the time. It is not leading to success. So there's some other factors besides just being willing to help people. It's
Okay,
how you
valid
make
point.
people feel or the vibes you give
Oh,
off or something. Because
yeah,
just willingness to help alone is not enough. If
I
yeah.
love
people
how that
don't
relates
like
to the
you, they
show.
don't care how much you're willing to help.
Hmm.
I love how that relates to the topic, Jeff.
Yeah.
Go more into it.
That's
So
all I
do you
got.
help people that
It's
don't ask for help?
I just know the help. It like I put more
Knowing when
time
to help.
helping other people than most people probably do, but it that alone is not. It takes something more than just willing to be helpful.
So one
Ooh.
thing I've learned is
Mm.
I will probably never ever help anybody move for free again.
Oh, hell
Just
no.
because I have a truck, just because I'm nice, don't I am gonna say no. So that's one of the things I can put that sign, put that barrier, make that draw the line in the sand. Like I'm not giving out that nicest anymore. I've helped too many
Yeah.
people move for free. So there, that's one of those things that it's like you got to understand where helping is a detriment to you.
So here's the question that nobody asked is, what's your definition of success?
Well,
Ooh.
we have a whole topic on that. We were saving it for. That's one reason. But
Yeah, this
yes,
is
Okay.
I
the
do
yeah.
agree that everybody success is different for each person.
We can dip our toes into it though, and kind of get into
I mean,
what it's gonna be.
my definition of success is I can go to work and I don't have to worry about people hating me, and I know what I'm doing for the most part, and I'm successful at work, right? I don't have to be a millionaire to be successful.
Yeah.
And so that's my criteria, is like, am I successful at work? Am I successful at home? Like, am I doing the things that I'm supposed to be doing for my wife and my kids and stuff like that? So it really depends on what your idea of success is. Like, if you want to be a multimillionaire, I have no fucking way of doing that for you, because I am not one. I have no idea what the steps are for that, but I can probably give you some ideas on how to be a successful human being who is happy in their daily life.
Right, there you go. There's
Because
a perfect example, Jeff. Why waste somebody? Why waste your time? Why would Steve waste his time teaching somebody to be a millionaire, helping them do that when he knows he doesn't have the experience? He has the experience in more of the personal, and you know what I mean. Like he should recognize, hey, if someone asks me to do that, I'm not going to do that. I got to tell them, like right up there, set your boundaries. I can't help you make
I
a million
yeah,
wouldn't
dollars, but I can
expect
help you make.
Steve to have anything to say about being a millionaire. But
Let's
he may
just
have something to say about finding and keeping a job or paying the
let-
bills.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which my bar for success is pretty low right now.
Because I'm religious, mine is that I feel like I did God's will that day, and I'm happy with that.
Hmm.
Whatever that means, I wake up in the morning, I say my prayer, and if I go home at the end of the day, I'm happy. And whatever I did that day, I'm great. I'm grateful. That's a successful day.
I have been at my most successful when I have found a way to match what I'm good at, my strengths, the value I bring, to the people or the environments that need it, that it's an asset to. And when there's a mismatch, that is when I'm at my least successful. So for me, it's like a puzzle piece, finding where my puzzle piece fits in with what someone else needs and values. And that is the challenge, because if you plug your puzzle into the wrong environment, you're going to have the opposite of success, or I will.
Yeah.
How interesting. See, I've learned to be a malleable puzzle piece because I've been in situations where I can't get away from, and I have to make it work.
Oh,
So I have to
I've
be
never been able to not get away from a situation. So I've never
like,
I don't have that malleability. I have, you get this, and if it's not good enough, show me where it is good enough, and I have to
so
go
Well, and
find that. So
that's a
that's
huge
the
problem for
option I
people with
have, is to
autism,
find
though.
the plug that I fit into.
Right. Well, that's a big problem with people who are autistic, is people that aren't autistic are always trying to make autistic people fit their puzzle. It's like,
Jeff has said that.
no, that's not how they fucking work. Like,
No,
that's the puzzle piece they are. You'd better find a fucking place for them where they fit.
yeah,
Don't expect them
exactly.
to
And
fit
I
another
think my
fucking puzzle
puzzle
piece.
piece has a lot to offer. I don't think it needs changing because it's good enough as it is in the right environment. And so it's just
Yeah.
finding those environment. That is the hard part.
I see
Yeah.
YouTube being a good place for your puzzle piece. Jeff, what do you think?
You see what?
The
I think it
YouTube
has
is a
been.
good place for your puzzle piece to go. Like YouTube's a
Where
good fit
is?
for you. YouTube.
Maybe. I'll tell you this, it's been a better place than most work, like real world workplaces so far.
Yeah.
But it's also not paying the bill. It's not generating the financial success that an actual workplace would. So there's a trade-off for it. I'm getting all of the other uh, positives from it, but I'm not getting. It's not paying the bills.
All right, guys, we're up to the next hour mark. I just want to say, Jeff, yeah, he really appreciates tips. He has the ability to accept them through super chats, Cash App, and other, I think, other ways. If you guys have the extra funds to help donate, we appreciate that. Keeps the show going, and also we're running a subathon. As someone subscribes, we extend the show for another 15 minutes. Keep it up, guys. We're rocking and rolling.
Are we at? Or did we already at another 15?
Well, I don't know. It's up to you. I'm just saying it because that's something I have to get used to doing.
Well, we need one more sub or super chat, I guess.
Because I've like I said, my goal is 2 hours, and anything after that is like I can't keep the tension up, Jeff. I can't promise that, but I will try.
This
So,
Yeah.
like I said, we'll
well,
do
this
for you.
3 minutes and going. This might be it.
Well,
But even if it is, I think I think this is a great show.
I think if Jeff has a PO box, we accept cash in the mail.
I don't. I don't have a PO box actually.
Sense.
Everybody
Well,
just
well,
go
pigeon?
unsubscribe and resubscribe. That'll work.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't count. If the because I think that's what happened earlier with some people. They tried that and the numbers went down.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it registers the resubscription right away. So it just looked like numbers dropping.
Someone beat this to my game. Damn you! It's like you guys are gonna go on for 4 hours. Click, 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 click. No,
But
you know
by the
what?
way, tomorrow's show will not be at the same time because I have that in-person thing. But there will be McDonald's fries involved. Let me give you a timeline. At about noon or 12:30, I'm going to start walking to that workplace. So I'm going to stream my journey there, and then I'm going to turn it off and go do that event. And then when I leave the event, I'm going to stream again and stop by McDonald's on the way home. So tomorrow's stream's going to look a little different than normal.
cool.
So look for me around noon or 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific.
And shout out to Not Laws. I think his Canadian $5 will get you an American medium French fry.
There you go.
No, I can't. I can't say this on stream because I'm trying to get my sponsorship from McDonald's, but I can't do the burger.
Well, my language isn't going to
I
help, is it?
can't do the burger. What about the fish fillet, chicken
I'm sure they're
nuggets?
delicious and all that.
So about support, though, did you guys talk about support systems?
Not today, but I've talked about that before.
Okay, what do you mean
But
by
yes,
support
that's
systems?
yeah, for like tips for success, finding the right. Actually, we did talk a little bit about the people that you spend your time with and that you invest
Yes.
in and spend your time around, and how they say you're the sum total of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So
I said
making sure that those are quality people and not
we do write all
losers.
everybody's ideas down. So we have we almost have 10 shows lined up with ideas already.
Yeah, that's good.
If we continue this momentum.
Well, I mean, if anybody here has actually read Jordan Peterson's work, one of the best pieces of advice that he has is, what was it? It was, oh, I'm trying to remember what it was, but basically it was only allow people in your life who has the best intentions for you.
The best
Trying
what
to
for you?
remember the best intentions. Like,
How do
only
you
have
know?
people in your life that have the best. Hold on, because I have his books.
I might clean my room on stream later this week. It's time.
Wash behind your ears. What would Jordan Peterson
Oh yeah,
say?
it's rule 3: make friends with people who want the best for you. So if you have friends that are constantly, like trying to bring you down or whatever like that, you're never going to be successful because they won't let you. But if you
That's
How
have
do
people
you
in your
know?
life,
Like, how can you tell when who wants the best for you and who's trying to bring you down? Because sometimes I feel like I do draw people that pretend to want the best, but are secretly, maybe
because
not even consciously, working against that.
the friends that want you to succeed will tell you when they think you're fucking up, and they'll be
Okay.
honest with you
What
and
happens
tell you
if
this is a bad idea.
Oh, in that case, I want everybody to succeed.
So I'm pretty sure I'm doing the right thing. I just want to make sure I'm right, though. What happens if you have a friend who's fucking up and they're not listening?
That's on them.
Yep. Oh, okay, cool.
Like, you've
Yep.
done your job as a friend. You've been like, this is a bad idea. I don't think you should do this. And if they do it anyways, you're like, I still love you.
And
I'm
you
not
keep
even
the
going to
door
say I
open,
told
right?
you so.
Yeah, you're right. Keep the doors open, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, keep the doors
Yep.
open. Golden bridges,
Yep.
but most of my friends would. I think the best support system that I have, though, is honestly my wife. And I keep talking her up, but she's been absolutely supportive with everything I've ever done. I started a victim advocacy program. She supported me through 7 years of that hell. She supported me going through school. She, supported me changing my career, and she's been supportive, through everything. And if I would have had someone that was like, why would you bother? It's not going to work. I don't want to help. Obviously one's going to be more successful than the other.
No, like I
So
completely agree on that tip. That if you can share your success, your travels, and your experiences with a partner.
yeah. Well, I mean, genuinely having people in your life who are genuinely happy for your success, like
Yeah,
people who, like I
one
had a friend of mine who couldn't have kids, and it was actually it ended up being a dietary thing where this doctor finally figured out that she didn't have celiac disease, she had something else. And within like a month of her changing her diet, she became pregnant for the first time in 10 years. And I was like
all because of
one of the
diet.
first people, yeah, because of her diet. And I was one of the very first people that she told, and it was actually at my open house when we bought our house. And I was just like, I was crying. I was so happy for them because they needed to be parents. Like, they are
Wait.
some of the best people I know.
She,
And that's
did
kind of
she
the
stop
example that
swallowing?
But
I do, bro.
it's all good. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, when you have a friend who is like that passionate about your success, no matter what it is, like, that's the kind of friend that you want to have. Not friends that are like, hey, it's a great job. I'm just going to sit
I
here
don't
in
know
my
if I have
shit
any of
hole
those
and,
friends.
Shit. You do. I've always been that way for you.
What you've actually given me something to think, like talking about the humility thing.
I know, Jeff. You
I
hate
think
to
I
say
have
it.
some things to think about in that area that I have
Yeah.
been
You got a lot more friends on here
not
than you
humble
think.
about.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people here on your page, on your channel, that are like want you to fail. I think that would be a
I'm not
ridiculous
so sure about that.
notion. Well, you're going to have trolls, dude. You're going to have trolls. I'm not talking about trolls.
Oh,
But,
okay.
I'm looking at these comments, and all of these comments are engaging. Unconditional friends opposed to conditional friends. You just nailed it. So you've got a lot of really great people here that are joining the conversation, and those people don't want to see you fail.
We
Otherwise,
do.
they wouldn't be making a comment.
We have the
They
best
wouldn't-
audience on YouTube. It's one of the best kept secrets, but we do.
Well, one of the best examples is when someone flips out when you take their wrench away. It's like that's why the only reason why you were here because of a blue wrench that you never used.
I take
What's an
wrenches
example,
away
Jeff?
for other
A
reasons.
lot of people
not,
do that.
Not
Not
because I don't take them away as punish, but I take them away when I reorient how I do my moderation.
Yeah.
And usually I end up taking like everybody's wrench away all at once. It's not specific people.
I don't know how you do this, man, because I couldn't do this all the time. I'd go fucking crazy. I can't do YouTube stuff all the time. That's why I only have like 6 videos, and most of the stuff that I have on my channel are all things that I've done on other people's channels, because then I get to do it at will. I don't
do you have
have
other
to.
hobbies?
Oh, you don't have the pressure of like having it be your own thing.
That
Yeah.
you're
I'm not
Sometimes it
here
is nice to
be
go on
popular.
another panel and
Yeah, it
not
seems like you have
just
other
be a
hobbies,
guest.
a family.
Yeah,
this is like-
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
So this has been the calmest year I've ever had, which has been really nice, because up until like the first of this year, I was doing adult education, victim advocacy, school, work, mentorship programs. Like I was gone like 6 days a week. Like,
Are you talking about
day
like
and night.
2024 is over already, or you're already like to
This
me
is 2023.
Okay, I
This
like,
was
dude,
in 2023.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
ruthless.
At the first of 2024, the last thing I did in 2024 was I got published in Free Black Thought, which is an academic journal, and that was in February or March. I think it was March, because I was emphatic that they didn't publish it in Black History Month. But that was the last thing that I did and the last article that I wrote. So after that, I was just like, I need to take a break. And I basically retired from everything. I stopped doing everything. I stopped doing adult education. I stopped doing victim advocacy work. I stopped doing, well, obviously I graduated from school last year, but I was just like, I just want to spend time with my wife, and not feel so pressured to do everything and fill my life with all these things, because I needed to feel important or some shit, So now I just focus on the things that I want to focus on, and it's super nice. I want to read. I'm going to read.
Yeah. I was
So-
saying that earlier. One of the things I failed at was finding a hobby early, and really focusing on something that I was passionate about.
Yeah.
And now that I have time, I really, unfortunately, it's video games. Well, for me, it's video games. People don't think it's cool. To me, I know it's a waste of time, but it's a way for me to I build games that simulate building and infrastructure and flow and how that works in efficiency.
I love it.
So I'm always thinking about efficiency, structure, and analyzing objects, and always analyzing using my brain. And so, like, to me, it's a good hobby, but people don't think it is. But now I focus on it, and it's benefiting me, meeting people. My skills are getting better, my gameplay is getting better, and my interactions with people are getting better. So
that's
hobbies
good.
are very important, people.
Yeah. No, I think
Yeah.
it's a legitimate and valuable hobby. Don't sell yourself short on it.
How long have you been married? Is one of the questions, Steve. If you don't mind.
So something funny.
0.
I can tell you how well and how easily it is to fail a marriage, because I'm on my 3rd one now. I've been divorced twice. I've been with my current wife now for 10 years, married for 3.
Thank you for sharing.
She's been amazing. The most amazing woman I've ever met in my entire life.
Yeah, the women that have been in my life have been amazing, and I wish I appreciated them more when I had the opportunity with them.
I think the thing that sets my wife apart from most women that I've ever been with is she holds herself accountable.
Oh shit, that's a rare bird, dude.
Yeah.
Lock her up.
So
Lock her up. Don't let her leave the house.
if we've ever had a conflict or anything, and I'd be like, hey, I don't like what you're doing here, she'll acknowledge it, and even if she doesn't acknowledge that she's wrong, she'll still at least acknowledge my feelings, which is a big deal. It's like, you know what, I can absolutely understand how this is affecting you. Here's where I'm sitting, and we talk about it, and we're like, okay, so this is just simply a misunderstanding about expectations, right? Or whatever it might be. But we've never yelled at each other. I think I've only yelled at my wife once, and I'm not even going to get into that. But
I'm curious.
we just don't argue a lot. We just basically talk our problems out. But it's much easier talking problems out when someone owns their fucking shit. Like, it's so much easier. And on top of that, it makes me want to own my shit even more. So
It's all
have
about
this
saving
mutual
time, bro. Can you imagine the rigmarole everybody deals with people who don't own up to their shit and trying to figure out what happened and oh god.
Yeah.
The
Well,
police
that
the,
and
the
she
police would be saving so much time if people own up to their crimes.
Yeah. That, and she doesn't assume that I'm a mind reader. That's a big one too. Like, if
Those
I
are
don't
tough
get
people.
something, yeah. Well, she's not going to assume that that I immediately know what she's thinking. She's a deeply complex person, and I love that about her.
There aren't girls
And
known to do that.
yeah,
Be mind readers. Yeah.
yeah. They think that you're a mind reader, or you should be, or you ought to be. And it's just
This
like,
is just
that's
a
just
joke,
not the
but
case.
are you dating a transgender? Okay.
No,
It's just
no.
a joke, dude. It sounds like a dude. Doesn't read
No,
minds.
it's
Is
amazing.
a cannibal.
Well, she was raised by a single father. 4 kids raised
Yeah.
by a single father.
Yeah.
So, but I think those are the qualities in her that make us work more than anything else, I think. And she's a genuinely, how would you put this? She's genuinely interested in my happiness and what she can do for my happiness. So it makes it a lot better to be with someone who has that interest. We're both of us are not in a self-serving relationship. This is a mutual relationship where we're trying to serve each other, and I think that makes a huge difference.
Super
I think a lot of
stoked for
people
you,
get into
dude.
relationships because it makes them feel good, but it's like, no, I want to make my wife smile every fucking day
And I'm sure
because
she
she's going
has
to make me smile every
she
day.
has kind words to say about you too, man. Congratulations, man.
Yeah.
We need more relationships like Steve. America.
Yeah, that's how me and Mike were. I get it. It's
Yeah. So that's I mean, when it comes to success, especially in marriages, I think too many guys, and I don't know, I'm not going to speak for women because I can't, because I'm not one. But for guys, I think we have a tendency to get into relationships and not hold our boundaries because we're afraid of losing our partner.
Yeah.
And fuck that. No. Me and my wife, we reinforce our boundaries all the time, to the point where I don't need to question what her boundaries are. I know what her boundaries are. I'm not going to force her boundaries.
I hate to say
But
this. I hate to ask this, but because I'm not in a successful relationship. So what's a boundary? I honestly couldn't think of one when you said that. I was like, what's a good boundary? Like, what?
So
Fuck,
a
I'm not in a
boundary for
relationship.
me, a really important boundary for me is I am entitled to my own personal life, and she's entitled to hers. Meaning, she doesn't need to ask my permission to go hang out with friends, or she doesn't need to worry about me going through her phone. I have no business going through her fucking phone.
yeah.
She has no business going through mine. I don't have access to her bank account or her money
Fucking
at all.
Uncle Fatty, no butt stuff.
Stop, Fatty.
It's a boundary, though. That would be a boundary.
He just attention level to 3. Where's that finger going?
Hey, we're C+ around here.
No, that just sounds like a normal, healthy relationship. If I was in a
What, butt
relationship
stuff?
where
No,
that
no,
wasn't a
no.
boundary, that would be a red flag for me.
Jeff's all touching the ass.
Right.
He's like, I got you.
Stop, Jeff.
Well, it's okay. So here's another really good boundary. Is like, you will not talk to me in a demeaning way.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
but
not a
that's subject.
child,
Like, how do you? It's
right?
only demeaning when she actually starts talking you that way, and then you decide that you feel demeaned by it. But there's no way to know that ahead of time, because
Well, that's every individual's choice on what that means to you. But for example, for me, it's like, I'm not going to tolerate someone demeaning all of the effort that we've put into making our life what it is.
That's a
So
red
if
flag
you-
for sure, bro.
I had
Someone's
an ex
yeah.
who was constantly like, I hate this apartment. Okay, well, I'm going to get a house. Well, I hate this house. It's
Oh,
like, okay, so you need to chill the fuck out. This is not acceptable behavior because I'm working really hard, or we're working really hard. Um,
You're just
you,
complaining.
you
well, did
can't
they
you
did they
can't
pick the
disrespect all
house?
the
Like,
hard
did they
work we
have
put into
input
this.
into choosing it themselves?
Of course,
Well, then, yeah, I don't know what they're complaining about.
I don't know either, but I was fucking tired of it.
Yeah.
Some people are just miserable,
But
Jeff,
that's a
until they
that's
figured it
right.
out. Yeah.
But that's a boundary. No, no. Oh God, what's the word for it? No derogatory self-talk is a boundary for me. I don't like hearing you talk shit about yourself. So if you want to do that, go do it in the fucking bedroom. I don't want to hear it. Because what you tell yourself, you will become. And if
I
you're
understand
constantly
now.
talking down on yourself, then that's exactly what you're going to be, and then you can't complain about it when it happens.
All right. Thanks for taking the time to explain. I understand now. Okay. Okay. I
Yeah.
understand. Whew, I was confused, dude. That's the reason why I wasn't in a relationship. I didn't have any boundaries.
Yeah, dude, you gotta have boundaries, man.
What are these boundaries? Fingers went everywhere, butts and things.
Yeah. Oh
Man,
my
we're gonna
God,
have to
this one.
do a whole episode of relationships. That brought out a lot of conversation.
If you
Oh
want
my
to,
God.
I don't know how like what relation we did that one. We have that actually as relationship success, so that would be like part of the support system, right?
That's one place I
Yeah.
actually have been successful, so I do have
But we can make it a whole topic.
tips for that.
Yeah,
Um,
we can make that a whole topic. I got it.
Also, I think we're coming up, unless we get another sub or super chat, I think we're coming up on the
Yeah, that's what I mean. I
ending
think we did a
time.
great job today. Yeah, unless we get another guest or our timer. We have 9 minutes,
Yeah,
guys.
last call for subscribers or super chats to keep the subscribe-a-thon going.
I like this,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Otherwise, Philip and I agreed to end it.
Yep, 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 yep.
So that comment, if you're running late, give a call. I fucked up on that so bad. So there was a night where I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with my friend. And she's like, okay, well, just be safe. I ended up getting absolutely shit-faced drunk, and she was so freaking worried about me. And when I called her, I was like, hey, I'm drunk. I can't drive. Come pick me up. I passed out on the yard, and she walked right by me, and she didn't see me. But, like, I have never groveled so hard in my life the next day because I knew I had just absolutely smashed through any boundaries about that we had had. And I was just like, I am absolutely 100% guilty of all of this. And so on top of having boundaries, also you need to have people that respect the boundary that you set.
Yeah,
And
that is a
not
good
being
point.
like, oh, well, that's a stupid or ridiculous boundary. No, the fuck it's not. It's a boundary. If you can't live by it, then don't be here.
Yeah, that's a good
It's as
point.
simple as that. Because anything else is gaslighting.
Yep.
Anything else is gaslighting. And that's not the person I want to be in a relationship with, who's going to try and gaslight me into saying my boundaries don't fucking matter.
So
Go fuck yourself.
that's a good point. It's just overall like this is tips for success. Recognize red flags, guys. Like figure out red flags. Know where to get it out of your pocket and like red flag, and then know like
Yes.
Like,
Catch them early.
if you can, you guys recognize your situations you get yourself
Yeah.
into, and really put yourself in another perspective where you create these options for yourself. Like, is this a red flag situation? Is this a good intention situation? Recognize your situations, guys. Like, this will help you out. Trust us. We've lived it.
And don't just assume that they know what your boundaries are. You have to
Communication, yeah.
clearly define your boundaries. And for example, I use my wife. We set our boundaries like really early on, but we also talk about our relationship on a fairly regular basis. Like, I mean, just even a month ago, we kind of talked about our relationship, where it was going, how we're liking it, what things do we need to change. We did that every month for the first 3 years we were together. And so we got a really good idea of how not just to communicate with each other, but what are the boundaries? Why are the boundaries there? Like, I know my wife's boundaries fairly well, but if a new boundary was to arise tomorrow, we would talk about it. You know what I mean? So don't just assume that your partner knows your boundaries because you said, well, I had this person in my past do this, and so I just don't like it. Okay, well, what's the boundary? You don't like it, or you don't want me to talk about it? Like, you need to be clear about your boundary.
Also, like the yin and yang of this, if you have a partner who's not asking about what your boundaries are, who's not asking these questions, that might be a red flag that maybe this person doesn't really take this
Not, I'm not.
relationship.
I'm not going to ask about boundaries. So I'm going to be one of those people.
You're
Boundaries
gonna go
have
for the
their
butt
place,
on the
but if a
first night,
person
Jeff?
needs a whole list of boundaries to be with me, then that's not the person for me. I don't want to be around somebody who has that many boundaries that they need to
That's
set on me.
actually that's perfect because then you'll know right off the bat.
My
I know
boundary
you
is
got-
having too many boundaries.
You asshole. You can't. My boundaries.
Plus, like I think with open communication, that stuff just resolves itself as they come
Jeff.
up in the moment.
This is why you're a C+ channel. You got to unlock this boundaries.
Oh, not enough boundaries or too many?
Too many boundaries on your boundaries. Your boundary is a boundary.
Too many boundaries on the boundaries.
Yeah, I don't know.
Healthy boundaries are good.
Yeah, that's unhealthy. I'm joking. All right. No, see, pumpernickel, see, we've already set boundaries, Uncle Fatty. We gotta get a safe word for Jeff on this channel. We're gonna start setting boundaries right here. Jeff, what's your safe word? Baphomet.
The boundary is that leave studio button at the bottom. If somebody's crossing a boundary, just click it. That takes care problem right there. You're in control
Right,
of.
when you don't see yourself on the panel anymore, that was
Yes.
the boundary.
One of the norms here is people are free to drop off anytime they want. They don't have to have an explanation. They can spur quit, Irish goodbye, whatever. No problem.
Here's a boundary that I know Jeff needs to set.
Oh shit! No, not here. No, bro.
This is Chet's channel, and he gets to talk whenever he fucking wants to talk.
Okay.
So if you don't like what he's saying, there's the fucking leave button.
Yeah, that's kind of the default boundary for anybody with a YouTube channel.
So Jeff,
Think that, but that's why we're setting that boundary right now.
Oh, I've said it over and over and over. They don't.
You have a lot of new people though.
all right, guys, knock the dust off your sock accounts. We have 4 minutes in the countdown until we end the show. We gotta get a sub. Let's go. No, I really had fun. I can't wait to do this again. Like I said,
Yeah,
the topic
I'm.
is, if you're interested, Steve, is books. Books and success.
Is that the next topic? Every books for success, books that help you be successful.
I don't know if I'll be here for that one, so I'll just ramble on for the next 3 minutes. How about that?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so the very first book I would highly recommend for success is that book right there.
How to have it. Oh my God. My manager at work bought us all that book one time, and I read it. And then every time something came up at work, I would reference the book, and she got irritated. She's like, "I didn't buy it as a Bible for you to like throw up in our face every time." I mean, why? Like so many double messages about giving us that book because I was the only one in the office even using it.
Was it a good book?
It was okay. Like anybody that knows how to have basic conversations can. I don't. It didn't teach me much that I didn't already know. But maybe the people that needed it most were the ones not using it and complaining when somebody else actually tried to use
Jeff, you got 804 subs, dude.
it. What?
That's what I'm saying. I reset the timer.
How
bro.
did we get just?
I don't know, bro.
What?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
I just refreshed it like 2 seconds ago. It was at 800.
Right,
It just shot up 4 subs just like that.
15 minutes.
Wow, I should have at least a C by now for that.
Well, here's
This is
Does
over
that mean I have to
Yes.
keep going?
Yes, Jeff.
Yes, it
Oh my
does.
gosh.
So,
All
I know
right.
it sounds tacky, but this book right here is a really, really good book.
Do you
for
have to
success.
read it, or can it be summarized real fast in his YouTube? Videos?
No, they have the rules online. You can look up
That's
the
what I
rules.
mean.
And one of them is
That
clean
one.
your room, and I think I'm going to actually clean my room live on
I
stream
think you need
this
to
week.
read the book. Here's the problem I have with people.
Yeah, what's the theory behind it?
Is if you just cursory understand what the rules are, that's all fine and dandy. You could still get away with a lot, but you have to understand the spirit of why the rule exists to understand why it exists. So the whole theory behind cleaning your room, you could be like, okay, well, it makes sense. I should clean my room. My environment will be a lot cleaner and I'll feel a lot better about myself. But the real reason is like, if you start your day with completing and being successful at one thing, you've already started the day being successful, and that success continues on throughout the rest of the day. Not only that, but you are being responsible for yourself. And if you're responsible for yourself, you make better decisions. So you really have to, like, the whole reason why books exist is because knowledge cannot be contextually summarized into a sentence, right? There's a lot of deep things that you need to understand and think about. Another really good book, where is it?
Are you sure you can't make it to the next show? I don't mind this, but
I mean, I'll try.
Okay, yeah, please try.
But with
Please
my
do.
schedule, I'm pretty busy because I'm technically under research and development.
Daisy,
so
clear this man's
kinda
schedule
keeps
for the
us
next
busy.
week. Yeah. I called my secretary. She's gonna clear your week schedule for the next week. We'll pay for it. I'm sure.
Here's something that you should learn.
6 socks.
Learn.
Fatty, that was you? Oh, thank you so much. No, I guess we're
Learn
here for...
your fallacies. Learn your fallacies is a huge deal.
What? That's a good one.
Huge deal. Because you
Yeah.
have to know when someone's trying to put something over on you.
Who's that by?
Well, it's just
Learn your
philosophy.
fallacies.
Like, you can look up like logical fallacies. There's a really good YouTube channel called Rationality Rules. Highly recommend their channel.
You know what, Jeff? We could do that one day.
What kind of toilets do they have in Canada? Jax, what did they tell you? This is how you won. What did they pull you aside and tell you? Or just if you learn logic, the fallacies automatically just show themselves. You don't have to learn every. If you know what
just learn
non-fallacious logic looks like, that's all you really need to know. Because the fallacies will show up by not being that.
What is what kind of logic is that? What would you just say, Jeff?
So
what?
If you use, just like if you do math right, you don't have to learn all the ways that something is not math. You just have to learn what math is and when it's being done right. So same with logic.
Okay, yeah.
A good example. Yeah, a good example is like the ad hominem fallacy, right? So you know, as soon as someone starts attacking you instead of the argument, you know you've already won.
Yes. Okay.
So it's important to understand how these logical fallacies work, and like I said, you don't have to remember the names of them as long as you know how they function and you know how to combat them. That's like the most important thing. Ethics 101. That's a really good book to learn, especially if you're trying to be successful in business and politics. Ethics are something that people think they know, but they don't know where they derive their ethics from. Usually it's from their parents. And believe me when I tell you, parents are equally as fucked up as you are.
That's so strange because I feel like the most lack ethic.
Say what?
Who's RR?
I feel like the most successful businesses lack ethics. Like they disregard like.
Well, no, they're just following the ethics of capitalism, which is the profit.
They have
a
different set of ethics. Shit! There's a different ethics for business than there is.
Yeah, there's interpersonal ethics. There's business ethics.
There's
political ethics, stuff like that.
Why can't there just be one slate for ethics?
Put the toilet. No, I'm not putting the. Why would I put the toilet lid down as a male?
That's the
you're the only one that lives there, right?
You want to be successful, Jeff? Put that damn toilet lid down.
I'm not putting the toilet lid down. That makes no sense.
The reason why I recommend that last book, though, is you have to understand when you become a tyrant. Because if you become a tyrant, you're not going to be successful. The people that have like understanding how corrupt environments occur is the key to not letting them fail. Like, you have to understand how systems work, how so for example, our government here is really great in the US, but it is corruptible because of its design. We see a lot of corruption. So understanding how those systems are built is really important. So when you're trying to build your own system, so for example, when I was doing victim advocacy, I realized how much inherent power I had individually in my community, and I needed some kind of form of oversight. And so I created an oversight system, right? Checks and balances. But I was always consciously aware of how much power I actually did hold, and I tried to mitigate that as much as possible, because that's not why I was there. I was there to help people, not create a system of power that reinforces myself. So these are some weird angles. I realize that people are like, why the fuck would I give a shit about that? You'll give a shit when it happens and you realize that the people that used to work for you are now working against you because you've become a fucking tyrant. So there you go. And oh my gosh, I would have to say there's one more. I gotta find it. Obviously, reading anything is always going to be helpful, especially when you read something that forces you to look internally. Which, you know, one of my favorite books is Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. That is one of the most insane fucking books to read.
Wow.
That dude should have been a psychologist. Like, just wow. Gosh dang it, where is it? I wonder if it's even in here.
Yeah, that's the one thing I need to find.
Here's a good
I
one.
need to. Your brain.
This is a
benefits
weird
from
one.
Reading. Yeah.
This one's way out in left field, but etiquette.
I'm not
Learn
reading.
etiquette.
No way.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't.
Why not, Jeff?
Etiquette can be really important.
What do you know about that book?
That's the Karen Bible. That's a bunch of. That's what the
No,
Karen.
it's not.
Yes, it is. I'm not doing Emily
Learn
Post.
it, like,
I've actually read.
something-
I've not read her cover to cover, but I've looked at her before. Growing up, we had it around somewhere.
Yeah. So you're letting your bias make decisions for you there, Jeff.
No, I know. You know what? I know myself, and I know that I'm not going to
talking about
do probably 99% of the things in that book. So it's just a waste of my time.
That's the interesting thing is I only use a couple of them, but like learning when appropriate times to speak up or
appropriate to who sets the
or-
social norm. This is a fucking democracy. People don't. Random strangers don't just to get to dictate my norms. We
Okay,
negotiate
that's
that
great.
intersubjectively as equals. That's the problem I have with etiquette. It's a top-down imposition of one group imposing their norms on people from outside of that particular group.
Well, that's assuming that there's no purpose behind them, and there is a purpose behind some etiquettes. And understanding those, especially so, there's a different etiquette for billionaires than there are for millionaires, and that sounds weird to say, but it's true. And there's different etiquettes for blue collar workers than there are for millionaires. So understanding what you're like, being able to read the room and understanding who's in it is important because sometimes that can give you a leg up. Like there's people that I've met that are, you know, real higher ups in where I work, and the way that I respond to them and the way that I, you know, do etiquette with them is entirely different than I would do with someone that I'm working with in the office every day. But that individual remembered me, remembered what I did, and now my name is in their fucking mouth. So that's not like, going to do anything bad for me. It's going to help me because that means they're paying attention to the good work that I'm doing.
You can't go wrong.
The good work that you're doing, not the etiquette.
Yeah. Right.
So
the
your work is speaking for
there.
Because that's all social stuff. You have a room full of billionaires, millionaires, and working class people. They're still all humans. Humans basically all work the same way. So etiquette is super. It's a superficial social layer. And if you can go beneath that layer to that human layer underneath, that's all I've ever needed.
Yeah.
Well,
that you're aware of. Or at least that you're willing to subscribe to.
Or at least for my purposes, it's always served. For the reason I'm interested in
That's what I'm saying is like, that's fine. I'm not criticizing the way that you do things or your outlook on that stuff. For me, I've found a great benefit to it. It doesn't mean I have to agree with it, but I definitely see how it works, especially in my favor.
But you're able to play the game, and you're motivated to play.
I'm able to play the game. Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not. I have no.
But I don't
with the game
myself to lessening myself because of the etiquette. Like if and there's been plenty of times where I've had the opportunity to have really good etiquette and just said, "Fuck that shit, I'm not doing it." There's been plenty of times I've done that, and that's an etiquette on its own. So. When you tell someone I'm not going to subscribe to this bullshit, what you're telling them is this is a boundary that I am not going to tolerate. So it's an etiquette, regardless. And what other people might perceive as your lack of etiquette is an etiquette of its own that has its own valid perspective. And I completely support you. I think it's needed that people say fuck that bullshit.
Well,
especially to shit that isn't necessarily useful.
It's
That always
it's a
brings me
needed
back to
etiquette
the
in its
fence
own
problem
way.
too.
the
Yeah, are you guys
the
familiar with the fence problem?
Chesterton's fence?
No, I'm
Which
not.
one's that one?
Can you share it?
Which one's the
What's the
Chesterton's
fence
fence?
problem?
So the fence problem is, let's say that you're walking through a field and you see a fence, right? No idea why it's there. You've got two options. You can leave it alone or you can tear it down,
Yeah, that's
right?
Chesterton's fence.
Chesterton's fence,
Interesting.
thank you.
Okay.
I forgot the name of it years ago, so thank you for re-educating me on that. But
Don't tear it down unless you
so,
Is
understand
that a
why it's
Stanford
there in the first
experiment kind
place.
of thing?
right, the best option that you have is leave it alone, because if you don't understand why the fence is there, you don't understand what its function is. And if you don't understand what its function is, you don't know what the repercussions of tearing it down is. And this is part of a lot of the problem in society right now, is we're so willing to tear down fences that we don't understand why they're there. So we just
Right.
throw them away. Like they
For
have no
example,
usefulness or utility.
for example, they don't understand why the benefit or safety of having a male bathroom and a female bathroom instead of a mixed bathroom.
Well, I think there's a
They
whole
want to
lot
tear
of
down that
fences about to
fence.
get torn down.
I'm not going to talk about that topic today, but
Okay.
yes, that would
Okay.
be a boundary that people need to be aware of and understand why it exists.
But
Right?
are you saying
People just
etiquette
keep
is like
tearing
the
it down.
fences? Like the etiquette's there for a reason?
Right. Just because you don't understand why the etiquette is there doesn't mean that it doesn't have utility.
Right. It's
It's
like
just you're unaware of the utility.
Right. It probably does have utility, just not for me. It's
And that's
it's like
perfectly
it's like
valid.
another language. It works for the people that understand the language. I'm never going to be one of those people. So for
so.
me, I'm willing to leave the etiquette there, leave the fence up, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. It's not a group I'm going to participate in. I'm just going to keep walking through the field and
I
leave
So
it
think
alone.
go ahead, Philip.
if you
I'll
could,
finish
if
after you're
you
done.
figure out how to use that tool and not just have it as a tool in your box, and a mechanic will have 1,000 tools, and he might not use that 14 millimeter socket for the rest of his life, but he'll use that 10 millimeter. So I would think it'd be beneficial, Jeff, if you can figure out how to use that tool and not just put it in your box. Understanding using
I
the
mean, I
etiquette,
have.
because
It's a funny example because I have a 6 millimeter quarter-inch drive, 6
6
millimeter
millimeter is
12
a
point.
weird size.
It's a weird size, but the reason
That
why I
is
own it,
weird.
and I've only fucking used it once in 30 years, and it was because an ABS sensor on like a 1992 Ford Explorer. It was the only year they ever used these freaking things. It was a 12-point bolt, a 12.6 millimeter bolt that was holding the ABS sensor in. I had to buy that thing for $10 freaking dollars just so I could take off one sensor, put a new sensor on, and ship it. Right? I've never, and I mean never, used that socket ever since, but I needed it that day. Another good example, and this is an older example, and obviously you could critique it by today's standards, but way, way, way back in the day, like 200 years ago, how you introduced someone mattered. So if I was to introduce my wife a certain way, it would be equivalent of giving her away for the night versus don't touch my wife. So there were multiple different ways of introducing people without having to be overtly like, here's my wife, you can fuck her for the rest of the night. Right. There were definitely ways, like if you want to introduce your daughter to a colonel or something like that, you would introduce her in a specific way to make sure that he didn't touch her. That was a whole
Oh,
thing. That was a
jeez.
whole
What? Like
ass
he would?
thing.
Otherwise, he would touch her. What?
Like,
He
you
would
can imagine
assume
back in the
that
day,
by the way that you're introducing her, that she was available for use.
Jeff.
Where is this?
It's in that book.
Jeff walks
In
up behind
Emily's
England and just
post?
goes, "Hey,
Where
high
are these
five."
I didn't even know there were people out there like this that would assume they could play with somebody's daughter unless they were specifically
I
told
think
not to.
I think in
No,
that
back in
day
the day,
it
like,
meant more like this girl is available for dating, not
Oh,
necessarily for
okay.
use.
yeah,
But
like
you get my
back in the
point. It's
day,
like, if
things
I
were weird,
didn't
Jeff.
like you, I'm not going to introduce you in the way that would allow you to think that my daughter was available for dating. Right? I'm going to be like, this is my daughter, don't fucking touch her. So I'm going to introduce her in a different way. But if I
That's
really
so
like you, if you're
strange.
a successful guy and you got your shit together, I'm going to be like, hey, I'm going to introduce you in this specific way so that you know that my daughter is available for dating you.
I wonder
So
who invented
this
these
is why we
etiquette
don't
rules?
tear down fences. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like back then, that fence was there for a reason. Like today, obviously that's not going to apply unless you're in some very particular situations. But that is a fence that no longer needs to exist in our society today. But it did then. So you have to be careful about what fences you tear down, not knowing what they're actually going to do for you today. Because some of them are valid today, and some of them are definitely not.
I don't know.
If that makes a bunch of sense.
Damn. There are also gatekeeping devices that keep people like me out of opportunities that I
There is
could be of
gatekeeping.
benefit
Yeah.
for. It focuses on shit that's not important, and it overlooks the important shit.
No, I've
Can you
done
give an
that in the
example?
past. Is gatekeeping people, and that's one of the things I think if someone can open up their mind to more people, you'll open up more opportunities for connections. Don't gatekeep. Don't gatekeep. Trust me, guys. It's not worth it.
Like humans we're tribal. They're gonna gatekeep no matter what. I just wish they would do it more intelligently. They go
For
by how
example,
you talk, the way you move, all kind of like non-essential stuff
Oh
instead
yeah,
of
that's a
what you
whole
can
like the
actually bring
southern
to a
drawl.
situation.
that's
Yeah,
Southern
people
etiquette,
in
Jeff.
successful societies will gatekeep people with a southern draw.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Absolutely.
Like, millionaires and high successful people will gatekeep themselves from poor people because they think they're, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, that kind of stuff.
When honestly, they all probably could have had a fun time at that fucking party.
Well, I mean, redlining was gatekeeping,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Yeah, I'm
you
sure
know,
glad we tore that fence down.
fucking right. Um, so that yeah, I mean, there's a lot of situations where you can say that gatekeeping is not advantageous. I think there's probably more than you could argue for the opposite. I'm sure someone out there could probably come up with a reason to gatekeep something, but on the whole, I think 99% of everything out there shouldn't be gatekept, especially knowledge. Knowledge should never be gatekept. That's my biggest problem with academia.
Is it even possible in today's age, other than like
Mm,
paywalls?
paywalls,
Yeah, but even those you can get around. Like, there's almost nothing in an academic journal I can't get a friend to look up for me
right?
somewhere.
All I don't know is
Here's
why is Not Laws eating toaster strudels with no T-shirt and letting the sugar get all up in his chest hair? That's just
oh,
come on, Not Laws.
disgusting.
You're feral. You're feral. Control yourself and
So
your strudel.
here's an interesting form of gatekeeping, right? If you wanted to keep
I
a
am
group of people
gatekeeping Not
poor,
Laws and his toaster strudel.
if you wanted to keep a group of people from not being poor, you could gatekeep that in several ways. One is you could gatekeep certain knowledge, gatekeep certain access to services, or you could gatekeep it by imprisoning half of the fucking population,
Oh,
For
jeez.
just
which is
like
what they've done to
innocently
black men.
pulling them off the street, or people that are
Yep.
actually committing crimes. To
No,
me, it's
there's
Either
hard to
one.
imprison people if you don't have something to back it up.
in
No, it's
America it is,
incredibly
but
easy.
not in other. Yeah, in other countries it is very easy, Jeff. It's
Well,
very
I guess
easy in other countries.
America.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
I
love
mean,
America. Oh yeah, America.
Like, are you saying we throw innocent people in prison just to keep them from being successful?
absolutely.
Depends.
I would need
For
more
example, like a bum just
data
trying
on
to live
that.
his life. You know what I mean? Gets probably harassed by the cops, and this guy's just trying to be a bum. He gets harassed by the
How about
cops, so now he can't afford the ticket. He can't afford. He can't afford to get out of the situation he just put himself in. That's kind of weird when I see cops harassing bums. That is
yeah.
kind of weird.
Weed charges. There's a shit ton of men and women that are in prison right now for drug charges for weed.
How do you feel about that,
That's
Jeff?
a
About
personal
Yeah,
choice, right?
that can be. And aren't the states with marijuana overturning those now?
they are
Letting them
working
out.
on.
No,
But how do you feel about that? Is
California
that one
hasn't.
of those?
Really?
There's still people serving time in California for drug charges for weed that
I'm
are still in prison,
surprised.
even though it's legal.
California
Yeah,
of all states.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
surprised.
weird. I would hate to be in a situation like that where a state makes something legal and you're sitting in jail. Like, bro, this is
Yeah.
what the fuck am I still doing here? Like,
But I thought like it was the law that if something's not a crime anymore, you can't keep people in jail for it.
but I think it
No,
has to be
because it was a law at
processed.
the
The
time.
processing takes forever, I would think.
You still broke a law. Just because it's not a law now didn't mean that you didn't break it then. And that's the
Holy
reason for it.
shit, that's a debate. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
it's
not
a
sure
huge
about
debate.
that. I'm gonna
yeah. I
look
mean,
at it.
yeah,
Here's another thing too, though.
Bring my lawyer.
Imprisoning fathers for not paying child support.
I don't know about that one. What are your
They
thoughts?
do that in California.
I
if
don't.
you-
Right, because child support is.
I don't know if I
strange.
necessarily have a problem with that.
Well, what if it's unjust child support? I've seen some strange
It-
child
it-
support
it
cases.
doesn't matter. It's
But
still a
if
civil
if
suit.
if
You
it's
should
ruled
never
by a
have to file
court
it.
that it's not unjust, it's the official ruling from the court.
Oh, come on now.
Okay, all right.
Not all laws are just.
Yeah, not all rulings.
I'm
are
talking
just.
about the ruling itself. Like if a judge if you go to family court and the judge assigns you this amount to pay,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a
I love
civil-
how
you
Jeff
can
do
you
that.
can have an
Not a
opinion that it was
criminal.
unjust, but that is the official that is the justice in that situation.
I forget to do
Yeah,
that.
but in
Jeff,
the
to
United
separate
States, you're not-
opinion and fact.
Yeah. So in the United States, you should never serve prison or jail time for a civil suit. Not paying child support is a civil suit.
Is that your opinion, or is that
No, that's
in the
constitutional
Constitution
state
or
law in
something?
most states. Yeah. I mean, I could find it for you. I've got a pocket constitution here somewhere, but yeah, it's you can't serve time in jail for a civil suit. It's only monetary. Civil is only monetary.
Well, how are they getting away with it then, if it's in the Constitution?
Violation of a court order. That's how they get away with it.
So is that considered a crime at that point?
Yep.
Then it's not
I think
criminal,
it's
it's civil.
bullshit. It's
I mean,
always
could
supposed
they-
to be civil.
Could they like do like some kind of like child abuse thing because you're not supporting the children?
That would be criminal.
Yeah. So I mean,
But no,
are
they
like-
can't because it's only a
Okay.
civil. It's anything to deal with money is only going to be civil,
Okay,
unless it becomes
okay.
like gross.
Question.
Like
No,
if
there's
you're talking
financial
about-
crime. There's crimes that involve
There is
money.
financial crimes. That's what I was getting to. Is like there's financial crimes, but again, like you have to show criminal intent, and not paying child support is not criminal intent, especially when you don't have the
What?
capacity to pay it.
Jeff,
So yeah, this is something this is a hill I will fucking die on. I don't think anybody should be spending time in prison.
Right. It's
not being able to
it's
pay
your
child
this is
support.
how your ideal of what you think should be.
It's just another way of taking men out of their children's lives, dude.
Jeff, I've opened a monster. I've unlocked a monster. You're at 808 subs. I gotta reset the
I
damn
know.
timer,
I
bro.
feel like I'm gonna have to go all night. Yeah, we were kind of in that situation with the child support thing, and I don't have a lot of respect for fathers that don't pay what they're supposed to pay.
I don't have to respect them either, but I certainly can advocate for them not going to prison for it.
Yes, you can advocate for that.
So that's where I stand. Yeah, it's wrong to not pay your child support morally and ethically. It's fucking wrong. That doesn't
Agreed.
necessarily mean you should be spending time in prison for it. You know, we have to make that distinction between laws being moral and immoral. They're not either one.
Do you have a solution?
You can't legislate morality.
How would you? Yeah, do you have a solution? Do you have any ideas how you could, enforce child support? You have any ideas? I'm stuck. Because if
I think a court order is enough. If you still can't comply to a court order, you're going to have child support in arrears, which means you're going to be paying for a long fucking time. And now they've got it to the point where you start a job, the state will garnish your wages like that, your first
I would
paycheck,
think-
because they report it.
Is it different from state to state?
It could be, yeah. I know here in Utah, it depends on who your employer is. So my employer is a federally contacted DoD contractor, so they are required by federal law, to report me as an employee. So in that case, it works really well. But before that, I was a mechanic working for a private employer, small business. He didn't need to report it. But there are some companies that still do, even if they are a small business, they'll still report it. But which is that's fine. I mean, but the only problem that does is force the father to go under the table and start making money under the table.
I don't know.
So it
I'm not
doesn't
going to
really
cry
solve the
too
problem.
much if deadbeat dads end up
Yeah.
in jail. It's not something I can get motivated enough to care
I
about.
think you should be concerned on it for a justifiable number of reasons. You can still say I don't feel bad for them, but I think we have to stop and think, like, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. It's like, what is the point where you would be okay with imprisonment? Like, what's the justifiable limit? Is it not paying your electricity bill now?
What's the current reasoning?
You
Like,
know?
what triggers imprisonment currently? They go to court. They're ordered to pay a certain amount, and
Right.
then is it after a certain amount of time, or how do they end up in prison from
I
that?
could not answer that.
So
I
I'd have to
wouldn't
know
be
the
able to answer
details
that. I don't
first.
have that knowledge. Yeah, I don't have those details. But
So
let's put it
Zen-
this way. Let's say that you fail to pay your credit card bill. It goes to collections. It then goes to court. You go to court. They tell you, okay, well, now your wages are going to be garnished for this amount. If you don't pay this amount, you're going to go to jail. So now you can go to jail for a credit card debt. Like,
Well,
at
no,
what
not we're
point
not
is a
supposed to
debt
have that. But
reasonable and justifiable to spend time in prison for? Because going to prison is not going to do anything. You can't get a job. You can't pay your child support still. So you're still in arrears. You're still in violation of the court order. So, like, these things are still not feasibly
I think
tenable as punishments.
if you're of age, American male, you should be forced to join the military. So you have a guaranteed salary. That we guaranteed take your money, and we guarantee you have a job, and we
Yeah.
guarantee you have discipline in your life. That way, it's all taken care of.
yeah, maybe
we'd
that's
have
a
to talk about
solution.
the
If they
constitutionality of
can't
that.
pay, draft them.
Yeah, draft them. If you can't pay, we draft you for 2 to 4 years.
Well, we do that, but not so much. Like, if there's, so I don't know if they still do it, but when I was in the military, I I knew plenty of people. This didn't happen to me. It almost did, but it didn't happen to me. But I knew plenty of people that, they went to court and they're like, look, you can either go to jail for a year or you can go into the army. If you go into the army, we'll expunge this after your term is up. It's a pretty good fucking deal as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
You
know
know,
what? Zent's
but you
brought
still
up
have the
something.
choice.
Yeah. Zent's in the chat brought this up earlier about retroactive laws. He was mentioning
Yeah.
that maybe that the guys who got in trouble for marijuana can now get out and get that exonerated because that's considered a retroactive law, but because they committed a crime in the past and that was a law in the past. Do you think that would be okay
Oh yeah, I was
applied in
looking that up.
California?
You
Could they
know,
fight for that,
I
maybe?
can't speak. I can't speak on it because I don't know enough about it. I just know that
Okay.
it's been happening.
Oh, that was
There's
a
been
good
a number
question.
of podcasts of there's this attorney that would go pro bono. He would go to courts and he would talk to fathers that just got busted, for not paying. The court's threatening him, and he would just immediately he would be like, "I'm your attorney now," and he'd go in there and just fucking just demolish the court for his clients because they were sending them to fucking prison so much. I'm sure if
Dude, there are
there's a
some good
place in that
attorneys
book
out
that
there.
actually was, I just don't have it marked out, but there's an infinite number of ways that people, especially in some of these blue states, that will try to put you in prison. Man, they absolutely, and same with the red
Dude.
states. I mean, they're no different in between the two as far as
It
I
looks
know.
like it's state by state, and unless when they pass the new law making the thing legal, like no longer illegal, they can expressly put something in the law that
Yeah, they can.
clears past
But do
offenses.
they?
But if they fail to do that, it looks like it's determined state by state.
Yeah.
So,
Also, it depends on whether or not it's a federal or a state crime too. If it's a federal crime, you don't have a choice because weed's not legal federally.
so
So
can we
that
welcome?
has a role.
Let's welcome late night Mike, Mr. P. He
Yeah, hey,
suggested-
Mr. P, good to
He
see
had
you.
an idea
I
to get
hope
the money from the dads for the child
I hope
support.
you're doing okay.
It's like it like monitors your bank account, so when you go buy beer, it goes to the child support instead. It
Yeah.
denies the transaction. So
And
you go
speaking
buy
of P,
privilege
I'll be
charges,
right
it goes
back.
tink tink, child support, tink tink, and you're like, damn it! And once it's current, you can get your beer.
There you go. That's funny.
I thought that's like, so. Yeah, we'll have to have government auditors for child support.
Yeah. Dude, there's so many like things that we could say, well, man, that sounds like a really good idea, but the more and more you question it, the less and less it becomes a good idea.
Yeah, Elon
It's
can be part of that.
because you have to ask yourself, A, how much is it going to cost? B, who gets to decide? And C, how do you enforce it? Like, if you start asking those three questions, things start to break down pretty quickly.
I'll
You
just
know,
charge
so it's like,
0.5% in new taxes. I will hire all my brothers, uncles, nieces, and nephews. So it's all it's in the family business, and we'll just watch all your guys' money, and what we see unnecessary spending, we'll just cancel it. We'll red flag it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the
Eh,
ways that I got around Obamacare was I became a contracted 1099 employee. So it meant I
Oh,
was
cool.
self-employed, but I was contracted to another company, so I wasn't required by the same requirements to carry insurance on myself. So
You
I
had to
was able
carry
to avert
insurance. Did you get a
the
lot of
fine.
overtime?
No, I didn't get paid overtime as a mechanic.
Ah, dang it. It's usually government contracts have a lot of overtime.
So now I do, but as a
Okay.
mechanic, I didn't.
Okay. All right.
Mechanics get paid flat rate, which is
Oh, that's true. If you, yeah, it doesn't
theft.
matter if you spend
Yeah.
2 hours on a car to 6 hours on a car, it's the same rate. That's
Yep.
incredible, dude. Yeah, yeah. They only pay this. Yeah, that's incredible. And some cars are just fucked. They're just
Oh,
fucked.
dude, I hate Nissans so much. Nissans are the biggest piles of shit.
I'm having a problem with a Chevy right now. Whatever. Cars are cars. You gotta maintain them. It's part of necessity. That's okay. What do you
Yeah.
think about this? Someone said the car is the one okay debt you can have because it's one of those tools that you can use for work, and it kind of set me up for failure. Don't put yourself into debt. Just like I wish I had bought like a car outright, But someone said, it's not a bad debt to have because one, it keeps your revolving credit, keeps your credit current in that area, and then you need it. You know what I mean? It's something you use every day. It's not something you buy on credit that you only use once and it collects dust. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah.
he's got valid points, but I hate being in debt to a
Not
car.
entirely. So the problem with
I guess a
debt
lease would be better.
is it's really easy to go too far and get in trouble. And on top of that, the entire credit score system in the US is based on how much debt you have. So basically, the US government wants you to be in debt. They want you to owe money.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Credit
I'm
credit
not
companies
confident
just want
that's
you
a
slightly
great
in debt.
idea. Yeah.
Everybody wants you slightly in debt. I think it's like the perfect number is like 5 to 15% of your is like perfect for they make everybody happy.
So I believe
Uh,
that number is way up because your house should account for a third of your debt.
I don't own a home, so I haven't even thought about that one yet.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I
I haven't
I
even
would
added that
say,
math in yet, dude. So yeah, I can see it going up and
bef-
more now.
yeah, before I was a mechanic, my mortgage was about a third of my income. Now it's about half. But I took such a huge pay cut, dude. I took a fucking $20,000 a year pay cut to go into aerospace. But I've
Yeah,
also
it'll
in my
pay off,
first
dude.
year and a half
Aerospace has
made
got nothing but
10,000
going
more
up,
a
man.
year.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Aerospace is nothing but going up. Everything's going up, dude.
You can go
yeah.
work for Elon.
No, he pays
He's
less.
not in aerospace
Oh, he
anymore, is
pays
he?
less? What?
Yeah. My wife was offered a job with SpaceX and it paid shit money.
Oh,
Absolute
man.
shit money.
Oh, how
She ended up
interesting.
working for a local aerospace company that paid her a lot more for a
Yeah.
lot less bullshit. Elon does not have the reputation for being a very patient employer. So, but yeah.
So we're rolling up on the 4 hour mark, and I just want to say thank you. We have a whole bunch of new friends who have subscribed, or friends who have resubscribed on different accounts. It
Yeah, I
doesn't
think
matter.
it's that.
Either way, we had a lot of support, and I just want to say thank you. I know Jeff, he appreciates it. I appreciate it especially for the new show to get from yeah. We thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
It,
This channel deserves to
well,
be
we've already
successful.
lost a sub. It means we're going to at least probably have another show next Sunday. It's
No,
not a complete
YouTube's figuring
bust.
out our cheat, so that's all. So, no, if someone
Yeah.
subs, I'll reset the timer. But we hit the almost 4 hour mark, and that's what I said I could do for Jeff. If
Yeah,
Jeff wants to continue
that's.
the show,
Yeah,
that's up to
I can
him.
keep going if people want it to
So,
continue.
but like I said, I want to play my video games, and I've just been, yeah, I want to play my video games. I love you
You have
guys. I
kids,
want.
Philip?
No, I wish I was part of
Okay.
that world, but for some reason God
No, it's
wants
all
me to
good.
work. No, it's not
Let
good,
me
dude. I want a family. I'm almost 40 years old, and I don't have my name isn't being passed down at all. And I sit here and play video games and help friends on you. I'd rather help myself
it's
and a
it's
family.
it's good in this in what I mean by it's good is that you haven't had children before you were ready.
Oh, that's a good point. But you know what, dude? Is it having children and becoming ready the whole experience? Like, isn't like that the whole thing? Not being ready and growing with your kids?
So that is part of it, but whoever said you had to have kids?
I think I would love
Like,
for,
who
it's not
told you that
necessarily
you have to have kids?
His body.
not my, well, no, honestly, I don't know. As I said, I want to, it's, people tell me like, we should pass our name down and pass our family down. And I think we have good blood. Yes,
Yeah.
we've had some bad history, but I think there's some good blood on us and it should be continued on. And I think people telling me that it's a good experience and it's a once in a lifetime experience is also a good thing. People telling me it's a once in a lifetime experience is a good thing.
So I don't remember the details of the story, but basically my uncle asked their father, his father, I don't want to bring kids into a world like this. And
I used to say that.
my grandfather looked at him and said, that's exactly why you bring children into the world, is to make it a better fucking place.
Yes. Yes.
So
Wow.
that is the thing that solidified my decision to have children, was I wanted to make the world a better place. And I can only do that through myself, you know, creating more people out there that are good human beings is the only solution to shitty human beings. Is just outnumber them, you know. But that would be my advice. But there's the other advice I would give is, like, you like video games probably as much, if not more, than I do. My advice to you is, if you do have kids, never play video games when they're awake. You wait until they go to bed, because your main job at that point is a father, and you should be present.
Oh,
The
wow.
rest of your own desires can come after your job is done as a parent.
Thank you
Does
for
that count
reminding
for
me that.
YouTube too? Is YouTube like a video game?
So everything stops, like hobbies,
Until those kids are in bed, yeah.
but your
That's why
health
my
is
kids have a
important, right?
bedtime at
Or
Making sure your
until
8.
health
they're
is
off
good,
doing
though,
their
right?
hobbies?
Right. Health is important, though,
Or
right?
yeah. I
Okay.
mean, my youngest is 15. He's off doing whatever the fuck he feels like doing. You know, that's my
Yeah,
youngest. My
15. Yeah.
oldest you know, my oldest son, he's 21. He's off with his girlfriend. My daughter is 25. She's off doing her own thing. You know, but when your children are young and they're relying on you for you know, a lot,
Yes.
like, even to this day, my youngest is 15. I don't play video games during the day. Like, I'm here as a parent.
I
Even doing
appreciate that
this,
tip, dude.
I could stop this video and go do my parental duties if I needed to.
No,
But the point is that my child needs to see that I'm emotionally available
Hmm.
to help him. So that's my advice, is, like, there's too many parents out there that I've seen that have, like, playing video games at like noon, their kids are running around. It's like, dude, be a fucking parent. Like,
no. See,
them being rambunctious and rowdy is basically the equivalent of, like, we need attention from our parent. So yeah, that's always bugged me. It's like, that's ignoring your kid, and it's ignoring your responsibility as a parent.
see,
So that's
that's
To
exactly
me,
why
that's
this
just kids
show.
being kids. I mean, being rambunctious and rowdy. If that's the only
so that's
criteria.
that's no, it's not the only criteria. The criteria that I'm talking about here is that, like, as a parent, it's your responsibility to teach them things. It's like literally your only fucking job is to teach them and keep them alive, right?
No, I
So
completely. I see what you're saying, brother.
if you're raising a kid and you're not, well, not raising a kid, but you have kids and you're just allowing them to do fuck all, then you're not
Like
being
we
a
did.
parent. Well, no, I
No.
mean,
See,
our
that's that
parents,
Gen X. That's how these millennials happen, because of Gen Xers like you.
no, fuck off. No, what I mean is, like, I'm available at any point in time. I'm not a helicopter parent. I'm not, like, keeping them busy with all the shit, because they need to go and experience the world on their own. There's no doubt about that. There's no argument for me there. Like, I will kick my kid out of the house if I need to and be like, go play, go do something other than
Okay.
sit here all fucking day. Right?
Now,
That's not what I'm talking about.
would I be a bad parent if I was like, all right, the kid's like 4 years old. I think he can pick up a game controller and give him a game controller. So that's how I sneak into my games while.
No,
You know
that's
what I mean? It's like,
fine.
all right, I can't play, but you know what? If I get him a game at 4, I can make him a pro
Yeah.
gamer by 5, and then I can justify me playing games with him during the day. All right, all right. No, I
I
understand,
don't,
brother, and I think this is why the show was created to help out me
yeah.
myself. Like I said, I'm up. I don't have all the answers for you guys. You guys have all the answers for me, and it's my sneaky way of using you guys. And so,
That's all
to
good.
me, what I got out of the show today is if I ever do have a family that my hobbies need to be on second, and my family needs to be on first. That includes
Yes.
that includes my partner and my kids. If my partner's
Yeah.
in the house, I shouldn't be playing video games. I should be attending to my partner or educating myself so we both can be better. My hobbies
Correction.
should wait until
You
everybody's
should be
waiting.
attending to your home.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, 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 yeah. What happens if you
That
rent?
that
It's not my home; it's someone else's.
and your home, encompasses your family.
No,
You
I
know what I
appreciate
mean?
that
So
tip. Like I said, I don't know what you
here's
guys
another
got
one.
out of the show today. What'd you get out of the show today, Jeff? Go ahead.
What comes
Sorry, Steve.
first? Oh, you're good. What do you think comes first? Your wife or your kids?
Oh shit. The kids.
No.
Depends on how bad the kids are and how good the wife
Oh
is.
really?
Always your
Really?
wife. Always your
Explain.
wife.
See, I was leaning toward the kids.
Because I would
No.
think the wife would appreciate it if the kids were taken care of if she had died.
So the home is built on the foundation of the parents' relationship. So if the parents have a
Oh.
shitty relationship, that feeds all the way down into the children's lives.
Okay.
So you have to maintain a good relationship with your partner because they're your partner. They're your partner in child rearing, they're your partner in life, they're your partner for everything. And so if you don't have a partner that's there with you and functioning with you, how do you think you're going to be effective as a parental team if the two of you aren't doing well?
No,
Not very well.
I
The
completely
parents,
agree.
okay,
dude.
so the best way I can explain this is the parents are the foundation of the house that everything else is built on. If you have a
Yes.
shitty foundation, the rest of the house falls apart.
Correct.
So the parents have to be the foundation. So that means you make sure that the two of you both of you are in good repair, meaning both of you are doing okay with each other. You're happy with each other. You're going on dates. Even when you're married, you need to be going on dates at least once a month.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be in love with your partner. Date your partner for the rest of your life, right? And when your children see that their parents are in a healthy relationship, this is what a healthy relationship looks like. They're going to emulate that in their own lives. And they're going to go out there and they're going to meet a person. Let's say that you've got a son and they're meeting a daughter, but the daughter doesn't respect, your son because their mom doesn't respect their parent, right? You see what I'm getting at here? Like my kids
Totally.
can see that I respect my wife, and that they can see how my wife treats me. Even my ex-wife, they can see how my ex-wife treats me, right? And they can say, well, that's what I want from my relationship. I don't want drama. I don't want ridiculousness. I don't want, arguments all the time. And I can see that, my stepmom is respecting my father. Even my mom, who's an ex-wife, is still respecting my father, and my father respects her. They have a good idea of what a healthy relationship is between adults. And that affects everything within a child's life. And so the parents need to come first. Always. Parents always need to come first.
No, that makes good logic. I see it. Thanks for explaining better. Like I
Yeah.
said,
Yeah,
was,
Leggy, I think it depends too. I think most of these things are situational.
Yeah, they are obviously situational.
No,
What were you
I
gonna say,
completely agree. The last relationship I had, if I had spent more time focused on my partner and not my hobbies and myself and me, I think it would have been more successful. Definitely, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate you explaining. Jeff, what did you get out of today's show? Is there any
I
story
got a bunch
that,
of subs that I didn't
okay?
have before, so I
All right.
appreciate that.
High
And we got the
five.
wisdom flowing tonight, like it's all
Steve,
coming out right
did
now.
you get anything out of this show, Steve? I know because you're just a guest, but did you get anything out of this show? And anybody in the chat, is there anything you benefited from the show today? Because I had a great time.
I think anytime that you have good, open, honest, intelligent communication, you're going to learn something.
Whoa!
And it would
Just
be
communication, intelligent. That's up.
Come on now.
we're C plus here.
Yeah,
No,
C plus here.
anytime your beliefs
I
are
love that,
challenged and
dude.
you
We
can
should keep that, Jeff. We're C
yeah,
plus
I
here.
should. Yeah, we're C plus here. Anytime that you can have your beliefs and your thoughts challenged by someone else, it's a good thing. That means you're either changing your mind or you're strengthening your argument, which are both good things. Like, today I can't nail down one specific thing that I learned, but I'm paying attention to the comments, the different perspectives. I'm learning how to word my phrases better every time I come onto a show. So there's tons of things that I'm learning. It would be hard for me to nail down just one thing.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you coming up, and I really look forward to you being a guest host in the future, or a guest. I
Yeah,
don't know how to say it. What is it? Just guest? Or is it guest host, panel guest?
I have an open invitation, so
There you go. Yep,
Yeah, it's
yep.
all like y'all are all. It's a community, so I just consider everybody part of.
And thank you, Zach, for coming on earlier. We want to recognize. I don't know. I got stoned. I didn't even see him leave, bro. He just disappeared like a bong hit and it gone.
what I'd like to
So
see is questions from the listeners and the viewers on things that they're concerned with. Like, let's take some comments and say, how do you guys deal with X, or how do you guys deal with X when it's in your life? How do you deal with a spouse who's doing this or that, or stuff like that, and giving people good advice? That's the kind of stuff that I'm
that'd
interested
be
in
fun.
doing. You know,
Yeah.
success is a really good one because everybody wants to be successful, so that's a good start. But you
Well,
know,
okay. Does everybody really want to be successful? I mean, is that true? Because there's nothing's 100%, right? Are people, or there are some people out there striving, like I don't know. Is that true? Is that the only truth in the world that people want to be successful?
I think the better truth is people seek happiness more than they do misery.
That's what I seek. And I think that's what you seek, and I think that's what Jeff seeks. And I hope that's what everybody else
I think
seeks.
it's will to power, and I think that takes different
Don't
forms
have
for
to
each
fucking meet me.
individual.
Will to
Yeah,
power. Like I think I
I think
can.
the
Or no.
problem becomes what were they taught is successful. I
But
think
does
that's the main
like when
problem.
you reach adulthood, does any of that matter? Because adults can always make their own choices and revise whatever their childhood's taught. So at some point, you're responsible for either continuing to accept your childhood's beliefs or replacing them with
Yeah.
things that you pick up and learn as an adult. So I don't think
Well,
adults are necessarily stuck with whatever they were taught in childhood by the time they reach a
well,
certain age.
I'm not saying they're stuck with it, but there seems to be a trend that people follow what they were raised to believe. So what I mean by that is, like, if you were raised in a house where fights and violence was the norm, a healthy relationship where violence isn't the norm feels abnormal. So people seek out those types of relationships where it's violent or it's abusive.
Yes.
And it
Yes. Yes.
doesn't
Yes.
take it takes a long time for those people to realize this is not what I fucking want,
Yeah.
and then
Rewiring
they
is not
start
easy.
seeking out healing and therapy. It's the people that I'm concerned about are the people that didn't get the same opportunity that I did to have two loving parents and an environment that I grew up in that helped me excel and to be successful in everything that I do. Like, my father taught me my work ethics. How would I have turned out if my father wasn't present for that? So I'm looking forward to passing on information and knowledge that I got from my upbringing and giving them to people that might not have it.
See, well, I got lucky, and I was put in positions where people I worked with had really good work ethics, and I was able to want to be like them. So, because my
Yeah.
father didn't have good ethics, but I have good work ethics from people
Yeah.
uh, showing me what good work ethics are. I had the ability to show up every day, but I had to be
Yeah.
taught what was good work ethics.
So you're a learner.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
That explains a
Unfortunately,
lot. Yeah. No, that's very fortunate. Yeah. Because there's some people that just don't fucking get it. They don't
well,
see the
that's
point in working hard.
you know what's sad. You just said that. My boss says he doesn't get it. I get it. It's just tough. It's a tough job.
Yeah.
It's tough, bro. It's so tough. Makes me question it, but
So
whatever. That's what
yeah.
God wants me to do right now. God willing.
Yeah. I don't have your sense of faith, so I
It's
I
okay,
have to make
brother.
my own way.
I love you too.
But I think that's the biggest question I get from most people is, like, how are you an atheist? Like, where do your belief systems come from, and, like, how do you deal with this and this and this? And it's just like,
If you want to share, I'm listening.
valid questions. They're valid
But I
questions.
don't question it at all. But if you want to share, I'm listening.
Well, I've talked on it ad nauseum on this channel, but
Yeah, I've seen you in the
um,
past. Yep.
yeah,
I'm
I
glad that you
function
came up
based off
today.
of I function off of the least possible misery philosophy.
Jeff
So
is Satanism is very similar to that. Jeff,
No. What's the
your
question?
Satanism, your Satanism is least misery kind of thing also.
Oh no, I don't. I don't care about
yeah,
degrees of misery or not. Or
Oh, okay.
that's not a priority for me. But what was the
So
original question? I missed that one.
I was just
Hey,
saying that as an atheist, I get a lot of questions about, where do my morals come from? How do I interact with society? How do I give to society? Stuff, general questions that, most Christians don't really get access to.
You don't think they do?
There's a lot of, well, I mean, most of their beliefs come from the Bible or other religious texts, so they don't really need to, I would say, have to explore why they have the ethics and meta ethics that they do. You know,
gosh, yeah, I got lucky. No one's asked me why I believe in God. I got lucky, dude. I don't have to explain that kind of stuff. Oh gosh, if I had to do that, I think I'd make a fool of myself. That's the one of the reasons why I stay out of debates. People are like, well, he doesn't debate. And I was like, well, because I know I'm going to make a fool of myself. It's just I don't have the facts,
Well, I
and I
thought you
understand that.
you explained it today, but you said that you encountered enough people whose intelligence impressed you enough to just kind of go along with what they were saying, and that
Hmm.
led you to believe in God. Like if all these smart people had reasons to believe in it, then
That's
that
what I
was
mean.
reason enough for you.
And it's not really a good answer, is it? I'm just
I mean, it
I'm
makes
sheep on
sense to
that
me.
one.
If you're not sure and you have all these smart people that are all saying, "Well, this is why we believe it," well, like,
Thanks,
and then
Jeff.
you go with that based on on
Thank
the
you.
authority that you grant to them, based on their ability to impress you with their intelligence. That makes sense to me.
And these are all
I it,
good-natured, honest faith debate people. These are.
see that doesn't make any sense to me though, Jeff.
Hmm.
Like zero
These.
sense to me because faith is supposed to be something deeply personal,
It is
and
personal. I
I
believe
think
in
the
them.
reinforcement, right? And I'm not going to debate you. Like, I don't know if you've seen me enough, but I don't try to debate people out of their faith. Like, I want to support your faith. I want to, I want to give you every bit of charity as I possibly can. So I don't come in here trying to change people's faith or destroy their faith. I think that's incredibly disrespectful, and it's morally against my code of ethics.
But it makes good
But
tension.
it makes good tension, but I'm not about tension. I'm about learning,
But we
and I'm
are.
about the truth, right? I'm
I'm trying
about
to learn how to
finding the
make good
truth.
tension. I'm trying
Yeah.
to find out the good tension. There's got to be good tension, right? If there's a yin and yang, if there's bad tension, there's good tension. It's out there, guys. There's a yin
Well,
and
if you
yang
have
to
competing
everything.
ideas, it's going to be tension. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I think faith is supposed to be, at least from my perspective, an intensely personal thing, and trying to use the argument that this incredibly smart person believes in God, therefore I should, I think is flawed on a fundamental level, which is not all smart people are right about everything. You can be smart, like the smartest man alive is this country bumpkin in a ranch in like Minnesota or some shit.
I heard about
And he
that.
made an argument to God, and it was like he apparently has not paid attention to any of the counter arguments to his argument.
Oh,
Because if
that's
he did, he
interesting.
would understand that it was easily dismissible.
And I want to say welcome to Shameless. Shout out. Welcome to welcome, welcome. I didn't see you were here. Thank you for being here, Shameless. We must have
Yeah.
order. I think we
But
must have
yeah,
order.
I
I
think the
think God
order is
brings
good, but so
order.
is chaos.
So, how does atheism bring order? To me, it kind of seems chaotic.
What seems chaotic about it?
What direction do you go? How do you know which direction to go? That seems chaotic.
It's
Would,
no more, no less chaotic than Christianity. I mean, we're always wrangling with the moral and ethical choices of our decision and our acts. So for me, when I move forward, I'm always looking at what is the least possible misery I can conduct in this moment. So
that's a good base to start your this for you. That's great. That's great.
for example, let's say that I'm driving along the freeway, and let's say I'm in no particular hurry, but I want to get somewhere fairly quickly because I got plans. Busy freeway, it's not bumper to bumper yet, but it's a busy freeway, and I see a person with a flat tire on the side of the road. Now I can tell that this 80-year-old grandma is not capable of changing her own tire. I've got two options: either I can stop and help, or I can keep driving on. Now, it takes me 5 to 10 minutes to change a tire, It's not really a big deal. Yeah, I'm kind of in a dangerous situation, being on the side of the freeway, but it's negligible because it's on the right side of the car. Now, if I stop and I help her, I'm out maybe 10 minutes, right? But if I stop and I help her and I change her tire, I'm getting her back on the road. I'm helping her be safer. I'm decreasing the opportunities for an accident to happen. I'm also decreasing the opportunity for a major traffic jam to happen because of rubbernecking and whatever, blah, 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 blah. All I did was spend 10 minutes of my time doing something I'm more than capable of doing, and it literally cost me nothing more than time. So I've decreased overall misery. Now, if I choose to keep driving on, which I have done in the past, I'm not going to lie, I'm not, perfect. But let's say that I keep driving on, nothing might ever happen. She might have a AAA membership, and they come and they change it for her, whatever. That's all fine and dandy. But what does my personal choice in this matter have to do? And it is, if I can decrease misery, is it not my moral imperative to do so? And the answer to me is yes. It's an emphatic yes. I should be doing that. And so my argument for doing it might be slightly different than a Christian's argument, even though the end result might be the same. And this is why I don't try to argue people out of their faith. Is like, if you stop because you believe that it's the right Christ-like thing to do, and you change your tire, you get her back on the road, and you continue on going, and everything's fine, the end result is it's a little bit Machiavellian. I agree, but the end result is still the same. You decreased misery, you help someone else out, you decrease the possibility of a traffic jam, accidents, rubbernecking, everything. The result's exactly the same. Our motivations might be different, but the outcome was still the exact same. So there's really no tentative difference between what you do and what I do, except for the motivation.
I see that.
So,
I don't know. I don't like the example, but I see what you're saying.
I also found myself not relying on God to give me things.
Oh
Like, if I
yeah,
wanted
for sure.
something, I need to go out and fucking do it, because He's not here to help me.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, I'll finish out this, and then I apologize for talking too much, but
No.
this is how I look at a lot of the debate between Christianity and atheism. And to be clear, atheism isn't what everybody says it is. It's basically a state of being that is, I can't believe in something that I don't have any evidence of. It's not that we don't believe in God. It's just we don't have evidence to believe in God. If that
Totally
makes
valid.
sense.
Yeah, totally valid.
So here's the thing. I love capitalism. Capitalism is awesome. Now, what drives prices?
1 second, Steve.
Scarcity.
Bex says
Yeah.
hi. I don't know if you saw that. Bex says hi. Hi, Bex.
Oh, hey, Bex.
Yep.
Hi, Bex. So
What drives capitalism?
what drives prices?
Oh, what drives prices?
It's
What
scarcity.
drives I don't understand.
Scarcity drives prices.
Is anything really scarce in this world right now? That's where I'm confused.
So
It seems like we
uranium
have
is scarce.
everything. The only thing is getting to people.
So there's a lot of things that are scarce, but the less scarce something gets, the price goes down. The more scarce it gets,
Yes.
It goes up, right?
Yes. In
So you
theory,
could
yes.
say that the value of something is directly proportionate to its scarcity.
Yes.
Now, what's more scarce, an infinite existence or an 80-year existence?
I'm real
Well,
dumb.
obviously
But I'm
the
gonna say
80-year,
Yeah, because it sounds less to
right?
me.
The 80-year existence is very scarce when you're considering the difference between the infinite life of a soul, of a spirit. Things tend to not be as valuable to you, right? And this isn't a criticism of Christianity. This is an explaining on how I think about life and people and existence for me as an atheist. So when I go out there every single day, I'm looking at things that I might see for the very last time. I might experience kissing my wife for the last time. I might experience hugging my kids for the last time. So every single time I do that, it's with the knowledge knowing I'm never going to see them again if I die today. So every single time I do that, there's an inherent built-in gratitude and a sense of appreciation for that every single time I do it. I don't get lackadaisical about it,
Very
if that
cool.
makes sense. because I know
Christianity
that
shares
today
that too.
might be the last day.
Yeah. Cool.
So
Cool. That's very important.
I think a lot of people when they have this conversation with atheists, they tend to miss that particular component because they're always like, well, if you're an atheist, then life doesn't matter to you. It's like, the fuck it doesn't.
Right.
You know how scarce life is for me? Like, it is incredibly scarce for me.
Because you understand
So I
time.
am going to value every single second of it
Right. Because you understand.
because I understand the lack of infinite
Yeah.
in life.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yep. And welcome, animated effigy. Welcome. Shout out. Thanks for being here. I saw you in the chat. Based argument and loving it. All right. That's freaking rad, dude. You have great. I can't wait for you to join again. This is awesome. I think you have a lot to share and a lot to add to just the tips. If you guys are interested, Jeff has.
Yeah, I think we went way beyond the tip today.
Yeah.
It was probably
whoa,
inevitable.
whoa, Jeff. Went deep. This is funny how that worked out. How flow state suggested this. Well, you're not getting
We didn't have any attention at all. Which maybe that might be a good thing.
Yeah.
We'll see if our grade goes up next week.
That's and I like how the whole idea like, a couple shows ago when Joy was on, you guys were talking about how parents and influences, and then that got brought up again. Like it's really being reinforced that your parents had a lot of influence on you, and if you see anything that that potentially they're doing negative, that maybe just reflect on maybe my parents were acting like this, and it actually isn't me. I can change. So
Yeah, parents and other people that whoever's around you growing up that you spend
that
enough
too.
time with, I think
It's
can
not
be
their
an
fault.
influence.
It's their parents. We're all victims here, in a way.
One of the cool things about Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment was the examination of the spirit. Like, try to violate what your soul knows is to be true and see what happens. It's gonna be a bleak outcome for you.
Oh,
It's
so
one
you
of the
believe in a
reasons why I love that
soul?
book. Oh, absolutely. It's
How
just not the same kind of soul as you.
Right.
Yeah.
What kind of soul do you like? I don't necessarily. What's your theory on the soul as an atheist? Please explain.
The soul is just purely created by one's own experiences. The makeup of the brain, the individuality to that person. That's what I would classify as a soul. It's not the ethereal soul that Christians believe in.
Right. So in your theory, when you die, your soul dies with you.
Correct.
Ah. Okay. And can you share your soul experience with others, like connecting with other people spiritually?
I might not be
life
clear on what you're
partners,
saying.
bonds, and stuff like that.
Can
Like
I
for
share
example,
that?
I had a friend, and I swear I felt the day she died. It was the weirdest experience. Like I literally felt like there was an energy missing in this world, and we were hundreds of miles apart, and then all of a sudden 10 minutes later I get a phone call that she's dead, and it's just like what the fuck? I felt that
Yeah.
shit. So yeah. So does your theory? Are you able to connect with other souls?
I have no evidence of that, so I can't believe in something that I don't know. However, that does not mean that there aren't explanations that we just simply haven't found yet.
Right, open-minded. Thank you. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's as simple as that. Like, just because I don't have evidence of something doesn't mean I should believe in it. But that doesn't mean that I can just willy-nilly, just abandon the idea that something exists. Like, I don't know how the creation of the universe happened. Like even in faith-based perspectives, there's no way that we're explaining it. Yeah, but and I can break that down too. But the point that I'm trying to say is like,
I hate when Christians say that. Oh, I God did that. Well,
right.
I know about Jesus, bro.
We have to reserve ourselves to the idea that we will never know certain answers, no matter what book we get it from, whether it's an atheist book or a religious book. Like, sometimes those answers are just not going to come to fruition because there's no way to effectively and empirically test those theories, right? There's no way to empirically test what happened at the exact moment of the universe. We have speculations like the Big Bang or whatever, but we don't have any way of actually testing those theories. We can see evidence of something like the global background radiation, but we don't know for sure where that came from.
Do you think people will ever have the ability to go back in time and do that? Because I honestly think The reason why we don't do it and why we can't do it is because I don't think we can handle it like emotionally. Um,
I have an
I don't.
idea about this.
Okay. And Jeff, before I forget, I might forget. I wanted to ask you also in your religion, what's your belief in souls? But so I have two questions. I will
I
get
don't
them both.
believe in an immaterial substance that continues after death, but I do find myself connected to people in very strange ways that feels deeper than just something that would ordinarily happen through sharing the planet together or interacting on the surface that I can't fully explain.
Right.
Call it
You shared that.
intuition or something, but it's completely subjective.
Yep.
Yeah.
But there's something beyond. There seems to be like we seem to be connected in ways beyond just being bodies on a planet together.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm glad I
And there
asked you that
could be
because
very naturalistic explanations for that.
Yeah.
we just haven't
So
figured
time
them out
travel.
yet, or yeah, haven't explained it yet. Okay, yeah, time travel.
Time
Can
travel
people
is the
really
interesting thing.
handle that concept, or because I feel like we would break it, we would people would abuse the machine, break the universe, and it just break everybody.
Well, the interesting thing about that, if you follow the standard model of what has existed and how it came to existence, there is a point at the creation of the universe where you could not go back any further because time did not exist.
That just broke my brain. See, I can't even handle my own question. That hurt, bro.
Yeah.
That's a good point. There is a, if there was a creation point, there's a point where you just hit a blink. Your machine's like, hey,
Yep.
bro, we can't go back any farther.
Yeah.
I don't know where
Well,
you're going, but when you get out, you're falling.
Yeah.
It's gonna be black.
Yep. So yeah, that's the interesting thing about it. But yeah,
That would be funny
it's
animation, though. Go back in time, you open the door, like, oh, I think we went back too far, guys. Go back a couple.
bring us back a couple billion years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not to mention like the violent nature of the beginning of the universe it would
Oh my
be
gosh, and we think our storms are
insane.
violent. If we think our tropical storms are violent, oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
I mean,
That'd be
Jupiter,
such a cool
900-mile-an-hour
animation.
fucking storms.
Yeah, that'd be such a cool animation. The like if someone could, I know people have created it, but the Big Bang animation would be so violent. Or would it
Yeah,
be peaceful?
it'd be peaceful for about a split second.
Right, like a bright light, just boom.
Yeah, just
And all of a
you're
sudden
gone.
it's there. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's
Yeah,
fun. Creation event is not the creation event by sense.
yeah. Ooh, excuse me.
It's the expansion of something that already existed. How interesting. And then you have a question here, Steve. Are you ready?
Do I
Jack
understand
Laws.
myself? Well, I need to know what context you're asking. Do I understand my motivations? Do I
Ooh.
understand why I have the thoughts that I do, where the thoughts come from?
Well, what's the
Should I
answer
be a
to
little
any
bit
of
more
that?
specific?
That's the starting point. Do you
I'm so glad
understand
you
those
asked Steve
things?
that question.
I, for the most part, believe I do understand my motivations, but that's not to agree with the idea that I might not know them, because I think some things are very subsurface and we don't understand why we do things. Um,
So you
you
think you
know,
do things without knowing why you do them?
oh, absolutely. I think some things are subconscious and we just don't understand because they've been so deeply ingrained into our psyche that we've lost the ability to tap into those reasons.
But
But
you're not a free will guy either, because
I'm not a
so
free will guy, so
okay, that
yeah,
makes sense then. Because I feel
I
like
don't
I
get
don't
to
do
it by
things
nature.
without knowing why I do it. Like I have a reason for everything I do. It would be weird
Right.
for me to just randomly do something and not know why I do it.
Dude, coming to the conclusion that we do not have free will was almost, if not greater, difficulty than it was coming to terms with being an atheist.
I've heard that before from free will people. It's
They were
almost
both
a conversionary experience.
they were both conversionary experiences because when I realized that I didn't have free will, I began to examine my behavior even closer.
So wait, why don't
And yeah,
you don't believe in free will?
mm-mm,
Okay, thank you. I actually I didn't. This
yeah,
is
Well,
okay.
yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
this is how the this start
Jeff does. Jeff
this is
does.
the
So
conversation that started when he first showed up.
yeah.
yeah. So it's difficult, but
So
you
there
know,
was
when
a
I look,
time when you did believe you had
yeah,
free will?
yeah, before I read up on it enough and started to realize that the arguments for a lack of free will are incredibly compelling.
But that's how Philip came to a belief in God. And you said that's not a good reason. Just reading arguments from smart people were not a good enough
No,
reason.
I said it wasn't. I don't think it's a good validation for why you should have faith.
But
Faith is
how
a
does that?
belief.
But it was for the free will thing.
Ooh, this is
So
some good
I'm on the
tension.
position that free will does not exist purely because of what I've read on the subject matter. But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to change my mind if someone comes up with a better argument. I think that's the difference between those two. Is like I'm going based off of what the most valid, most reasonable, and most articulate
But
logical
that's
argument is.
also what he's using.
Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, that's what he said earlier.
Because faith, again, is a deeply personal process.
That's what you're saying, Faith. But Philip himself said that he adopted a belief in Christianity based on what all the smart people were saying, like reading their arguments for it. He was
So I might not.
logically or rationally convinced to adopt it.
So I might not be explaining myself, and I take accountability for that. The reason why is because I have a lot of respect for faith. I actually do have an incredible amount of respect for faith, but faith to me is deeply personal. Where the idea that free will does not exist is not a deeply personal event for me. It is purely a position that I hold because the information and the argument is compelling. But if I was to say, base my belief on God on someone else, I think that's almost kind of subverting the importance of that process for Philip. Like Philip needs to come up with his own reason why he believes in God.
But people have been putting forth logical arguments for God for centuries, and people have been adopting a belief in God based on those. That's not anything
My
strange or
argument
unusual.
sucks, but my argument was that I'm lazy, and I let the people who are more educated, more dedicated in their fields, specialists,
Yeah,
do the research for me. It's like Elon Musk hiring engineers to
that
build a rocket. He didn't build the
that was
rocket.
the part that I latched onto. Yeah,
Yeah, that
yeah,
he
that was the part that I latched onto.
yeah, he hires scientists to build these, and so I let the scientists do all the work. They came up with the conclusion, and now I believe them, and my rocket went to space.
Yeah.
So that's where I did my. That's
So
how
there
I
were
got my.
changes in your life that happened after you decided to adopt this conclusion.
I'm
You
interested in
noticed
that,
effects,
bro.
just like with Steve and the free will thing. He
Yes, yes, yes. Everything's improved in my life. Every feature of my life's improved.
because you
I'm
shifted your
here.
like maybe every time there's a paradigm shift in somebody, then the way they respond or react to life changes
Yeah,
because
I'm
the
right here.
paradigm changed. So maybe it's all downstream from shifting your paradigm, however that happens, whether it's faith or logical persuasion.
All I know is that faith got me here, got you to me, from my perspective, got you here, got me here, which is crazy. I've never really helped anybody like this before on a live
Hmm.
show in front of a live audience, Jeff. This is big. Like,
Oh, really?
well, who else
That's
does this?
cool.
This is in front of a live audience, a live show, giving your opinion for free. Most people charge for this.
Right? Yeah, I think so
Right,
too.
right, right.
There's value
Coming
in
up,
this.
coming up with the show idea for free. Most people charge for this. We actually
Yeah.
got subs. Holy sh! I wasn't expecting that at all,
No,
Jeff.
that's
That's what I mean. And so,
it was a
Yeah.
whatever I'm
soccer thought.
doing, got me here. Got me to meet Steve and have a great conversation. Which Steve got me to realize if I have kids, that my hobbies probably should be weight, and if I have kids, that they are important. And if I have a partner that I want to have kids with, that they're important. I didn't really. I know about that kind of stuff, but he's right. And then I had a chance to have a whole bunch of friends in the chat show up today and give their comments. Like I cannot deny that my life is so much better being on
Would you say
losing
this is a
kids.
success? We achieved a success?
Yes, I
Yeah,
believe
I
I'm
think so too.
successful today. I believe I had a very successful today. I talked to my brother a lot more. My work relationships are my hobbies are better. Like I am tenfold better. I'm not. I was homeless when I wasn't faithful.
Hmm.
I wasn't having warm showers. I have 2 warm showers a day. I can have 3 showers
That's a
a day if I
lot.
want to.
Dude.
That's gratitude right there, dude.
You know what I mean? Like I really don't want the zombie apocalypse. I really don't want the world to go to shit. I love my warm showers, bro.
By the way, Zens, you're absolutely right. A syllogism is only one premise and one conclusion.
Yeah.
So yeah, the whole idea of syllogism needs to change. I agree with you. So I would argue, Philip, that you got yourself here.
I believe that too. No denying that. But I don't know how the
Yeah, so
situations I got myself into. I really don't. I should be working.
the idea that you had faith that helped you get here is to me it shouldn't be dismissed, but at the same time I think you have to give yourself a larger degree of credit for what you've achieved.
Oh yeah, I give myself
Otherwise,
credit for going to
you
work
didn't do it.
before everybody else.
You
Yeah, I
know,
give
that's
myself
that's the
credit.
weird thing for me about some Christians is like they thank God for everything that happened to them. It's like, but you did a lot yourself. like
Yeah. When I
a
deliver a
lot of
beautiful
that
home,
was done by you. A lot of the sacrifice was done by you. Like, sure, he helped you deal with it, but you did it. Like, you achieved that.
I
And
recognize
I
that.
think people tend to not give themselves enough credit too. But yeah, it's just yeah. I mean,
I'll recognize my credit when I'm driving a sports car in a couple years.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I need
and
to
having
stop
a
using believe in my vocabulary. Like, I believe that free will does not exist, because it's like it's a little bit misleading. The language matters in this case. So I don't have evidence that free will exists. And if someone presents something with me that would change my mind, that could answer my questions, then I would shift my perspective to agreeing with them. But I don't see the evidence there. And to answer your challenge, Jeff, is you are right. There almost seemed to be a hypocritical component there. But again, I go back to the idea that a lack of thinking that free will does not exist is not, I don't think, even remotely comparable to faith and the importance of it.
I don't think
And
free
not to
wills
mention,
exist.
a Christian could make a really good argument that free will exists. I'll still listen to them.
Oh, I don't think free
Um,
will exists. God told me so.
Well, there are
yeah,
even Christians
yeah,
that differ
yeah.
on the
Yeah,
existence of
because
Right,
free
because
will.
you're enacting God's will, which is
exactly,
a lack of free will,
exactly.
which is counterintuitive to the whole reason why you came here, which is to experience this planet as a mortal form. Well, you can't really do that. Not to mention, if you're enacting God's will, everything that you do that was wrong was enacting God's will as well, which means God is neither benevolent nor all good.
I
So this is a
agree.
part of Christianity needs to reconcile themselves with.
I agree with what you're saying, but right now society agrees what I'm doing is correct by reflecting what I'm doing is
Yes.
correct. You know,
Yeah.
like I'm not in jail. My
Right.
work relationships are good. My internet relationships are good. My personal relationships are good. I'm growing mentally. I need to
Yeah.
work physically. I need to work on my health. I understand that. That's one of my vices. I understand that, and God reminds me that I need to work on my health vice. But other than that, I'm pretty good. I would say I'm like 80 to 90% good, and society reflects that too. So if I did something wrong, I'd be in jail, or society would be telling me I'd be doing something wrong. And
Yeah.
right now, I'm surrounded by people who are also faith based. Like everybody around me doesn't mind saying God bless you or hey brother, has faith. So it's kind of weird. I'm in a situation where I was put in a situation where people are faith based. I'm faith based. It's all positive and creating positive relationships for friends and family, and it was all
Yeah.
positive outcomes. And that's one of the reasons why I also moved towards Christianity because when I grew up, my father was kind of atheist, but my family was Catholic, and the Catholic part, lived in big white picket fence homes, had money, where the atheist guy didn't.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen really much atheists reflect successfulness. You do, but other atheists don't really reflect successfulness personally and health and family, economy wise, like all these other
What
factors. So I was
atheists
like,
are you
well,
looking at? There's plenty of
Well, I think
successful atheists.
there are plenty
there are.
successful, but there are
I
plenty of
see what he's talking about.
unsuccessful. There's plenty of drug
I
Yeah,
addicts
but
who are
same for I don't think they're Success
the
is
thing-
correlated with
my
any particular
experience, Jeff,
belief system.
My experience shows me that a lot of atheists were drug addicts. I don't know. I grew up in a where like I said, I didn't have the best upbringing where drugs were all around me, and a lot of people were not faith based because of where they and the people who were faith based weren't doing drugs.
I think
So
you'd find that the majority of those experiences are trauma based.
And that's all I have. And right
So-
now, in the situation I'm moving forward is all positive, non-trauma.
Yeah.
And I did try atheist, and it was all trauma.
No, I say if it's working, go with it. Like,
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's working.
whatever.
I can't complain. I
yeah.
wake up every morning, and all I have to do is pray to God. That's all I have to do. That's all I have to do. That's literally it. And life is good. It's so strange.
That is one part I miss about being a person of faith is having that to fall back on, which I don't have anymore.
I haven't thought about it that way, but that's awesome.
But it's I have to remind myself that how I feel now, like it's weird. Like as soon as I embraced my atheism, my life got infinitely better, like infinitely better. I started being way more successful because I was commanding my own destiny instead of allowing someone else to command it for me, who honestly at the time was not doing a great job.
And I do wonder about that. If
Yeah.
like self-starters are like more atheists than followers, like me. Like people blue collar workers. Makes me wonder.
I don't know. Because I think the motivation comes from the same place. It's just a deeply personal drive that individual has. They might use a different excuse for it, but people who aren't motivated aren't going to do shit. People who are motivated are going to do shit. So I think it comes down to the person that they are. You know what I mean?
And
I think-
Zentz has a good question about evil. I honestly don't know what because
Oh,
like the definition of evil is subjective. Honestly, like what's evil and what's just an act of violence that you don't agree with.
Oh, I didn't see
Okay.
effigy back there.
Animated
Hey
epic.
guys, what's up?
Yeah, this guy has a great voice. Sorry about that.
Thanks for letting me up. Fantastic
Fanboy.
conversation.
Zentz, I am not about Pascal's wager here, bro. Not about it. It's impossible for an omnibenevolent creature to create.
Welcome, animated.
Hey, hey.
What's up?
It is impossible for an omnibenevolent creature to create evil. Yes, that's the biggest crux in the argument against God, or it's the biggest advocation of God does not exist. It's because he's incapable of creating evil.
What?
Maybe
Whatever
he's
makes you
just
happy.
inscrutable. You
That's
don't know
where I'm about
his
too.
plan.
Whatever makes you happy. Like as a gamer, I'm not a big fan of people who camp. If that's how you get your kills, that's how you get your points. That puts a smile on your face. Go ahead and camp, but be ready when I teabag you. When I show up, yeah.
I'm digging the Zentz guy, dude. I'm digging the Zentz guy.
Zentz is awesome.
I'm not throwing Pascal's wager at you. You threw it at me first. You're like, you should exist as if free will existed. Come on, Zentz. You need to get your ass up here.
So I'm not going to push the topic onto animated because the show is over, bro. I hit my 4-hour mark an hour ago. So the success is out the door here. It's just a hangout now.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
know. Let's hear from
right now.
effigy. Are you successful? Do you have anything to say?
Am I successful? I guess that would depend on your definition of success.
Well, do you consider yourself
I love it.
successful?
I love it. Bring the tension.
Sure. Yeah. On some levels, yeah. As far as my career, it's really difficult to make a living in my career, so I consider that a success.
That's
What do
a
you
good
do?
point.
If you don't mind me asking, if you're not willing to give too much information.
I work in the arts.
Oh shit, that is
yeah,
difficult,
it is difficult
bro.
to make a good living in that and be successful.
Yeah, and I live in the South, so it's extremely, extremely hard.
Wow.
They got arts
Since-
down there.
Sure,
Do
but
you-
it's really tough. It's really
Are
tough
you-
to make a living in it unless you're like getting one of those I teach an art class or I do these
Yeah.
things. But I'm
I'm an art professor at
just a
college.
professional in my field, so
So like digital artist?
I don't know. I do a bit of everything. Currently, I'm a theatrical technical director.
What is your
Nice.
hourly rate?
I mean, depends on the
For
gig.
like for YouTube thumbnails and for YouTube thumbnails. Would you do that, or is that below your scope?
I mean, that is a little bit below my scope, but
Okay, I understand. Okay, cool.
Well, that's what you're building a reputation for.
That's
Well,
what I mean.
I'm sure he
this
knows my,
guy- this
my
guy's a legit
animation.
artist. Yeah. He's above YouTube thumbnails. So sorry about that, dude. I'm just curious. I was like,
Oh, no.
maybe we can get you promoted if you.
I mean,
look for
I'll
work.
do any gig, man. That's like most of my career. I've been freelance, and in most kind of ways.
What would
even
you
now,
charge for a good YouTube thumbnail that you spent like, I don't know, 4 hours on?
An effigy original.
Yeah. How? Well, yeah.
Make them in demand.
I mean, 4 hours, like $100.
Ooh.
It's not bad.
I'm cheap, man.
That's cheap. That's
That's
$25
cheap,
an
man.
hour. That's cheap.
All right.
I mean, it's just a little thumbnail. I'd probably finish it in an hour and then charge them for 4. That's
Oh,
That's yeah. Usually it's like
No, that's a little better.
You're paying for knowledge, not
He'll get it
ability.
done in 15 minutes. And like, hey, yeah, dude, I'll get you back tomorrow. And then 4 hours later, I got it done. It was 15 minutes. No, like this guy's serious. If you guys are interested, I can tell he's serious about his art, guys. So we're trying to pump him up here. If you guys
no.
are interested in art,
I've done everything in the arts you could think of. I was a painter at one time, showing shows in galleries. I've been a theatrical professional for 20 years. I'm a director. I do design of every type.
Damn,
graphic
I thought you were
designer.
young.
I do motion design for a wrestling TV show. I do tons of stuff, man. All over the place.
I'm so
Nice.
glad you asked that question, Jeff. That's rad. Wow, dude,
then
there's
you
so
are
much
successful,
talent
so-
out here.
What happened? Like, what do you think was the biggest component to your success?
Well, mine kind of, it wasn't really going after success. There was a point in college where I gave up on essentially like one side of my brain in a way. I found that, well, my entire life, like I've been like a super academic person, like straight A's through school, super high ACT, went into engineering. And at some point in college, it was untenable for me anymore. I felt like I was far too logic brained, and I was missing feeling in my life. And
Seeking
when I'd
balance.
gone to college, I had gotten rid of like one of the few artistic outlets I had, which was actually singing. And I just decided one day that I was becoming a bad person because of it. Just wanting the wrong things, valuing the wrong things. So I just decided I'm going to become an artist. And it was it was a tumultuous time. It was like right at 9/11. So everybody's was in a weird headspace.
Yeah.
But really, that's what the success came from, is just basically being pigheaded and being like, no, this is what I am. This is what I will do. I will not accept anything else. I will not, give up. And also being flexible enough to not just focus on one thing. If you're going to work in the arts, you have to be multifaceted.
Right. Oh, I love that
Well,
answer.
I'll put it out there right now that I'll be looking for a $100 thumbnail in the future soon. And we'll post it here. And it'll be one of your first promotions on this channel. And we'll boom, make it work, brother. I'll be excited.
Yeah.
The most I ever paid for a thumbnail would be awesome. I'd like frame it.
So here's a question. You feel as though you are successful. What keeps you successful?
Attitude,
Well, explain.
positive attitude, man.
I would say at this point, my reputation more than anything keeps me successful, because I built a reputation of being able to get things done, being an extremely creative person, and just
Not being a dick to work with.
I don't know about that all the time.
I was about to say.
Anyone who knows me
Setting is
knows
not
that
being a
that's
dick.
that might be a bit too far for me to claim.
He's a
Boundary setting
temperamental
is not being
artist.
a dick.
Does YouTube contribute to your success at all, or is it a distraction, like detraction from that?
I would say my biggest advantage, because I've only been like jumping in debates and stuff for like less than like 7 or 8 months, something like that. But for me, the biggest advantage to jumping on and arguing on YouTube is that I don't do it in my real life anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's a side of me that just craves conflict. And when that gets satiated, I find that it doesn't spill out onto those around me as much. And that's a huge advantage in my life I've found, because
I
yeah,
agree with
I'm
that.
one of those people whose mother is like 25 years ago banned me from talking politics and religion at any family function and still holds me to it to this day.
So now
That's
you can
funny.
go to dinner at mom's house, and
Yeah, and I don't feel the need to berate everyone.
Yeah, no,
I
YouTube's
love
been a good
I love
experience for
hearing
me.
about all the boundary setting. Even when it's somebody against us. Like I love it. I love boundaries, man. I dig it. It's the hallmark of a civilized society.
Yeah, there you go, guys.
in
You gotta
your
set your
opinion,
boundaries. One thing learned today: set your damn boundaries.
you and your
So
boundaries. That's a white thing. That's a white people thing.
You
We
got
don't have
boundaries.
that.
oh
Remember,
come on,
your
fuck
show
off.
got boundaries. There's troll limits. We got troll limits here.
Um, so how do you? I mean, because we're on the topic of success, and I've talked enough today, so I'm asking the questions now. What do you see as the biggest component or formula to you continuing to be successful? Because positive attitude isn't everything, right? I mean, you can be have a positive attitude and absolutely suck at what you do, but how do you
Goals,
continue to be successful, or how do you grow your success? Do you think
reminding myself
in
of
your
my
life?
goals. Yeah, I'm trying to
The
get
biggest thing
promotion.
is recognizing when you're successful at something, right? Because I think
Yeah,
everyone's always trying. Not everyone just beats their head at one thing their whole life, right? But you have to recognize when something works and take advantage of that,
yeah,
even if it's not the path you want to go down. Like there were a lot of times where I was doing one thing and then someone started paying me to do another, and that just kind of spiraled out. And I was like, well, this isn't really what I saw myself as, but I'm making more money from it. People are asking me to do it, so you're kind of like, well, that's success, right? People are starting to recognize you as an asset in this particular thing. So it's a matter of recognizing and being able to change yourself and change your path, I guess. Not have such tunnel vision that you're like, this is my one goal. Success can come from many different places. It's usually not the one you don't expect.
yeah. No, I see what you're saying there. Being open to ideas of different forms of success, right? Like, so if you're in the art world, you might be really happy doing this X thing over here, but if something opens up over here, you have to be flexible enough to move your time, attention, and energy over to this other thing that might also be successful, right?
Right.
That's what I'm hearing you say. Am I correct?
Yeah. Like a great example, like
Okay.
if you would have asked me when I was 24, like what my idea of success is, it would have been like getting my paintings into a big gallery in a big city, right?
Yeah.
And then just through getting a job, helping run an art gallery, which was connected to a theater, that got me a job in theater, which led to an entire career, of which now I'm a director and a designer and and not to like toot my own horn, but a recognizable person in the arts in my city.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would have been that
Congratulations,
way
dude.
any other way. I don't think if I would have continued just painting paintings that I would have had that kind of success.
What kind of
Yeah.
your art has been the most successful for you?
Say again?
What kind of art has been the most successful for you? Like hand drawn art, digital art, advertising art. What kind of what do you think you've been your most successful kind of art? Singing? You said you did singing for a bit.
I mean, it depends on what you define success by, right? I mean, most people would just say what's made you the most money.
What made you the
Um,
Yeah.
happiest to do?
I mean, all of it.
Oh, cool, cool, man.
I'm one of those people who like I feel like I wither into a different person when I'm not being creative. Like
I
I genuinely feel that way. I feel like I am starved, like I'm drowning. If I were just to go to a 9 to 5 job doing desk work or just doing some kind of like normal thing and I did not have a creative outlet, I literally feel like I turn into a worse person. Like I get angrier, I get more closed off, more judgmental. Sometimes they're
wow.
just yeah, I mean there are things that just I need to pour out of me. And like that's kind of like the argumentation on YouTube and stuff like that. They're just I feel there are things that I need to pour out of myself, and being
So what
creative
kind of
is
art
the
makes you
best outlet.
happiest to create? Like without money, any of that, like physically, personally, what kind of art makes you the happiest to create?
That's what I was thinking because I suck at drawing organic shapes, like creating like a monster out of being that
A
creative.
painting is to this day. Painting is my therapy as far as like
Ah,
putting me in a
Oil
zen
or
space. Any, I
okay,
mean, in literally any. I mean, I'm
I can't stand
just
watercolors.
yesterday. I
Oil
was painting a set for a show that I was scenic designing. So, and I was completely zened just because I was
bro,
painting
you
a
just hit
set to
that
look
flow
like it
state
was
really
cold. You
easily,
know?
huh?
are you a
Yeah.
messy artist or are you like really clean? Like, do you have
Oh no,
paint all
I'm
over you when you're
totally
done, and
messy.
you're just like,
I am super messy.
that's
He has to keep buying
that's. I
smocks
appreciate you
because they're
sharing your
completely fucking
experience, dude.
stiff with paint.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I
So
mean. Like
I grew
clean
up in an art
everything.
house, and I'm an artist myself, and I do a lot of like pencil portraits, like photorealistic pencil portraits, and a lot of oil painting and stuff like that. But my grandfather did quite a lot of artwork for the Church of Latter-day Saints, stuff like that. So we've always been a really artsy family. So it's nice to meet another fellow artist who's absolutely most likely better than I am on any scale that's measurable. But it's nice to talk to you about it. What? Oh! Here's a question for you. What is your favorite art period? Like when we're talking
Oh,
about paint,
like favorite classic art period.
just any
Caveman.
period. Like so, for example, me, I absolutely adore the Art Nouveau period, but also I have a deep love for the Impressionist period.
Yeah, Impressionism was probably going to be one of my tops. I don't know if I could have a favorite, but Impressionism is definitely up there. Surrealism up there. Impressionism is such a monumental art movement, and people don't
Yeah.
even realize how big of a deal it really was as far as like getting people outside and painting what you see.
What was your
But
first one, Steve, that you said?
Sorry, Art Nouveau.
What? Oh, okay.
So you're
That
talking
was
about like Alphonse Mucha, or how do you pronounce his name? Mucha? Alphonse Mucha?
Yeah, it's Mucha.
Mucha. Alphonse Mucha is like one of my very favorites. But you've got others in that time period that I can't think of, like right off the top of my head. Like I actually have, like his entire works.
oh right.
Yeah,
Alphonse Mucha.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, Mucha
love
is
him.
very recreated by a lot of people. It's a still very popular art style.
Oh, absolutely. And I hate it when people get confused between Art Deco and Art Nouveau. Drives me fucking crazy. But, Art Deco is like one of my other favorite. Like for some reason, the Art Deco period was just absolutely just a beautiful art period, even though it was very geometric and almost kind of like a rigid sense to it. But it was just like if you look at buildings from the Art Deco period, they're just stunning. Like the Queen Mary in California, because she's
Yeah.
harbored up in California.
I have to
Like that
actually deal with
entire
Art
ship.
Deco all the time
Oh my
because
God.
whenever I do a scenic design for a show that's set in the 20s, it's always like completely Art Deco.
And it was just a beautiful time period, and that time period where they were starting to meld and pass by each other was also an amazing period of time because you had this really kind of cool blend between Art Deco and Art Nouveau, and it was just a stunning period of time. But yeah,
So
that's
my favorite living artist would be Alex Gray by far.
Oh,
I've
the
met
tool
him.
guy.
Yeah, I've met him. Yeah, I could never ever paint what he paints because I don't have anywhere near the patience. But I just looking at his
what does he
work,
paint?
like oh man, just look it up. It's
He
absolutely
does
transcendental.
those tool
If you
painting,
love
those
Nouveau, you're
psychedelic
gonna love
too. I'll show
Alex
some.
Gray.
Yeah, we don't really have like a unified aesthetic anymore, like they did during the Art Deco periods.
Oh, that guy!
Yeah.
Holy shit! Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, but I can understand why people would. Like that's some intense. Like you gotta have. Yeah, definitely, I can agree with it. That's a level of patience that you have to be able to do that. That's insane.
He does this.
Yeah.
This is all hand. Like
Yes, these are all paintings. These are all
Let's see.
paintings.
What?
They're enormous. No.
wow.
What do you mean by enormous? Like, give me a
Well, you'd have to be
scale.
to get that level of detail in some of the smaller areas.
Like
Yeah.
Like some of
12
them, like
feet?
Look at this.
yeah, some
8
of them are like
feet?
10 feet wide.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's big.
Gee.
How
There's-
fun! How fun, dude! There's some people,
Wow.
you artists, man, are on next level that live life, like see life completely differently.
I used to
What?
do.
Oh man, you know how they say never meet your heroes.
Right.
I know that intimately. I was in art school, and I went to see him live, and I met him. Pay the extra VIP just so I could talk to him, and got up there and I showed him a bunch of my art, and he loved it, which basically sent me into a joygasm. But then I made the mistake of saying, "Yeah, I was I'm just about to finish art school," and he looks up at me and goes, "Why?" And I go, "What?" And he's like, "Why do you need art school? You're obviously already accomplished
Yeah.
just by looking at your work." And I was
You need
like,
that
I had no answer for him.
Scholarship process, man. This is what they teach us these days.
Need to have the credentials.
Did you get anything out of art school?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no other way to spend 8 straight hours a day making art, painting naked
Right.
people. You know.
You know that's a funny story. So I gotta interrupt here really quick. So my grandfather, huge artist. Like his art is actually plastered in like a bunch of different places. Our post office in a city where I used to live actually built an obelisk, and one of his paintings was actually on that obelisk. But he was incredibly Mormon, like incredibly Mormon, and one of the best men I've ever met in my fucking life. But he was absolutely Mormon to the core. Didn't look at pornography. Didn't even think about that stuff. I'm pretty sure of. But he was telling me the story about when he was in art school and they were doing what do they call it when you paint like there was a live nude in the studio. And he was like, I
You're drawing
painted
figure
that
painting?
woman. Yeah, and he was like, I was drawing that woman for 3 hours. And she was completely nude. And I was drawing her for 3 hours, and finally the time came for her to take a break. And the moment she tried to put her shawl on, damned if I didn't try to sneak a peek. And it was the funniest thing because that kind of goes into the mind of an artist. Like an artist, they see the beauty that is in front of them right then and there, and they're drawing what they see, and they don't sexualize it until the moment it becomes sexual, which is putting the clothes back on. And he always laughed about that because he's like, I've never done that before. And it wasn't until the moment that she tried to put her clothes on that I actually tried to sneak a peek at the naked body that I've been staring at for 3 hours.
Yeah,
Because it wasn't a
That's interesting.
sexual thing that he was looking at. It was a human body. It was a monument of the beautifulness of the human body, the anatomy.
Yep, I was sneaking a peek in 2 minutes, bro.
Yeah, right. Like,
So you're not an artist.
I'm not an
But
artist.
he was genuinely such a wholesome person that I believed him when he said it. Like he was just a wholesome guy, you know. And it's a funny story that I've still remembered even since he told it to me when I was like 12. But yeah, if you're not a creeper, I think if you are peeking, you are a creeper.
You know, it was kind of interesting. We were asking about topics for the show, and one of them was art and tips for success in art. And I don't really know how they're going to relate, but yeah, you guys have any ideas about that? How art and success
Art of
relate?
success. Success is art.
One of my greatest lessons I've ever learned was in an art class, and it is to this day, like my favorite professor that I've ever had. His name was he was a abstract landscape painter named Gaither Pope, and he
Well, it's got the name of an artist.
That's a name, bro.
but he was a trippy dude, and he would paint abstract landscapes, and he would sit there and paint and be like, I've been here. I was laying in my canoe looking up in the trees, and this is what I saw. You know, like he was great. He was fantastic. But one day I was painting, and I was being super precious. And what I mean by precious is I was staying in one section of the painting far too long, because you want to start wide scoped and then move into detail. And he basically came over and he was like, you have to be okay with making mistakes. And he grabbed my brush and he just slapped like paint right across what I'd been working on for 3 hours.
Way, bro.
And he And it was so funny because I can't ever remember what he said, but the gist of it is the only way you'll ever know that you're right is when you make a mistake. And that's why you have to be okay with making them and stop being so precious. You'll find out, like if you're trying to find the perfect line, you'll find it a lot quicker if you slap down 10 lines than if you try to just draw one perfect line perfect the first time.
Oh, that's great, dude.
And I can strangely agree with that.
Yeah.
And it just became a way of me, because look, one of the things I've struggled with most in life is being a perfectionist. And a lot of people throw that word around, and they don't. If you're an actual perfectionist, you know it's a detriment. It's not a good thing, because it means that when you make mistakes, you automatically get angry with yourself. Like with anything, if I go to pick up a fork and it slips out of my hand, I get angry with myself. You know, that's what a perfectionist does. Seriously, it's horrible.
What kind of fork was it?
A slippery one.
Was it a spork?
But getting to a point in your life where you are okay with making mistakes and understanding that they actually help you was enormous for my growth as a person.
Yeah. From my own experience, there's been times where I've made a mistake on a oil portrait or even a pencil drawing, and I'm like, oh, I actually like that more. Like, you don't know how perfect is until it actually smacks you in the face. That's at least the thing that I learned. But you know, being like, so I can agree with like the being too precious about like one specific area. And you know, one of the hard things for me when I was first starting out was I would try to incorporate too much detail too quickly, too early on, and I realized that that's not beneficial, because once you become too perfect, then you almost have this sunk cost fallacy going on where you don't want to change that thing because it looks so perfect. But when you look at the broad scope of what you're doing, it looks absolutely, it just it's not in place. It doesn't look right. It's not in the right shape. It's not in the right place. And so you become too emotionally invested in this thing that you've spent so much time on, instead of being like,
exactly.
Fuck that.
If you drew the perfect arm, it doesn't matter if it's the perfect arm, if it's coming out of the front of his chest. Right.
Right. Yeah. So I learned very early on from my grandfather, and he's the one that gave me this advice. He's like, you want to start ugly and work towards beautiful. And that really kind of helped me understand that, like, so when I'm doing a portrait, it's very rough, very, very ugly. Like, if you look at really, truly great artists on like YouTube or even TikTok, you'll see them start out with shit and you're like, how is this going to end up like something amazing? And if you watch the whole process, you start to understand that they're basically taking a out of focus picture and focusing it. And it's a really cool process. If you watch someone who's really good, it's almost magical watching it. But I had to learn that too. And still to this day, the hard part is understanding where and when you need to start being more precise in your brush strokes. That's like the hardest part for me. But yeah.
That's one of the benefits of YouTube. It gets to like so many people show the processes of things now that we never got to see before, and we get to see the full picture of how someone did something, the amount of effort they put into it, and the results. And it's really cool. It's that's one of the benefits of the, YouTube and the Panelverse is these processes being explained to us better, and laid out, explained.
Well, and the thing is that it's not absolute for everything though. So
yeah.
I was also a musician, and so I learned the piano, the guitar, and the violin. Those were my three main instruments. And the violin was brutally unforgiving. Like even like a half of a centimeter off, and it just didn't sound right. So in that sense, you had to struggle.
Insanely hard to do.
Oh my God, yeah. And so in that sense, you had to be a perfectionist. Like you had to like keep driving to be a perfectionist. And then the weird thing is like once you become a perfectionist and you know exactly where you go, that's when the creativity starts. That's when you get to flex a little bit on the sides of imperfection. And this is where you really find your really great artists. Like Claude Debussy was really infamous for this. Like he was technically like perfect, but his notes weren't always perfect. And out of that born an amazing pianist. Like he was just a phenomenal pianist that people still talk about today and rave about him today because of how he
What's his
commanded
name?
the piano. Debussy, Claude Debussy.
Oh yeah.
And So it's interesting how some parts of the arts, absolutely, and I agree with Effigy, is like it's the lack of perfection. Like you need to get rid of the perfection, and then other ones it's like an absolute, you have to be perfect. But then the real talent comes from knowing how beautiful imperfection is, and transitioning that imperfection into your works. That, I don't know, it's hard to explain.
It's a matter of knowing the rules before you can break them.
Yes, that's perfect
You know
explanation of that.
what's sad about perfection? Because there are some things that you think they're like perfect, is you spend so much time trying to protect it when you know it's not. It won't last forever.
Yeah.
Like I've
What was
seen
that?
people go crazy on like these fancy sports cars, and bro, a rock is gonna randomly fly off the freaking freeway and hit the corner of that and chip your paint. There's nothing you can freaking do about that, bro. And these guys are
Yeah.
just like, they're like, bro, like you're like scared. And like, dude, you can't hold that. Yeah, it's just certain things you
There
can't
was
waste time on.
I just came to the
there was a
realization there is no such thing. Perfection is
yeah.
a concept that does not actually exist in the real world.
It's
Well,
yeah, and then people waste so much time on it, bro.
So who has ever seen The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise?
Oh yeah,
I've seen
that's a
that.
pretty cool movie.
So that right there, there's a part in that movie where they're both done. Well, they're both injured at the very end, and the samurai, the Japanese samurai, is dying, and he's always been in search for this perfect cherry tree blossom or something like that. I think it was. And as he's dying, he looks up at this tree and sees all the blossoms in it, and then finally dawns on him that they're all perfect. And it's so sad that it had to come to that moment where he finally understood the beauty of all of the things, and that imperfection is perfect. But it's one of the, I think, one of the best ways to explain how imperfection is perfect. It's a beautiful fucking thing.
Yeah, in the human context, I think perfection is a moment. Like it'll only ever be a moment,
Yeah.
Just like you described how he sees these and realizes they're perfect. It's just in that moment.
Dude,
And
even
then
in
you'll
animation,
know. Yeah.
even in animation, like we have a thing called the uncanny valley when something looks too real. Like they have to
Right.
they have to fuck shit up to make it look more realistic so that it doesn't look so perfect. Like we are geared to not see perfection as human beings. We're geared towards not seeing it. And so when we see it, it automatically looks weird to us. It's so fucking weird.
I wonder
Such a
who
weird
invented the whole
aspect.
concept of perfection, because it really messes things up.
Well, I think that was just like Greek philosophy, something like that. Start
Yeah,
harping on the idea of perfection. But just think
yeah,
about it, like if
that
you
makes
walked
sense, I
outside
guess.
and saw like a flower bush, and every flower on there was completely geometrically symmetrical, it would look fake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Like it
Yeah.
can't be. I don't know why that word ever came up, perfect, because we know nothing's perfect. It's prefect, to prefect, to prefect, but there's no chance we can ever, perfect
But
anything.
it's also an
Straight.
ideal. I think part of the pleasure is coming as close to the ideal as you can and
Absolutely.
Yeah.
mastering
And that's the idea, is that
the skill.
we're always chasing these ideas that we've made up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the value of an ideal is that it exists as an ideal for us to strive toward, not necessarily that we ever fully bring it into reality.
But then,
Hmm.
even then, what Effigy said, if we saw a bush that every flower was perfect on it, we'd be confused. We'd make it look like it would be fake. We're like, what the fuck? We would even doubt that it's perfection.
Right.
That's like what the like it's like this word that's really destroying me for some reason. Like I don't want to
Well,
use it. I want to cancel
remember
this
what I said about
Karen.
perspective versus perception?
Yes, at the very
It's
beginning of the show.
exactly a perfect example of that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
Great. Yeah, it's funny how that loops back around. Holy shit! I think that's a complete show. At least that's all I can do. 5 hours. That's all I can do, Jeff. So thank you
Well,
guys.
you went an hour past your limit. You really pushed yourself.
Yeah.
So
Good job.
peace. It's been
This
great.
is
I can't
good.
wait to do this again. And
Yeah.
like I said, hopefully the next show is next Sunday, same time. The next it's going to be books, books,
Book.
books, 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 books. So thank
I
you
got plenty
guys.
of those.
Yep, Steve, Effigy, Jeff, peace. Friends in the chat. I'll be gaming on my channel. Check it out. King Philip YouTube.
Here, let me drop you.
Thank you.
Well,
Bye.
Philip, thanks
Take
again.
care, man.
I'd say this was a roaring success.
Yeah.
And I think you showed
No,
great leadership. You mentioned being a
I had to jump
follower
on.
earlier, but
Yeah, I was loving y'all's conversation earlier when you were talking about atheism and then free will. Like I was like, oh, I'm just eating this up.
are
This
you
is
a
my
free willer
jam.
or not?
I jump back and forth. I would like to say I'm a compatibilist, but it's really difficult. The most compelling arguments I heard are the ones that are about. Sorry, I'm spacing a little bit right now.
It's all good.
Sorry, I'm having an aneurysm apparently at this
That's
moment.
okay. You don't
There's
have
an
to. It doesn't have
entire
to be
line of
perfect.
thought.
Well, just explain as best as you can what you're thinking.
So the idea of free will is that everything is a response. There it is, response to stimuli, right?
Yes.
And that's the entire point is that you can't be outside of the line of the chain of cause and effect. And for each stimuli, you get that response. But there's ideas in compatibilism that if you give enough stimuli to something, that within the miasma of all this stimuli,
Mm-hmm.
things that are competing allow space enough for you to be able to make free choice. I don't know whether I
You know, we're
gravitate
just
toward these
talking
things
about
just
art. How do
because.
artists even create if they don't have will? Is your art just automated?
Well, no. You
Everything
see,
is always taken from something.
that's it. Whenever we get into these free will arguments, it's always like a reductionist thing to say, like, "Oh, you can't make choice." Like, it's a given that we all
But
have the
the free
illusion of
will,
free
the
will, right?
anti-free willers I talk
Regardless of
to,
what.
say exactly that.
Sure,
That choice is an illusion. That none of us are actually making choices.
but we all agree that we have the illusion of choice, regardless of if it is there or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we live our lives as though we do have free will, and it's not to say that we don't. We're not saying we don't have will, right? We're just saying
Yeah.
all the free will people are saying is that you cannot make choices free from prior consequences or from prior action. That's all. It's
Yeah.
not saying like you have no agency or anything like that. It's just that all that agency is dictated by the things that came before it. It's like saying that a person who had a traumatic event earlier in their life has repercussions down the line. They can't be who they are because they can't be free of that thing that happened in the past. That's kind of an analogy I can try to make.
But if it's dictated, it can't be agency. That's a contradiction, an oxymoron.
Well, first you have to take that word out of it, which is dictated. Like nothing is dictated. It's just simply that we have a base programming, so to speak, that gives us different choices to choose from, but you can't choose from something that you don't have access to. So you can't think of something that you've never thought of. Something always comes from something. And so by making a choice between two things, you still had to be consciously aware of those two things before making that choice.
But the
So-
will is in the ability to choose, not necessarily where the choices come from or the amount of choices we have, but it's the fact that wherever they come from and however many we have at any given moment, we have the ability to choose between them. Our choices are not being determined for us by something.
So people like me don't inherently agree with that.
Right.
So that's the problem, is like there's always going to be some, like if you really get down to the nitty gritty bolts of it, there's always going to be something in our past that plays a role in the decision, quote unquote, the decision.
Plays a role, but not determines. So influencing or playing a
can.
role is different than dictating that choice and
I think
having
people get
you
hung up on that
not
language
be able to
too.
choose something other than that one thing.
So we are pattern recognizers. That's what we do. We recognize patterns. Right. So
But even that is not the choice itself.
it
So
can
we
be.
can even recognize a pattern and then choose to do something other than what we recognize in the pattern.
Yeah,
So
but
just
was that
seeing
the
something as a
choice?
pattern doesn't force us to choose a certain way.
Right, but that's like circular reasoning.
Like we
because-
wouldn't have art if we did. We would just keep replicating the same exact
sure we
creations
would.
that other people did before us if we didn't have the ability to go beyond what we perceive or recognize.
Right, but the decision to do something different is still a decision. and it had to come from somewhere. So
It comes from your will. Comes from
Right,
you.
but yeah, exactly. No, but our will is just an amalgamation of the things that we've experienced, right?
Yes.
Like the us is just the things that have come
Well,
before.
then we're getting into semantics. We're getting into really abstract territory with no actual
yeah, I
concrete
agree.
reference. We're getting into
It's very abstract.
nominalism.
It's not as abstract as you think.
Oh, well, only because you say it is.
No. Strangely enough, Harris did some research on, because he's a neuroscientist, and he did some research on decision making.
Okay,
And
he's just one scientist.
that's not one scientist. It's been reproduced multiple times. So it's
still one
definitely
like I know how science works. So he's
past
not the
hypothesis.
authority. He's not the authority for all eternity because
No,
he
he's
did
not.
these few studies.
No, he's
That's
not.
dogma. That's not science.
That's not what
If you give me 2 or 3 things to choose from, you're not going to convince me that I'm not the one making the choice.
So it's not dogma. It's repeatable, and it has been repeatable.
Okay,
So it's past hypothesis.
Okay,
But
it
there
didn't
have been
decide
some
the issue once and for all. That's not how science works.
I'm not saying that it's been done once and for all.
It
I'm
sounds
saying
like
there's
you're
enough
using this
evidence.
guy and his studies to make the point that it's this one thing, definitely.
Well, no, he
Well,
didn't get to finish the point on that because he
Yeah.
started going off on it.
So there's evidence enough to suggest that we are not even consciously aware of the decision that we've made before we've made it. So what his study and multiple other studies have found is that they can actually determine what our decision has been about a third of a second to a quarter of a second before we're actually consciously aware of the decision that we've made. And again, it's been reproduced a couple of times. So there's enough evidence to support the idea that we're not consciously aware of the decision before we make it. Now that doesn't
There's
make it
enough evidence to
concrete.
satisfy you. That doesn't mean it's
No,
going
there's
to
enough.
satisfy
There's
me.
enough evidence for
I
me
get
to consider the
to
fact that
decide what
don't
I
have free
consider
will.
convincing.
Because the argument for free will still doesn't argue very well for me personally. It just doesn't pan out. And compatibilism is there's still some holes in compatibilism, but at least they're a little bit closer to what I understand is. But
Right. It still admits that everything's determined. Yeah. As far as
Right.
like we live in a deterministic universe, which is
the idea. Yeah, well, I mean, the idea that we don't have free will doesn't really change much when you consider the fact that we still have this illusion of free will. Like, I have an illusion that I'm saying the things that I'm saying, and I can say that I chose to say them. That doesn't change anything from the fact that I didn't or I did. I'm still saying them, right? But what it does do is it allows us the opportunity to see human beings and the decisions they make with a little bit more enlightenment. So one of the arguments is that when we look at criminality and we look at the crimes that some people commit, we can understand the cause and effect that brought them to the moment that they're here before us. And we can have a little bit more compassion and a little bit more concern about how we change the behaviors in the future. So we can actually start changing the way that people make their decisions based on new experiences and new decision-making models.
How, if it's all determined? How do, like, even the ability to do that to me would imply some kind of free will
you keep
to do
using
so.
determined, and I don't know if that's quite the best word I would use, but let's use it. If you gave people different options to determine what choice to make, it doesn't change much aside from the fact that they didn't have that information before. So the whole point is, how do we make decisions? How do we come up with the decision-making model that we have? And if our model is flawed, how do we change it to be a better model? So if we give people insight into how to make better decisions, because you can't make a decision based off something that you don't know. So if
Right,
you
but
give
all of
people a
that
model of
presupposes an
decision-making-
ability for them to make a decision, which would be free will.
So again, you can't have free will if you can't think of something that you didn't think of before. Like, if you don't have the information to make a decision on something, let's say that you are not an anthropologist, right? You can't make a decision about anthropology when you didn't know what the options were in the first place. You have to be
But
given
that's
the
different
information.
than the ability to make the choice itself. That goes back to the
No, it's all in there. So when you make a decision, whether it's educated or not, you're still working off some information that you have. It might be greater or lesser. It just depends on who you are. But if I give you better decision-making skills, right, then I'm helping you, regardless of whether or not you believe in free will or not. The end result is you're making better decisions. The whole point behind not advocating for free will is having more compassion for people, understanding that their decisions might not have been consciously decided.
Yeah, I know I'm correct. I've had this argument enough times to know, and every time they confuse the choices itself with the will that's making the choice.
Again, I have to admit my own inadequacies in explaining this. Try thinking of something that you have no knowledge of.
But what does that have to do with
That's
my
not
ability
the
to
question I asked.
choose between options that are in front of me right now?
So if
That's
you
the
don't have
will. I
knowledge
can
of
decide to
something-
do this thing, or I can decide to do this. It's not, nothing's deciding it for me. Me using my own consciousness, my mind, my will, whatever you want to call it, is making that decision.
But what makes up
Future
you?
options or options that I'm not aware of or options that are on the table have nothing to do with the choice in the moment itself between the two options I'm picking from.
So there's nothing to say, and there's no evidence to suggest we have an active participation in our decisions. There's no science that outlines that we
Except
actually
that
have
I do
any
it every
free will
day. I choose. I
whatsoever.
make choices all day long, every day.
But we're confusing free will with the
You're
illusion of free will.
you're saying that, but that doesn't make it true. Like that does not dispel my sense that I'm making these choices every day. So that's what you're up against. You have to convince me somehow that I'm not the one actually making the choices. And
Well, but I gave you evidence and you disregarded it. So
no, you gave me this one guy who did some
See,
studies.
no, that's the trick there. No one is saying that you're not the one making the choices. It's just that your choices are the consequence of actions before and things before. Like that's it. No one's saying that someone else is making your choices or that you're an automaton or that you're being puppeted or anything like that.
Then my past choices are determining my present choice. I'm not free to choose outside of what the past chain of events has led to.
So do you
That's
not
still a
believe
way of saying I'm not the one making the choice.
Yeah, but you agree with this on some level, Jeff, because like, do you not agree that like people who have been through experiences in the past that sometimes determines how they act in the future?
See how you said sometimes? So yes.
Well, no, I'm trying to
Sometimes,
couch the
but
language
sometimes
in
it doesn't
something
have
you
to.
won't.
They have the ability to decide, is it going to influence my choice now or not? My whole work, every single thing I do in my work is getting people to expand their ability to make choices.
I'm just trying to give an analogy on like the kind of like base, not really base level, but on a more relatable level. And that kind of idea goes down all the way down to like the atomic level of cause and effect.
So you say,
everything
so you
inside
assert.
everything inside of us runs on cause and effect, right? Everything has
Right now,
reactions
if we're at the
stimuli.
atomic level, we're into physics, and as far as I know, physics has not made a connection yet between consciousness and the atomic level. We have not solved the problem of consciousness, and
No, we
physics
haven't.
certainly has not.
But you're made of
Literally
matter,
called the hard
though,
problem
and
of
matter
absorption.
follows those rules in the deterministic universe, though.
Right. That's just an assertion at this point.
So if every piece of everything that makes up you follows these deterministic rules, why would our minds be any different if they're coming from something that
The
follows
truth
them?
is, we don't know. Nobody's solved that yet.
Yeah, I agree.
But
That's why we're talking about
the choice, the act of making a choice, is separate from whatever factors influence the choice.
So
They're not the same thing.
Sure, but the idea is, could you ever have made a choice that you didn't make?
There's no way to test that.
Exactly.
Either way.
The issue here is that,
Which is why we all act like we have free will anyway. Like on a day-to-day level, the free argument of free will has nothing
I don't
to do
think
with
I'm
anything.
acting
Yeah.
like I think I'm exercising something that I actually have, and you're saying I'm acting, and there's no way to test it either way. So that's why
Well, there is.
it's never going to rise beyond the level of opinion or belief at this point. at this
So
point in time.
there is a way to test this, and there's actually a couple of very simple ways. But I've done that in the past, and you've disregarded those as well.
Well, no, because you'd have to go back in time and demonstrate that you could make a difference. So there's no, that you only get the one chance to make the choice, so you can't repeat that exact choice under those exact circumstances. You can only run it once.
You can run it more than once.
No,
So, like,
not that
for
that one
example-
particular choice, because the argument is, could you have chosen differently? There's no way to know because you only get that one moment to choose. You can't go back in time and see if you could have chosen differently. Time only happens once. It's unidirectional.
So
So if you
getting a
ran
little
it
bit outside the
with
spectrum.
other successive choices, those would all be different choices. They would not be that exact one single choice in the moment.
So the choice can be different. Absolutely. I'm not arguing that. As a matter of fact, that's a proponent of what I'm talking about. So if I was to ask you to think of a celebrity, who would you think of?
I don't know. Tom Cruise right now. It might
Okay.
change if you ask me again.
I know it will. Because
And then you'd have to, like, well, if I would you have the ability to think of a different celebrity if you could go back in time and do it again? But there's no way to
No.
test that.
it's
You
not
can't
about
go back
time.
in time and do it again.
No, the whole point is it's a thought problem. Why didn't you think of George Clooney? Right, you
'Cause
don't
I
know
didn't.
why you didn't think of George Clooney.
But that's not making a choice. That's just you ask me what I think, and that's what popped
No,
into my head. If
you
you
made a choice
if you
that's not
said
true.
think of 3 celebrities and then choose one to give me as an answer, that would be a choice. So you're not even testing choice. You're testing what
It is
random
choice.
thought pops into my head. That's not what I'm talking about when I say will or ability to make a choice.
Okay, so if I gave you a choice between Will Smith and Brad Pitt, what would you choose?
I could choose either one. So I'm going to say Brad Pitt
Then why didn't you choose the other one?
because I
Right.
chose Brad Pitt.
Right. The problem
Because
is
I had
that
the
we don't
ability. I sat
know-
there and I went through them in my head, and I thought about Will Smith for a little while. I thought about Brad
So
Pitt for a
this
little
goes back
while,
to the
and I
whole
said,
hard
okay,
problem
I'm
of
going to
consciousness,
say
Jeff.
Brad Pitt.
We don't know where the decision comes from.
But
And
I
not
had the
knowing-
ability to make the decision. I could have easily said Will Smith.
But we don't know.
I
where the
got
decision came
to choose that. I got to it was a cognitive process I got to run in my head. I was conscious of it the whole time. And then I decided to tell you Brad Pitt is my answer.
from. Okay. Do you remember?
And
what
you're
the other-
saying, but I didn't really decide it that it was at the subatomic level, whatever, and I would have given the same answer every single time, no matter
Oh.
what. But there's no way to test that.
I think this is one of those things that we're just never going to agree on because I feel like you're not giving any credence to the argument that I'm making.
I'm
argument that I'm
trying to
making-
understand your argument because it sounds
Well,
like you're saying
not
I
giving me a whole lot of
didn't
opportunity.
actually choose to say Brad Pitt. Like it was decided for me somehow, and I could not have
problem-
avoided saying it no matter what.
The problem with free will and the problem of hard consciousness, or the hard problem of consciousness, are one and the same. If we can't detect where that decision took place, then we can't say that we just have free will just because it's a placeholder.
And you can't say it's not. Like I've been saying that it's never going to rise but above the level of opinion or belief because it's not testable. It's not false.
the
So
evidence-
these conversations are always going to end the same way that conversations about God end.
The absence of evidence is not evidence of. And when we have done research and we have done studies and we can determine what a decision is before we're consciously aware of it, then it gives an incredible import to
None of
the
that
fact we
convinces me
do
that I
not
don't make
have
choices and I
access-
don't have agency and I don't
we
have
don't
will.
have access to the process of the decision making. That's the problem.
I know, and
So-
you're making claims about the process that you have no ability to test, and I'm experiencing the process in a particular way that I have no ability to fully test.
We have tested them. That's what I'm trying to get through. We have tested them. We have methods.
I
of testing
don't
them.
have to be convinced by this one guy who ran the study. If that convinces you, fine. It does not take away my belief that I am making the choices.
Right.
So maybe
that.
physics
Wait, hang on.
100 years from
Hang
now
on,
will
Jeff,
have
are you-
resolved the problem, and then we won't be having this conversation. But right now, at this point, and both of you have acknowledged this already, there's no way there's no way to test it, and physics has not solved the problem of consciousness. So we're stuck
I
at the
would not agree
level
to
that
that.
we're stuck in, which is
All right,
belief
no,
and
well,
argumentation.
Back up for a second now. Are you having a problem with the study he's bringing up because, one, you don't think what it's studying can be studied, or two, you don't like the conclusion? Which one
I
is
don't
it?
even know the study. I haven't even looked. I'd have to look at
so
the study.
you agree
I
that
can
they
tell
can
you right now,
study
the
our brain
study's
as a
not going to
physical thing?
convince me. It's not going to take away my sense that I'm the one making the choice.
How
I'm
much
familiar
evidence
with
do
the
you
study
require?
about you're hungry and you decide to go to the store for a bag of potato chips, and before you already have the potato chips picked out before you're conscious of that's the one you're gonna pick out. I'm familiar with those types of studies. None of that takes away the fact that I am the one choosing which potato chips to eat or which name to tell Steve when he asked me between Brad Pitt and Will Smith.
So
He's saying that I think I'm the one that decided to say Brad Pitt, but that's not. There was a process behind that determined that I was going to say Brad Pitt, and there was no way to not say Brad Pitt. But there's no way to test that because you could only run that one moment. So this study is not going back in time and retesting that particular choice.
That's exactly
There's no
what
way
the
it can
test
do
did.
that.
That's exactly what the test did. Now, the question I have
Dude,
for you, though,
you'd
is
have to time
how
travel
much-
to run that
how much
test.
evidence would you need to convince you?
I don't know what would convince me, but that study is not going to convince me because, like I said, you'd have to go back in time to show every single time that you'd have to do two things. You'd have to have the ability to go back in time and show me that every single time I'm going to say Brad Pitt, and I have no ability to not say Brad Pitt. And you would have to show me the process at work that guarantees that that is the only possibility. So I'd have to see the process, and I'd have to know that there's no ability to say anything different. And there's no way to go back in time and demonstrate that. So
Well, there's a thing called
it
multiple
stays at the stage that I've been saying when this discussion started that it's going to stay at. Which
I'm
is
just saying
assertion.
There's multiple questions that you can ask someone to get the results.
You can't go
Right.
back in time and retest the
It has
choice.
nothing to
That-
do with it.
that's at least we can't at this point in time. Maybe science will figure out a way to do that in the future.
So
That's what you would have to do to demonstrate that I could not have made a different choice. Is you'd have to be able to reverse time and show me every single time. See, you have no choice but to say Brad Pitt every time.
So I would have to do something impossible to change your mind.
That's what you would have to do scientifically to test that particular choice. This is just basic science.
Okay.
And there's no way to set up that experiment
Okay.
at this point in time that I'm aware of. So whatever these people are studying, they're not studying the same choice over and over. They're studying different choices each time.
So to understand,
And then they're making
correctly,
inferences from that about a process that they believe is happening that's
there's an
determining
impossible
these choices.
criteria.
But right now it's just at the stage of hypothesis because I don't know how they could possibly set up an experiment to test that and falsify it.
So there's impossible criteria, there's interpretation of the data, and there's a lack of enormity in the studies, the broad amount of studies being done that would need to happen for you to be convinced.
For in any science, I think to be valid, like to have scientific validity, they would have to be able to retest the same choice.
So time travel is irrelevant because we have a thing called multiple tests.
But that's not testing the same. You have to be able to test the same exact thing.
We can
The same exact
reproduce those
choice.
tests. We can
You can
reproduce
only-
tests. That's why it's a scientific test. But I'm just asking, like, is there a criteria that I could live up to that's not impossible?
I
That
don't
will
see
provide an
one
answer
that's
for
not
you.
currently under
Okay.
our current physical conditions, which mean we can't go back in time and retest the choice to see if
think
I
we-
would give you a different name.
Way stuck on this time travel thing, dude.
Because that's what it's so obvious to me that that's what you would have to retest is the same exact choice you're making the claim about is the one you would have to test again, and there's no way to do that.
So no study could ever be reproducible because you can't go back in time.
To test that choice, correct. That's the barrier at this moment, the scientific barrier. You'd have to be able to retest the same choice, and you can't. There's no way to do that. You can test a future choice, but it's not the same choice.
Because you can offer multiple choices, and you can examine what choices were made at that moment in time.
Right, but you can only at that moment. There's only a single moment involved. So there was the moment when I said Brad Pitt, and I only did that one. You can't go back and retest that moment. It would be a completely different moment if you did it like a future test. It would not be that exact moment. If I'm clear about what you're trying to convince me of, which is that is the only choice I could have possibly given. I could not have given a different choice because it was determined. Like I did not have the ability to freely say Brad Pitt. There was some process involved that ensured that that's the choice that I gave. That was beyond the control of my consciousness.
Well, I mean, the process is your life. Like that's why I keep trying to have these outer analogies to it, because it's all pieces to that. Every single stimuli you've ever gotten. So you would have never named a celebrity that you never knew, right? Well, I'm trying to just start vague and like work into specific, but like you would have never named a celebrity you've never heard of. And you're more likely.
He gave me the choices, so it was choices.
I mean, the first time.
Disregarded the first question.
Yeah, the first question.
Because that wasn't testing a choice. That was not a choice.
Right.
You asked me to name a celebrity, so it's whatever pops into my brain. So then we changed it to multiple celebrities that I got to choose between. That's an actual choice.
And that was my point, though. Like, but those associations are in your brain for a reason. Like
that's why he gave me the celebrity, so that frees it from any kind of self-generated association. I let him pick the celebrities, and then I gave him a name of one of those two celebrities. I sat there for a little while and I thought about each one, and then I decided to give him the name that I gave him, which was Brad Pitt. And I think his claim is that I had no ability to give him a name other than Brad Pitt. In that moment, it was a choice that was determined by factors beyond my control, and I could not have given.
That's what I was trying to make an example of. I feel like everyone understands the outer layers of this. Like I said, you would never have named someone that you don't know of, right? And you're more likely to have named someone that you've either
I could
heard
have
of
if he had given me two celebrities that I've never heard of. I would just be choosing between two names that I don't know the people behind.
Sure.
So again, what you have to test is the choice itself. It doesn't matter if I know them or where it comes from or what my past was. You could give me two numbers. You could say pick two numbers between.
Sure, if we just wanted to come up with like one singular concrete way to do it, yeah. But I mean, but time travel could solve anything for us. Like there has to be other ways because we can't do that. And there are
right. That's what I've been saying. This has limitations.
There are foolproof ways to find out a ton of things, but there are also other ways to find out those exact same things, right? If we can't
what's another way to test if a person would have made a choice or not differently?
Well, you can hook up what are they called? God, what are they called? The EKG or EEG,
electroencephalograph.
Yeah.
What would that tell you?
I believe if Sam Harris's study actually
all of this is about brain states, right? Like this entire argument is really boils down to like brain states.
Well, that's what you're saying. What we're testing is the choice. Like, what was the whole point of even setting up the experiment if it's not whether I say Brad Pitt or Will Smith? If that's not what's in question,
the choice is in your brain. Like that's where the choice is
right.
Made
But then we get
brain.
back to the problem of consciousness and the mind-body problem and all of that.
Do you think we're consciously aware of all the decisions that we make?
No, but I was consciously aware of choosing to say Brad Pitt. That decision I was conscious of. So it doesn't matter what other decisions I'm not conscious of, because what the thing we're trying to determine is the choice that I was conscious of, which is, say, Brad Pitt. So that's what we have to test. That's
Being
what you have to
unaware of
set
the
up an
conscious
experiment
states
around to
underneath that
test.
decision
Is
you're
that
not
one
concerned with?
choice? And I don't know what EKGs would
EEGs, yeah.
determine about that. Like,
Well,
until I make the choice, what is an EKG going to
A couple
say?
of the tests, a couple of the studies were performed under MRI examination. So it's not just EEGs.
Or even that, I don't know what that would have said.
Because we
Until I
can
made
watch the brain
choice. It
firing
would have
before a
showed part of my
decision's made.
brain light up, but would that have told you which choice I was making?
Yeah.
Is there a Brad
Possibly,
Pitt
yeah.
part of the brain and a Will Smith part of the brain?
There's a part that makes
there's a part of
choices.
the brain that they can map.
Right, the part that made choices would have lit up. That's all you would know, is that I made a choice. But we already know I made a choice because I gave you the name. And I said I was making a choice. So the EKGs and the MRIs would just confirm the phenomena that we're already aware of, which is that a choice was made.
It sounds to
And
me
your
like you're
claim is that
extremely
there was a
uncomfortable with the idea that you
process
don't.
behind the choice.
Well, should there be? Wouldn't there be a process in your brain to make choices?
Yeah, I went through it consciously. The
What if
process
what if
was
the choice happens without a
me
process?
deciding between the two options, and you're saying there was a process that was not conscious that caused the choice to be what it was. That I
Yes.
just think it was a conscious choice, but actually there's this other process that was determining the choice. But how would you demonstrate that without being able to repeat the choice?
Because you can offer a test with multiple choices, and you can pan that out in that direction. It doesn't have to just be one choice. If we could have done
consistently
3 or
demonstrate 4,
that
however many
you-
celebrities or
if we can
numbers or
consistently
whatever.
demonstrate that you are going to make a choice before you're consciously aware of it, then that would be evidence that we're not consciously aware of the decision-making process. We're just
But I don't.
aware
That's
of
what
the
I'm trying to
fact that we
figure out
made
is
a
how
holiday
you would
decision.
demonstrate, how you would set up that experiment to demonstrate that.
Well,
Say
I'm
for
not a
one, we have
scientist in
to
the
figure
field.
out how neuroscience and
So-
choices in the brain are
Right.
made.
I don't think we're there yet.
I am more than happy to
we're
produce
just
as
science is
many
not
studies
there
that are
yet.
available. I
You
think
could
it
give
is.
me 6 colored cards and say pick one of the colored cards, and then I could tell you which colored card. I could point to one of the colors. But how would you set up an experiment to show that I didn't pick that color, that there was some process that determined that was the color I was going to point to?
Well, I leave that to the scientists that know more about the subject than I do.
Yeah, which is none of us. So,
No.
and as far as I know, science doesn't yet know the relationship between the atomic level and consciousness. They don't even know what consciousness is.
So I don't think that. I don't think.
I
that's the
don't know
argument.
how science could contribute to the free will debate until it solves the hard problem of consciousness.
But at the very least, we understand it's an emergent property of a functioning brain, though, right? Like, you seem to like always say this, Jeff, as though there's this like fuzzy border between the mind and the brain. Like, do you really believe the mind is that separate from the brain, or consciousness is separate from the
No,
brain?
I believe it's emergent. But that
Okay.
doesn't mean I didn't make the choice. Just the fact that we don't know how it's emergent. So we don't know how much freedom is in that emergence or not. Like, that's what I'm saying. Until we figure out that emergence, which is the problem of consciousness, we're just guessing. We're just hypothesizing. And I personally don't allow hypothesis to be, I don't take it as dogma. I don't allow it to be dogma for me. So if you want to believe it's just a hypothesis at this point, but if you want to believe it and accept it as dogma, you're free to do that. I am not obliged to do so. I can leave it as a hypothesis
Well, there
and
is no
say,
dogma in
okay, that's
science.
one explanation.
It's all
Hey,
hypothesis.
Fatty, what do you think about all this?
What is consciousness?
That's, we don't know.
It's
That's
our
what we're
experience, right? It's our experience that we're having, right?
Yep.
I would tend to agree
Partially.
that consciousness
Well, our
is
experience
experiential.
is
Yeah.
described as a conscious experience. So it's consciousness is a type of experience, sure.
Yeah. I mean, we can
I mean,
explain
just
what
as
it's
a
like to
general-
be conscious,
right.
but we can't actually explain consciousness. It's
Right.
like the
It's-
whole
I mean,
point
basically,
behind
it's
the hard
just-
problem.
It's what we're experiencing, right? And if we weren't experiencing anything, how would we have a choice of anything?
No, I'd say it's more the fact that you can recognize that you are experiencing than you are experiencing.
Right. Because there's something there. There's tangible, physical, emotional, whatever things.
A bacteria is experiencing things,
right?
but it's not conscious. It can't. It doesn't.
Well,
what we think.
I
At
mean, I
least
don't know
think
how
it's
we
not.
even know that, but I don't know what a bacteria is conscious of or not.
The best way one of my shrinks broke this down to me long time ago. Imagine being a Buddhist. You don't know English. You haven't left your monastery for 30 years, and you haven't spoken a single word for 20 years. All you do is read texts, right? You read books. What is your determining factors going to be when it comes to your choices in that situation? It's going to be bound on what you know, right? Your knowledge is the determining factor. What we know is the factor.
It's an influencing factor. That's that word determining that. I have an issue
It is. That's the word, because we have to discern, right? To determine, right? We have to use our knowledge base. If you said to me, pick an actor, I don't know any actors from Bollywood. How do I choose a Bollywood actor? How do I choose an actor from Stalingrad or from frickin' anywhere else?
Why did you choose an American actor? Right.
Because it's my knowledge that I have. It's my discernment of my knowledge.
But
that is
pick an actor is not the same thing as making a choice between.
pick a fruit.
You have to have
Pick a
conscious
tree.
awareness
Pick
of
an
something
animal.
to be able to decide between it.
Right, and
Something
so
else.
when you gave me, you can set up experiments where people have choices that they're conscious of choosing between. It's a different. When you say think of something randomly, that's not the same thing as making a choice.
It's not random though. He gave you criteria, and it is a choice. It's just an enormous subset to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is we have to take away those determining factors from that, right? And that's why we have to use a vague question like, just pick something random, because we can't pick anything that we don't know about.
Right.
What's my favorite liquor? I like Jägermeister. I don't know
Right,
about any other liquors.
Fatty,
from
I understand that. If you say think of something random, then what's the connection between that and an argument for free will? That's what I don't get.
So the question
To me,
about
if you're
choosing
going to narrow it down to free will and try to show some kind of connection between that, you would have to narrow it down to the level of observable choice, and you can't observe people making choices between infinite possibilities and just say think of something random.
Right,
then
but
equally as so
That's
you can't say that it
less
was a decision.
observable than if you narrow it down to like 2 or 3 choices or 6 choices.
The whole point of the question that I asked you originally was it's more of a thought problem. So when someone asks you, think of a celebrity, right? And you make a choice, you have to discriminate how each one of those points led you to that decision. Right? If you can't do that, you can't say that free will is carte blanche the answer to that. You
can't say
admit
that
at
it's
some point,
not
if you-
either.
if you
Just
don't
like
know
with the
where
Brad
that
Pitt
decision
thing.
came from, you have to at least acknowledge the fact that we're not entirely 100% sure where our decisions are coming from.
I'm 100% sure that
Okay.
my decision came from me. That decision of saying Brad Pitt came from me.
Well, of course
I'm
it did. It's your brain.
I'm 100% convinced of that because I made it. I remember in my brain going through it and deciding it. So to say that I can't 100% be sure where it came from, where else would it have come from but myself?
Of
It
course,
did
the
come from
decision,
yourself.
like this
but
thing.
it's bound on your knowledge is the thing about it. It's you can't choose for something that you don't know about.
I know, but that's not what the debate is. It's not about
So
choosing things we don't know about. It's about choosing between things we do know about. And are you the one
No,
making the
it's not.
choice, or is the choice determined by some process
That's your
independent
determining
of your
factor.
consciousness?
That's only your determining factor of it, though, because we have to think outside of that box and be able to choose things that we don't know about. And if we could do that, then free will would exist. Then
Yeah.
free choice would
No,
exist.
I think it's the
We can't
outside
do
part
things
that's
that we
that's
don't
catchy
know about.
because in a free will doesn't exist determined universe, your consciousness would be part of the determined reality.
Yeah, there's no determination in a lack of free will either. And there's
Sure.
none in free will. The determinism has nothing to do with the decision of free will.
I mean, it's a matter of perspective, really.
Well, then what's the
Right.
argument? Because it seems like there's two possibilities. I either chose freely, or the choice was determined for me outside of that control. And so, what if you say determinism doesn't come into it? What is the other alternative
So
to choosing freely?
the first question that I asked you is an example of the thought problem for this, which is if you have to think of a celebrity, right? You have to backtrack from the decision and go backwards until you can identify where that thought came from and where did that thought come from. It's almost, almost like a ad infinitum argument where
Yeah.
we're not confident that we know where the exact decision came from. And if we're not aware of where the exact decision came from, then we can't say that free will necessarily exists. It's not
But
that
when you say where
the
a
lack of
thought
free
came
will is
from, and
100%.
thoughts and decisions are two different things to me. So if you're talking about where thoughts come from, that's a different question than where the decision came from. And I keep asking about what's the connection between where the thoughts came from and me choosing between the thoughts that did show up, however they came. Like the origin of the thought and the ability to choose between the thoughts are two different cognitive phenomena to me. And I don't know if you're conflating them or if I'm perceiving you to be confusing the two, but in my mind it sounds as though you're talking about them like it's all the same phenomena, and I see them as two very distinct things. The origin of thoughts, where they come from, and the ability to make a choice between existing thoughts wherever they come from are two separate things to me in my mind.
Okay. So
I
I'm not
see it as a
conflating the two.
catch-22. I see it as a conundrum, like you're just saying, Steve, that it's an infinite circular argument in the thought process of, yes, we have the free will to choose things that we know about. But we have no way of determining if we can choose things that we don't know about. Therefore, the choice is bound on the information that we know about. It's bound on our surroundings, on our experience.
Right, but it's still
on our
choice.
perspective. So it's
But
a
to say-
catch-22 thought
To say
experiment.
one
is what
thing
this
doesn't
really
weigh
is.
more than another in a quote unquote decision is ridiculous. We're going to have favorites. We're going to have biases. We're going to have all sorts of different substrate within our mind that are helping us come to the conclusion that we're coming to. None of those we have a choice in. We don't have a choice to think about someone differently than we think about them until evidence suggests that we should. So if we're talking about where thoughts come from, so that's part of the reason why I asked the first question is like somewhere you had to think of multiple celebrities. And then somewhere you had to make a decision between which celebrity you were going to choose. So there's multiple stages along this pathway that we have to interpret and we have to get to the bottom of. And I'm not convinced by any measure of the argument that I had any option in thinking of anything other than what I did, because I don't know what I would have thought of in any other case.
I think
All I know
we're
is that
talking
the
about
pathway
two
that my
different
brain
things.
came to is
I'm
the
t-
only pathway that I was capable of thinking about.
You're
So if
talking
you were to-
about origins, and I'm talking about choice. It's.
Well,
I
origins
think we're
matter.
talking about two different things. It seems like it to me.
It's not the answer to the choice, though, that matters. It's just the fact that there was options. Is the factor is the options, not the actual answer of what the choice ends up being.
Well, I thought that was the whole thing at the center of the free will debate is, do we have the ability to choose freely? It's the choice, the act of choosing.
Well,
Is it free
to
and
me,
determined by us, or is it determined for us by some process that's not
I like to put
our
it this way
conscious
because
choice?
I think it gets a little bit into a different way of thinking about it when you label it like that. I like to say, are we able to make choices free from prior consequence that has happened? So are we able to make choices freely from everything that has come before?
How is that different from just being able to choose freely? Because anytime we can make a choice different from a choice we would make, we're doing that. So it
because
to
the
me it
way
seems
you,
to
the way you
reduce to
word
the
it,
same
it makes
thing.
you make it seem like, or at least the wording to me implies that something is being done to you, like someone is
That's what
choosing
y'all
for
when y'all
you.
talked about this process. That's what it sounded to me like y'all were saying. I'm not the one claiming that. It sounded like that was
No,
you
I say
guys
the
claim.
opposite. You're the one saying that. We're saying that
Right.
you are part of our argument is that we are part of an unbroken chain of of cause and effect all the way back to the beginning of the universe, and that cause and effect, natural law, the existence of the past permeates every single piece of our being, and our brain cannot function without it. We have literal pathways connected into our fleshy brains that are only there because of things that have happened into the past. You know, so how can we be
But
free
does
from
that
prior
force a certain
consequence?
choice?
That's the question, right?
Right,
That
that's
is
the
the
question. Is the
question.
choice? Is it free? And I just typed it into the AI. It gave me a big long list of points and arguments. But the summary is the free will debate asks if human actions are freely chosen or determined by external causes. That is what I have been trying to argue this whole time. Is the thing, the choice itself, is it free or is it determined? And y'all keep saying things like, well, don't, when you bring in determined, it's not really determined. Well, that's what the AI is telling me it is too. So I'm at least aligned
Well,
with
no,
the
you
way the
just keep
AI
saying
is
that
framing it
you
as
keep
well.
implying that someone else is making the choice, regardless if it's determined or
Yeah.
not. It's making the choice. You're just an entirely determined being. Nothing's taken away from you. It's just part of the mechanism of how it would be.
Right.
Hard determinists deny free will, libertarians affirm it, and compatibilists try to reconcile free will with determinism. The debate also intersects with neuroscience and psychology.
We're free
Absolutely.
to choose. Absolutely. We all have free
But the
choice.
crux of the debate is when you make a choice, every time the act of making a choice, are you freely making that choice? Could you make any other choice, or do you have a ability to choose freely between the options, or is the choice determined, as the AI says, by an external cause, or like y'all were saying, by some process
No, by everything
external
that's
to the
come
choice?
before. That just by everything that's come before. That's it. It's not external. It's
But
just by everything that's come
how
before.
just because there are things that come before the choice, there are antecedents to the choice. How does that prove that the choice is still not a free choice?
Well, you can't disprove it or prove it.
That's what
the
I've been
point that
saying. That is what I have been saying. It is not testable. And y'all keep trying to convince me that no, but y'all do know that it's this one thing
No, I'm
anyway.
not trying to convince you of
None of us are trying
anything.
to say it's proving. We're just
What
having the
what
conversation
I'm
and
saying
saying
is,
that there are people doing tests that are delving into this idea. Not that they've proven anything, but we are delving into how the brain functions, how our physical brain operates to make choices, and if we are even aware, if there even are parts of our brain that have any activity before that choice is made, or what's the time sequence of it. Some really weird things come out of these studies that answer some or open up some very deep questions.
and my part in this is that uh, simply because it's not provable or disprovable doesn't mean I should automatically believe that free will exists. I'm on the side
Or
that
not.
it doesn't. I'm on the side that it doesn't exist until someone proves to me otherwise. And you're coming from the angle that you believe that it does exist until someone proves otherwise.
Right. Because that's what my experience leads me to believe.
The question was posed: why do we not believe that free will doesn't exist? It wasn't a companion to try and prove to Jeff that his free will doesn't exist. The question was posed: why
Or a
do we
situation.
not think that it doesn't exist? So for
Jax, I'm
me,
fine. I don't have to be relaxed.
yeah,
I can have
that's
whatever
fine.
state of
Yeah,
excitability I want.
yeah, just fine.
I'm not trying to tell you how to think or feel, brother.
Yeah, you believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're wrong all
I'm
day.
just
Like,
saying
that's
I
not
make
my fucking
choices every
thing.
day, and y'all may not believe that you make choices or that the choices are determined by some process outside of your control, but that is not my experience. That's not how I experience the way I make choices.
And that's fine.
I
I'm
think
saying
we're
when
free
I
to
make
choose
a
whatever we
choice,
want.
yeah, when I make
I
it,
think.
what? Sorry,
Go ahead.
go on,
Go ahead. Go
Uncle
ahead.
Fatty. Sorry,
No, go ahead.
I was just saying when I make a choice or a decision about something, because I don't believe or I don't have access to the understanding that free will should exist, I'm going to criticize my ideas a little bit more. I'm going to say, well, why am I coming up with this conclusion? Why am
But
I coming
even
up
that's
with this
choice. Like,
thing?
you wouldn't even be able to do that
Listen,
if you didn't
let me
have the
finish here.
ability to.
So what it does is it allows me an opportunity to investigate my ideas and my beliefs and my conclusions a little bit more, so that I'm not relying on either bias or any sort of
That
other
sounds like that
thing.
sounds more like free will than not.
And I can critique my decisions a little bit better, rather than just saying, well, that's just the decision that I came to. So it like, you can believe in whatever you want to believe in. If you want to believe that you have free will, okay, you have free will, because I'm not going to convince you in any other way if you're not open to the idea that you don't. But for me, I would like to think that I have free will, but I behave as if I don't.
But the thing you just described about being able to critique and examine and all that seems like free. It seems like you have the freedom to do that. That it would take
No.
free will to even be able to do something like that, instead of
I
just
learned how to do that.
automatically make choices in reaction to things.
Yeah, no, but I learned to do that. I didn't come up with that myself.
But how could you have learned to do that if you didn't have the free will to do that? Like, it would
Because I
have
was
been
subjected to
something
it.
that just happened to you.
No, I was subjected to it. I was forced to learn it. Because I would keep making decisions that I could not justify. So I was necessarily forced into having to figure out better ways of making arguments and better ways of making decisions.
Because all you would have to do is extend it to that. So when you're doing this self-critique about your choices and trying to examine them, even that's not free. Even that's being some process that's just doing it for you. And so,
Correct.
Yeah,
I don't have any free will.
Not being cognitive in the moment, right? Not
Yeah.
being aware of the choice, not being aware 3 seconds ahead of why that choice is being made,
Yeah.
and having those determining factors, acting over instinct and just acting and reacting, being in a constant state of reaction, right?
Yeah.
Without knowing that we are in that state of perpetual bullshit, right? We have free will, we have free choice, sure. We can choose whatever the fuck we want. But all those factors are determined upon our knowledge.
Yeah. The
So
weird
we
thing
can't
is
make
when
choice
Yeah,
of what we don't know, right?
the weird thing is when two people have the same amount of access to the same information, yet two make completely different choices. That's the interesting thing. It's
That's
like
perspective.
it's absolutely perspective, absolutely 100% perspective.
but do
And
we
that's
ever have
the
access
argument that
to
I
the
was
same
making.
exact information? Because our past experiences are going to be different. Our bodies are different. Our memories are going to be different. So we may appear to have the same
Right.
information, but if you look,
Well,
if you break it down, the information is not exactly the same.
so you have to make a distinction here between access to information and the ability to make a decision based on prior experience. So those are two different things. And that's where a lot of my argument is coming from. Is like, people have access to different experiences that allow them to make different choices. But they're not you can't consciously make a decision without access to information that you don't have. And so that's where the problem really lies. And that's where my primary argument lies, is like, you can't think of something you can't think of. So that doesn't mean that the illusion of choice isn't actually choice. It means we're not sure that we actually have it. Right. And I'm going to err on the side of things that I don't have reason to believe, or evidence enough to believe that it does exist. Like God, I'm not convinced of the evidence that God exists. So I'm not going to believe in things that I don't know that exist. It's just like this. It's like, if my default is to believe in things that don't exist, I'm already at a defect. The fact that I don't believe that we have free will is not in what's the word for it? Incompatible with the idea of the illusion of free will. Like, you can have the illusion of free will and not have free will, and the outcome can still be the same. You're still going to make a decision that is considered a decision, and it might be the exact same decision that you would have made had you had free will. The point is that we're investigating why we make the choices that we make, and what influences those decisions, and where those decisions come from.
And I feel the opposite. I feel like I have so much evidence that I have will and choice, because I use it every day, like 100 times a day. I'm constantly and so there's this mountain of evidence that I'm making choices and that will exist. because of how much I use it.
But every day you do say that.
That's like saying, does
Your
thought
experience.
exist? Does emotion
Your
exist?
experience.
Yeah, I think all day long, and I have
my-
emotions all day long. Of course
Right.
they exist.
Well,
But
Descartes
do they
even said the
really?
only
Are
thing he
you
can
really
prove is
sure that
he
that's a
thinks.
thought, or is it just the illusion of thinking? Is it just the illusion of
My
feeling?
experience
Do
doesn't
you
tell me
really
that.
have a body just because you think you have a body and you feel like you experience a body? That's how absurd it is to default to not believing in will versus believing in will. When
but the default
phenomenologically we're
has to be-
confronted by it like almost every second of the day.
But the default is that you're allowing that to be the determining factor. Now,
Allowing what to be.
My experience doesn't tell me that. But
That you
my
have free
experience
will?
does
Well,
not tell
mine,
anybody else.
I can only speak for mine, but mine definitely tells me that I do.
Right, and other people's tells them that theirs does to them too.
Right,
So,
and without some kind of way to test, we're stuck in this subjective sense of whether you have free will or not. But people that think they're basing it on some rigid logical argument or on some kind of scientific evidence, that's just as subjective as the other position. There's
how
no
would you
way
feel
to
about
objectively
everything you just
resolve
said?
this at
How
this
would you
point
feel
in
about
time.
that if you didn't know English and you were a Buddhist monk and you were living in a fucking monastery in Tibet and you didn't know English and you haven't spoken for 20 years? How would you feel about
Right, but
everything
that's
that you
not
just
proof.
said?
That's still a hypothesis or a belief.
No, it's that's the key factor, bro. Is how can we determine on that what we don't know?
The Buddhist thing is just a thought experiment. It's not going to
Okay.
resolve
Okay, so
whether
pretend that
we
you're
actually
something
have free will
somewhere
or
else
not.
and you don't know English. It doesn't matter if you're a Buddhist or not. It's not the factor that matters. It's the determining factor is we can't choose from what we don't know. My experience is not a Buddhist monk's experience. My experience is not an African Aboriginal's or
But
an
the
Australian.
question of free will is not can we choose from what we don't know. That's not the question
No,
that's
it's
we're
not the
trying to
question.
answer.
It's the binding factor. Everything that we choose from is from our experience, right? You have different experience, I can't choose out of your experiences or anybody else's, right? So when I bind myself and say, well, my experience doesn't allow me to think that is true, then that right there, that's just it's a cop out, bro. It's a fucking wall that's put up that's not allowing myself to see through that. It's that's the factor of where I want to make my determination.
Yeah, and there's some arguments, and I'm not sure I'm a supporter of them, but there are some arguments that explain free will away in the sense that it is a part of our perspective of the world that we can observe, right? So the idea that we're making decisions is an observation of the reality that we perceive. And that the act of making a decision itself is built into how we have to be able to function as human beings. Like we can't see anything in any other way because we're incapable of doing so. And that species that actually see reality as it is tend to go extinct. I
don't even know what reality as it is.
What if there was a whale, bro?
We see things from a specific human reality. That's all we have.
Like
because we experience it through a human body.
Right.
So either, let me see if I can put this succinctly. It's kind of like, I don't know if this is a valid argument here.
I don't know what all 4,200 gods are that I pray to every day.
Let's see which one this one is.
They all are. I don't know who all these gods are. There's 4,200 of them, right? But I don't know who they are. But I pray to them every day just in case. Okay.
I believe that, Fatty.
That's got to be a long prayer.
You got to cover all bases, right? I'm not going to sell myself short and only pray to like 3,999 of them.
Yeah, it's okay. So here's another one. I'm not sure if this is a valid point, but I'm going to say it anyways. So the argument for being gay, right? This should strike a chord with you. So either it's genetic, or you're a product of your environment,
or some combination.
If it's genetic, then you have no choice. If you're a product of your environment, you still don't have a choice. So even if it's a combination of the two, you still don't have a choice. You're still gay, which is still fine, and it's still valid. It doesn't mean that your gayness is any less significant. You're still gay, and that's an amazing, beautiful fucking thing, right? It's
the weight we hold on the significance, though, is the determining.
Yeah, I don't hold on to the significance of the fact that I don't have free will so hard that it ruins my life. I understand I have an illusion of free will, but it doesn't damage me in any way, because I still the production of the decision is still there. I'm still making a choice between something or something else. I just don't necessarily understand where it's coming from or how I made that choice. By the way, Uncle Fatty, where I see you're wearing an Idaho hat. Where what part of Idaho?
I'm in Coeur d'Alene, Hidden
The
Lake.
Nazi part.
Oh yeah, the Nazi part. Well, they've done some work up there to get rid of them, but I'm from Pocatello.
How many? There's 30 left, you said?
Oh, there's more than that, bro. There's.
Oh, I thought you counted 30 last time.
There's a few that hang out in public, yeah, but there's I mean, just in general, the term, is overused.
Yeah.
I think so too. At least call them neo-Nazis.
I would say Christian nationalists.
Oof, yeah. So I grew up in
Well,
Pocatello.
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I grew up in Pocatello, and not a lot of people know the history of Idaho. It has a very sordid history. It started out as
2 years ago. There was still stuff on our maps that used the hard R word, the hard NR word, right?
Yep.
Like, on our lakes and our streams and creeks and stuff, and like.
Yeah.
Real? Like, what's an example? How long ago?
Oh man, you're gonna make him say it online? Come on, dude.
Or type it in the
Friday.
back.
I can't drop hard R's. It's not Friday, bro.
Yeah, just type one in the back. So like.
Point like N-word point on our lake.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah.
Squaw Bay, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong with squaw?
Indian female.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Indian females? That's a slur.
That's a white man word for.
It's considered a pejorative. Yeah.
Oh, by the language police.
Yeah.
So Idaho was a territory.
Put it this way: squaw growing up never had the same emotional valence that the hard R word had.
So Idaho was originally established as the last stronghold of the KKK. And that's why, Juneteenth, well, it was pretty close to the same time when Idaho had to abolish slavery as well. And Idaho was the last, if I'm aware correctly, Idaho was the last state in 50 states to acknowledge Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Most of the black folk that you know or see in Boise or around Boise or that area, they've been there since slavery exists. Their family's been there since slavery existed. It's a long history there. When I was growing up in Pocatello in the 1980s, they still had a fully functioning and open KKK office in downtown Pocatello in 1985. Oh, yeah. Like it definitely has a deep history steeped in.
What's a KKK office?
It's like
exactly what you think.
Where you go and sign up for the KKK?
It's like where you go to sign up for the Hells Angels, Jeff, but it's for the KKK. It's the chapter headquarters, right? It's the building. It's the temple where the Masons hang out, right?
Where they have their meetings, like their little community center.
It's also called the Church of Jesus Christ Christian.
Yeah, so it had a really sordid history.
So,
was it in the phone book? Can you look up the KKK headquarters?
The movement for the Idaho Redoubt is really taking a stronghold again up here with some of these folks, and I mean they want to make North Idaho, Eastern Washington, Western Montana a sovereign nation.
Jesus,
and
I thought Idaho was formed after the Civil War.
Won't happen. Okay, I understand it won't happen, but they still fucking want that, and that is the biggest fucking un-American bunch of fucking bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Fucking hoorah!
Fucking call themselves patriots, and you want to fucking secede from the fucking nation? Sorry.
Yeah. Nope. You fucking rant, man. I'm all for it. But that's why I said Idaho Territory. It wasn't Idaho State. It was an Idaho Territory. So yeah, it was. I didn't think they had. If you look into the history of Idaho's slavery, it's actually really fucking interesting. But it's something that you should probably read up on. Washington too, actually.
I heard that about Oregon. Like when the white people came, they had banned black people from moving there.
Yep.
They weren't allowed past Salt Lake City.
Yeah. So, yeah. Coeur d'Alene,
Sounds like y'all are
holy
the
shit.
racist. Not us.
Not me. But
You
yeah,
just deep dive into like, you know, just into the Mormon Church and the influence of the Mormon Church and the secularism, but the inclusionism of the Christianity aspect of it, but the belief in the angel Moroni, the alien, you know, is wicked stuff, man. It's really freaking interesting. And
So
the
what? The
building,
Mormons started out racist when they formed?
oh fuck
No,
yeah,
Oh, I didn't
separation,
know that.
the separatist,
Yeah.
you know, I would say for sure. Not so much on the power side of the separation, but
Well,
definitely
no,
separatist.
they honestly believed that black folk were the children of Cain.
What?
Yeah.
Yep, and they were stained
that
black
goes into the
for their
Aryan
sin.
stuff as well. Yeah. That the two brothers have two bloodlines, and the bloodlines are now being tainted. Is the argument now, or the tainting of the blood argument? It's all prophesied, Jeff. It's all prophecy, bro. We're just trying to manifest the prophecy.
I don't know. I'm looking at Wikipedia and it says black people have been involved with the Latter-day Saints movement since its inception.
Yeah, because they were slaves and they helped build the fucking
Yeah.
temple, bro.
But they were never allowed to hold the priesthood until I think the late 80s.
And we just ran all of our black priests out
It
of
says
town.
Joseph Smith was apparently present at the priesthood ordination of Elijah Abel, a multi-ethnic man with partial black heritage. So it looks like there's some contradictions because they do also talk about exclusion, official, unofficial discrimination. So it looks like
right? And opinions change, and public
checkered
sentiment
history.
change, and societal norms change.
Their experiences have varied widely depending on the denomination within Mormonism and the time of their involvement.
Can't stop change, you know, whether you call it progress or progressivism. You can't stop change.
Oh, you can stop it. Oh, it looks like F.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
effigy.
what
I
you're
see
doing
you
by
trying to
stopping it.
connect, but it's not
It's
fully
the same-
connecting you. It looks like that's what the problem is.
It's the same circular argument.
You're like halfway on, but not enough where I can add you to the stage.
What about like control? That all these things that we've been talking about for the past bit. Okay, the argument is control is an illusion. Do we really have control of anything, right? Or are we just bound by our
feel like I
perspective,
do.
our experiences? Is it the things around us that bind our control of what we actually have control of?
Do you not feel like you have control over things?
It's not about our feelings. It's not about how I feel.
Well, do you not think you have control over things?
I
Can you control what you eat for dinner tonight?
Sure, I can choose. I can have free will. Yeah, okay. But that's still determined upon what my choices are. Therefore, the choice is the factor, right? So it is a circular argument. It's a fucking conundrum of a thought experiment. This is the shit that Socrates and fucking Aristotle used to go over with each other. It's the same circular argument. It's the same stuff. Right?
We have the ability to transcend our experiences. We do it all the time.
Sure, but I can't transcend what I've experienced.
No,
right? I can't go beyond.
but you can make choices.
I can step into new realms,
like
of
experience
information,
new things,
right?
or not be bound by your past experiences.
If I would have never been on Nachiketa's channel the one day that he played that Otacon band, I would have never been turned on to that band and been now turned on to the 50 bands that I found after having been turned on to that. Right? I didn't go seeking it. Like it came on, and I was like, "This is fucking awesome."
Well, you don't know that you would not have encountered them somewhere else, but
no. But at that moment in time, I couldn't have chosen to choose them because I didn't know about them. So I can't transcend what I already know, right? But I can step into new realms, and that becomes a new choice and a new determining factor.
What was it that you liked about them?
It's a kind of a native band. Bunch of chicks dressed in like Siberian native, like Russian Siberian native.
What are they called?
Otyken, Otyken. And
is that music that you're normally interested in?
Not necessarily, but it's kind of like electro. It's like electro funk. Well, almost like dubstep electric.
Oh, I think I've seen videos of them.
So there's
Super,
aspects
like,
of it that you do
native
like.
dress, and the one chick's got this huge bull skull that's got a bow on it. She's playing like a big bass, right? And
Hey guys,
and
I
the
didn't
dude's
realize
on
how
like
long I've
an
been on
electric
here. I
guitar
need
and
to
a
get off.
synthesizer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But like,
Well,
it's just
good
an
chatting.
eclectic mix, you know.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
good talking to you guys.
oh yeah,
Bye.
killer stuff, Steve. Killer band, like
Yeah, I think I have seen them. They wear like the shaman gear.
yeah, like traditional, traditional, but they're, I mean, it's not like they're living out in the freaking woods, like natives used to, right?
Here, I'll drop their channel.
Yeah,
Maybe
they're
they'll come
dope,
on the
dude. Like,
show.
and just that, that one thing, honestly, has been one of probably the biggest things that I've allowed to, or one of the biggest things that I've embraced in the past year, of seeing them on Notch's channel here about a year ago. Last winter, I started listening to them, and now just the people that they've played with, and the people that they've collaborated with. The dude that does the throat singing, like almost like the monk
Like a
chanting
didgeridoo.
type stuff. Well, yeah, but without the didge. Like it's throat singing. It's I never even knew about it, and like, so I chose to embrace it, right? I chose to to follow it and rabbit hole it, and how would I have ever been able to choose any of that without knowing about it? Is the circular argument? It's the catch-22, right? And all of this shit is like we're trying to make these determinations off of one or the other, when both are true at the same time.
I just think that's not what I talk about when I talk about will. That's something else.
And what is it though? Is it the lack of control? Is it the desire to have control, or the desire to want to be able to label the control, or label the answer, or label the factors, and the determinator, and the common denominator, the societal norms that we've been programmed to look for, right?
I don't know. I'm the last person to
Right. So,
know about societal norms we're programmed with, because obviously mine did. I missed that programming.
and that's why throughout all of human existence, there's been no actual answer to these things. That's why we still ponder them. That's why we still have thought experiments with each other, and base questions and quandaries, and ponder over things that we may or may not even know, which is fucking awesome, because the apophenia doesn't get to control us, right? The desire to look for patterns and find patterns where there are none is not really the control or the factor. It's just a part of the process and a part of the game. It's like saying live without fear. Well, good fucking luck. I mean, I say embrace the fear. I say embrace everything that comes our way. Don't try to ignore fear. Don't try to pretend that we can just stop fear. I mean,
Do you embrace the
it's our
neo-Nazis?
own delusion.
I mean, the Christian nationalists?
Yeah, in general, yeah. I as well,
Except when you're punching them in the face.
with facts first, and then pool cues, and then bar stools. But always with facts first, I'm always willing to have conversations and help. Listen, I have to help the motherfuckers. I choose to.
Are any of them on YouTube? I wonder if they'd come on the show. We could have a round table or a reconciliation.
But I mean, we definitely have free choice and free will. But I mean, I will say that
It's.
but it is determined.
I haven't been able to
determined on
shake it that we do.
I think we do, but it's determined on what we know. Is the factor about it? So it can't really be free choice and free will if the factors weren't there. Is the argument?
But it's free within the parameters of what you know or your experience base.
Yeah, Right. And that parameter is my perception. And therefore, perception is everything because everybody has a different perception. Everybody has a different way to coming to God and a different way of walking away from God or choosing not to walk towards God or choosing to not believe that there is a God or all of that shit comes in. It's all perspective, dude. It's all perspective. And in America, the best thing about it, fucking everybody gets to have their own. And nobody gets to fucking tell Jeff how to fucking rage or fucking love or fucking whatever he wants to fucking do. Nobody gets to determine your perception, right?
They can tell me. I don't have to listen, but
right.
They can voice their perspective.
That's the amazing thing about having this society that allows everybody to exist. Just don't hurt me physically. Right? Because
I think so too.
Hurting me mentally is my problem, right? You going out and acting the way you do and making me feel a certain way, that's my fucking problem, right? Me bitching about you acting a certain way is my fucking problem.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right? So that's
why I don't care about people's feelings. I don't care what kind of feelings somebody has in response to something I say or do. That's their problem.
Right. And at the same time, you gotta internalize that though too, and realize where your, I'm not going to say wall or fence or whatever is, but what it is that allows you to feel certain ways off of what other people are doing and saying to you. And
I do. If I'm having an emotion in response to somebody, I take responsibility for that too. That's my emotion, and I don't put it on them.
And it's justified. It doesn't have to be justified. It is just.
Usually it's an emotional flashback to some previous emotional experience that has nothing to do with them. But yeah, I take responsibility for whatever I'm feeling at any given moment. All those little spurg reactions I have.
And we all have them.
They're me. I don't put that on other people.
Yeah, we're all triggered off of other things that's our experience. It's totally natural to be triggered. It's not a bad thing. Triggers are fucking great things.
I'll communicate what it's in reaction to. Like I try to give them information so they'll know why it's happening. But
and
I don't ever think somebody else is causing me to feel a certain way.
Right. Great conversation today, dude. Hell of a show.
Yeah. Do you have any, while you're here, before I let you go, are you successful? Do you have any tips for how to be successful? Or do you have ways in the past that you failed at being successful that we could learn from?
Yeah, you got a few more hours?
I
would say this.
I do, theoretically I do. I don't know if physically if I have the stamina.
Be your best you, right? So that you can be the best you for everyone around you.
And you know what? That involves making choices. Like every moment you can choose to be the best version of yourself instead of whatever you default to.
We have to judge others and say, I don't want to be that way, right? I don't want to be that way. And it's, I more than anything the past probably 10 years have been really focused on not trying to be a part of the divide and conquer tactics of the xenophobia, right? Of the fear mongering and the spreading of fear against they, them, and the others, and the made up boogeymen, right? That are.
Do you feel that way about the nationalist?
I think that's a big ploy in what's part of their driving narrative.
But I mean, you toward them, do you feel like you're able to have unity with them, or?
Yeah. I mean, Chamber of Commerce member, National Association of Home Builders. You
said they were in the police department too, I think.
Oh, sheriffs and everybody. Yeah, but I mean, yes, we have to judge each other. Okay, and it even says in the Bible that there is.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying don't judge. I definitely judge.
But it's the walls we put up with the judgment, and
And those walls might be there for a reason. I mean, I'm not saying you have to
boundaries,
be
and
friends with them.
yeah, but I mean, it's like this. I have in the past spent a lot of time helping those guys get their permits to have their marches and have their day in the park, and making sure that those permits were filled out correctly so that the city wouldn't get sued for discrimination. So that I could go down to their demonstration and protest them.
You want to make sure.
Okay? So that's part of the deal, is we have to help those that we don't fucking agree with in America, right? We have to at least allow them to exist. I don't agree
Yeah,
with
we
them
have tolerance. We have to tolerate them. I don't know if I have to go out of my way to help them achieve their goals.
Have your
But
presentation.
I'm not going
Find
to
a fucking-
interfere with their ability to exist and express themselves, as long as they don't
Wear your red hat.
harm.
Do whatever you want to do, but as long as we can both agree to disagree, and I like to try to come to the table with at least the ability to, after the conversation, right, after being able to agree to disagree, being able to sit down together and break bread and drink wine together. I'll never sit down at a table with a Nazi, because one Nazi at a table with 12 people equals a dozen fucking Nazis. So
I thought they were Christian nationalists now.
yeah, sure, whatever.
But you think they're the same thing as neo-Nazis? Because there's no real
To me,
Nazis. It's not
The
Nazis.
term is just so overplayed.
It's
dude. I mean,
neo-Nazis.
it's I will identify a person the way they want to be identified, and if they identify as a neo-Nazi, well, goddamn right, I'll call them a fucking Nazi.
Well, I don't know. You've been calling them Nazis on the streams every time we talk about them. But
I mean, those are folks that I know personally identify as that such type. I mean, I'm not going to label them something that they don't want to be labeled as. And yes, I do have a tendency to use broad terms when it comes to that subject, and the nationalist part of the Christianity, because it's the foundation, right? It's the foundation of America. The first 16 words of the fucking First Amendment. That all
is that the
religions-
woke right that everybody's talking about?
I don't know.
The Christian
I mean,
nationalist.
I would say that when it comes to woke, that's just another.
I mean,
term
we're not. What is the goal of Christian nationalists? To dissolve the separation between church and state? There's no
No,
official established
it's to
state
make
religion in
America a
the
Christian
U.S.
nation. It's to make America a Christian.
And Christianity's been on the decline for decades. So good luck getting Christianity established as an official state religion. Is that the goal?
That's their goal. Yeah,
It doesn't seem like a realistic
and whether
goal,
or not,
like something
whether
to
or not
worry
that
about.
even happens as a reality, to have it like on paper established, right? What are we seeing happening today, right? We're seeing the Satanic Temple and the Pastafarians coming together again to fight against putting the fucking 10 Commandments on the wall of every classroom.
Yeah.
Right. To fight against taking public money and putting it into private charter schools and calling it school choice. Okay. And putting the Bible in every classroom and teaching history through the Bible. Okay?
Who's doing
We're fighting
that?
against those things, right?
Who's teaching history through the Bible?
That's what we're seeing being pushed today as things
Oh,
that will be
I
taking
haven't
effect
seen it.
next year, next school year.
I
Straight
did
up.
see where Russia designated the Satanic Temple as put them on the forbidden list.
Yeah. There's 4 different types of neo-Nazis in fucking Russia, right? And you can go to their websites and like sign up, right? You can't sign up to be an Antifa member. There's no sign up page, right? You choose to be anti-fascist. Or you choose to be fascist and say that my way is the only way and all other information is not valid, and I will fight against all other information that says my way is different and should not be the way of everybody.
That's what you consider a fascist? I feel like that definition's kind of getting diluted. Like, I don't know that we have a lot of real fascists here in the U.S. to fight.
I mean, all it comes down to is my
The
way
whole
or the highway.
anti-fascist movement was kind of a European thing back during the World Wars. It's like now it just seems like cosplaying more than anything else.
Dude, I found a In the Cellophane, first edition, new old stock anarchist cookbook at an army surplus supply store for $18, bro. Stoked.
Did you buy it so nobody else could?
It had been in the rack. The guy said it had been in there for a few years, and I was like, well, fuck, dude.
Wow, that's encouraging.
Had a $25 tag on it. I said, how about $15? He said, how about 20? I said, I'll give you 18. It's the divide and conquer tactics that I try to focus on, really. And I mean, my success is only measurable upon my determination of what success is. And I've raised 3 kids. I think I did a pretty fucking good job. They've all got their own awesome fucking lives. And like I said, man, it took me a while. It took me a while to quit playing the game until my daughter finally told me, you know what, Daddy? You already fucking won the game. Like we're good. You don't need to fucking worry about us anymore. Like, it's cool. Like, go do you. Go be you, right? Which at the time was a pretty difficult thing, because my entire existence was them. Was coaching and being involved and trying to enhance whatever they wanted to do. Right? Not trying to guide their choices, and not trying to live my life again vicariously through them, right? But to give them options and allow them to choose those options, and to present those options and allow them to choose the right thing, and how to recognize boundaries in situations, and how to recognize be situationally aware, be cognitively aware that at any point in time you're going to be presented with something, and let's go over that. Let's talk about that. Let's weigh the options of what would happen in those situations, rather than just saying something stupid like, "That's bad, don't do it." Let's.
I bet it was a trip having you as a dad growing up.
Oh, for sure, dude. Yeah, for sure.
What are they all grown up now? They're adults.
It's actually Grandpa Fatty now. You know that.
Whoa! How many?
Got one a few weeks ago. Got another one on the way here in about a week.
Fatty! Oh my God! Now you're gonna have to do it all over again as Grandpa.
Get him, Buck.
I think you're gonna make a cool Grandpa. I think.
I've been fatty my whole life, and now my friends started having kids later in their lives, and mine are grown and gone, and I get to be the cool uncle and go up with the loud toys and the sugar snacks and the high fives, and be the guy that they can confide in when they need to ride home drunk and don't want to call their parents, or have a girlfriend knocked up and need some advice from a guy that went through a couple abortions when he was in high school with his girlfriends, and knows what it's like to be in different situations, and knows what it's like to make hard choices, and how to determine why choices are choices. Choices are only bound upon what we know. We can only discern off of our own knowledge.
Or what we can imagine, I would say. Maybe that's how we go beyond our experience.
But we have to be able to expand that imagination into things that we don't even know about. That's the hard part.
That's where education comes in.
I'd say more so that's where free will of allowing ourselves to be free of that which binds us, right? Be free of these external things that are influencing us, and imagine the unimaginable. You need to take more mushrooms, bro.
Is that what you're doing? I never can tell.
No, dude, but I took a lot of that shit.
I don't know if I would waste my trip on YouTube. I know there are people
hell
that
no.
do.
Hell no. Not with all you fucking heathens.
Yeah.
But the great flying spaghetti monster would like to reach out and touch you with his noodly appendage.
Oh Lord!
And lay blessings upon you with his.
He's making me hungry. Actually, speaking of spaghetti,
Mm-hmm.
I think I might go get dinner.
Yeah. So would you?
Well,
choose
I enjoyed
to
hanging out as usual. Do you have any wisdom you want to leave us with?
I would say.
You're gonna have to change your name to Grandpa Fatty, because you're kind of like becoming an elder now.
Don't say that.
That's a good thing.
Don't follow me. You won't make it. Be excellent
that's
to
what
each
I
other.
tell people too.
That's all it comes down to. Just be excellent to each other. Just Party on, dudes.
Party on. I think that's a good tip for success.
Fucking A. Love you, brother. Hell of a day. Great stuff.
Yes, hell of a day indeed.
Fuck yeah.
Right. Take care, Fatty. Love you too.
Get you on the flip side, brother.
All right. I'll see you around.
What up, chatters? Go to bed. Get some sleep.
Yeah, I can't believe, most of them stuck with us all day. Philip, this was a good thing that you hit on here. I wasn't expecting this level of success. Elena, cool. So tomorrow, I'm doing the walk out and about thing. I'm going to that job place again. And then I'm going to sit through that, I don't know, it's some health fair jobs. And then when that's over, I'm going to go live again and get some fries on my way back home. So tomorrow, that's what tomorrow's going to look like. Man, thank y'all for being part of this. This was our first episode. It looks like there's another one. It's a go for next Sunday. And, oh, thanks, dear. So I'll see you then, I guess. Good stream. Thank you all. Let's see how we do this. There we go. Thanks. All right. Here we go. Hell of a stream, like Fatty said. Hell of a day. All right. Take care.